Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. Today, April 29th, 2026. Happy Wednesday, everybody. This is the opening call on Topstep TV. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. A very busy day of trading. It is Powell's last Fed meeting. So going to be a great day for sure. Let's introduce cast of characters here. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, how we guys doing this morning?
Good morning, everyone. I love the title for today's stream. Jerome Powell's final FOMC. I'm not crying. You are. Jay, good to see you this morning. JD, how are you looking? How are you feeling this morning? You look fantastic, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Fed Day. Let's just get this one out of the way early. Throw up a poll, guys. Who's holding a position through the Fed announcement? We want to know right now. What are your plans for this afternoon? Then we'll get into some markets. But I'm excited about today. We got a lot of moving parts. We got the Fed announcement. We got earnings. Lots going on today. It's going to be a big day. I'm feeling good about it.
Going to be a busy day for sure. We got that poll up in the chat. Do you plan on holding through FOMC, yes or no? One last one for Powell. Again, we don't suggest that at all. It is a pretty volatile event, but don't lie to us. If you're going to do it, hit yes in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and hit no, but we know you're out there. We know you're out there.
Why would you lie to us, right? What's the point of that?
Right. We don't care. One last time, right before we get a new Fed chair, we don't know, right? Are you placing bets on good afternoon or not? We are going to take a look at the 1 minute opening range trade here in gold. Gold right now trading 45.79. 45.79 last trade here in gold. We're going to take a look at a 1 minute opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8 a.m. Sorry, 8:20 a.m. Eastern time, 7:20 a.m. Central time. We're going to take a look at a 1 minute opening range trade here. We'll be long above the high of the 1 minute, short below the low. Hoag, JD, take a look at this gold chart. What are we seeing here? We like an opening range trade?
Well, I liked it yesterday because, we're out of balance. We're still semi out of balance. I think if it's not a 200 tick opening range, we take it. Anything under 100 ticks, we take it.
Yep. I could go for that. We do have some 730 numbers coming up that might affect the way these markets are moving. But yeah, the only reason we didn't take the trade yesterday is because that opening range candle was so wide, almost $20 wide, more than $20 wide on that 1 minute opening range bar. So the risk was just the juice was not worth the squeeze, as they say, right? The risk was just too wide.
Eventually would have taken us out anyway. So
yeah, this trade has been so cold. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Hoag. But with all the other factors, this trade being so cold and we got 730 numbers, I don't mind holding off on it, to be honest with you.
I think that's
just me, though.
Actually smart. I think that's smart. Yeah. You have a lot of numbers. See how this plays.
Yes, you do. We got gold opening up in about 20 seconds here. Gold has been moving pretty well on a daily. We saw it last night in slow markets. If you guys were watching slow markets last night, we were looking for shorts under 46.18s, and the target was 45.70s, which we did get down to. So pretty nice move. It is just happening at interesting times of the day. A lot of movement in the overnight session. Let's see what we get here. Gold is officially open for business, and Hoag's looking for maybe 100 ticks or less in this opening range trade. This 1 minute candle, we got a high so far, 45.78.80, low of 45.77.10.
Hey,
off by a tick in the micro. Got a high of 78.90 in the micro contract. Low of 76.60 now. Putting in new lows.
23 tick opening range so far. It is very thin, though. A lot of those prices haven't even traded.
Extremely thin.
It is. Another 15 seconds or so.
Likely
John Jones.
Say again?
No, I was just saying what's up to the chat. John Jones in the
Oh,
chat.
yeah.
I got Nassim in the chat saying gold is a short. Let's see.
Gold's a short, brah. Nassim is back. Our new best friend. He's here all the time.
All right, we took out the high in the bigs.
We just did. In the micro also.
Long or no trade? I don't know, Nassim. Took out the high.
Yeah. If gold's a short, brah, I don't know. We can only get in on the long side based off of what the setup is showing us.
Very, very manageable risk. It's only 37 ticks so far, the entire regular trading hour session range. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't want to get caught up in a knee-jerk reaction either, in case something funky happens at the bottom of the hour, which is typical for putting these trades on. You know,
it is very thin. A knee-jerk reaction is highly likely.
All right, that is a long. If we want it,
I'll paper trade.
You know where the risk goes.
Yeah,
put it on paper.
Put it on.
It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Some numbers coming up here.
Just seems a little too risky right now.
Okay. I agree.
Watch it be the trade of the month.
Yeah, right. Let's see what happens here. But we do got those numbers coming up, so I think that's good risk management. V79X says, I came to see Jessica. Well, glad that you're here. Jessica's usually with us on Monday, so just stick around, right? You got 2 more days. Hit that like button while you're here.
Jessica's here for Jessica will be here in Fast Markets today.
Yes, she will.
I did not know that.
At about 10:30 a.m. Central Time. We'll get Jessica and Skip coming in to talk some macro.
There you go. Oh,
just took out the low. How about that? How about that? Little tape bomb right there. You think we'd still be in this trade if we got long?
So I was going to say stop below 73.5.
Yeah.
I actually like the long a lot better now after that reaction.
I kind of do too. I'll be honest with you.
didn't even have to wait for the numbers.
No, we got some more sellers coming in. Yeah, did something leak? What was that all about?
That is an invalidation for sure. Took out both sides of that opening range. We will see what happens here. Speaking of something leaking, JD, we got a bunch of numbers coming out at the bottom of the hour. Today's going to be a very busy day. What do we got to look out for on that economic calendar?
Well, we already had a number out this morning. The NBA mortgage applications number came out about an hour ago, down a little bit week over week. Last week, we saw that huge spike in the composite index, the purchase index, and the refinance index. Anytime you see interest rates drop a little bit, you'll see boosts in these housing numbers. But mortgage applications are down a little bit week over week. The composite index down 1.6%. Purchase index up 1.2% compared to a 10% boost last week. And the refinance index is down 4.4% compared to a boost of 5.8% last week. That's what already came out this morning. As far as our 7:30 numbers go, we've got a couple things. We got durable goods, housing starts and permits, international trade and goods, retail inventories, wholesale inventories. Quite a bit happening in just a couple of minutes. Later on this morning, we've got our crude oil inventories at 9:30 Central Time. Our Fed watch party today starts during group coaching, 12:50 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be here for wall-to-wall coverage of this Fed announcement and the Fed chairman press conference. That's at 12:50. Me, Andre Hogue, and Jack will be here to talk through it and trade through it with you guys. The 2-day Fed meeting will conclude at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time with the Fed's decision on interest rates. And then we will have Fed chairman's final press conference at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Get your black ties out, because it's going to be an event. That's what's happening today. Quite a bit. Oh, and then after the bell, we got all those earnings. Hogue, who's reporting later on this afternoon? You got the list?
Oh,
pretty extensive.
Yeah, well, this morning, just a few of my favorites: AstraZeneca, General Dynamics, ADP, Phillips 66. They all pretty much beat on earnings per share and revenues. But after the close today, the thing that everybody is waiting for, yes, here it is, folks: Alphabet, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and a big shout out to Carvana, also out after the close today. So we have some major earnings coming out today. We have Apple tomorrow and PCE tomorrow. There's so much coming at us. How can we not be excited about this? This is an epic period of time here. The last FOMC meeting for Chairman Powell, all these earnings coming out, economic numbers coming out. It's mayhem. It's going to be an interesting and epic couple of days.
Volatility.
I hope you're ready for it.
Volatility equals opportunity, right? When the markets are moving, that's opportunity. And they are definitely moving.
They just packed a bunch into one day, and we would have just got stopped out of that gold trade right there. So Naseem, hopefully you're short. Gold was definitely a short, bro. Hogue, let's get through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. The Topstep daily checklist. You got to have some structure to your day. Pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. Context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. We get your morning checklist. Get your water, get your coffee, get your walk in, walk the dog. Mindset check. If you're not in the right frame of mind to trade, you might be better off taking a little bit of a walk. Get yourself in the right mindset. Happy traders make better traders. In your trade entry checklist, you got your hypotheses. One of those hypotheses comes true, you're going to take those trades. What's going to get you into them? Write them down. Do your journaling throughout the day. Review those trades at the end of the day. Review your journal at the end of the day. And as of course, tell you every day, you got to stick around and watch At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. How's Coach Paul doing? I haven't talked to him in seems like forever. How's he doing?
He's doing good. He's a little bit of a Bitcoin hodler at this point. He's a Bitcoin investor. He talked about a trade in Bitcoin that he really likes, and he's holding on to. But he's doing good. He's doing it good, Hogue. I'll tell him you asked about him.
Yeah, tell him I said I.
For sure. Seeing gold bounce a little bit here, 45.76.90. We're going to take a look at the higher time frame charts in just a little bit here in gold. We do have a bunch of data coming up at the bottom of the hour. JD, we got some news. You want to hit the news before the headlines or before the numbers? Think we got time?
Yeah, we can rip through this real quick. Gas prices, everyone's favorite topic, right? Gas prices jumped to a new high for the Iran war. Let's run it real quick. U.S. gas prices have jumped to their highest since August 2022. According to AAA, gas averaged $4.18 a gallon early this morning. The 6-cent spike in the biggest one-day increase in 5 weeks as oil prices rise amid uncertainty in the Iran conflict. Concerned over stalled talks and shipping through the Strait of Hormuz are pushing costs higher. While U.S. gas inventories continue to drop, analysts say prices could climb even more, possibly hitting $4.30 a gallon in the next 10 days. It looked for a second like we were getting a little reprieve, a little backup, but not so much. 6 cents in a day. I mean, when you see it drop in one tick at a time and then it spikes 10 ticks, that's no good.
Not at all. Not at all. Bottom of the hour coming up in about 40 seconds here. We do have a ton of numbers coming out. Again, U.S. durable goods forecast 0.5%. Prior was negative 1.3. Housing starts forecast 1.38 million. Prior was 1.487. So durable goods, housing starts. We got building permits as well. Wholesale inventories. Again, all of these numbers have the potential to move the markets around a little bit. Understand that if you are holding a position, slippage is a real thing, even in simulated markets. So accept the added risk that you might be taking here. If you don't want to take a trade, make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple times on your platform just to make sure you don't have any ghost orders out there. Numbers coming up in 5 seconds here.
They're out.
Numbers
the juice
are
got
out.
them right on time. Durable goods actual 0.8%, forecast for 0.5. Previous minus 1.3. Housing starts actual 1.5 million, forecast for 1.38. That's a pretty nice number for the housing market. Building permits pretty steady. Building permits actual 1.372 million, forecast for 1.39. Just a little bit of a miss there. What else? Wholesale inventories month over month 1.4%, forecast for 0.4%. Boost in wholesale inventories.
Crude is running right now. New highs of the day in crude, 104.37. Talk about those gas and oil prices going up. Crude is running right now.
Man, excellent no trade on the opening range breakout.
How about it? The short, bro.
Short was good, bruh. The short was good, bruh.
There you go. Nasim in the
150
chat updating
ticks.
us on that position. There you
Nice
go.
job,
Nice
man.
trade. Good way to start the morning. Could be a good way to end the day too, especially with all the stuff that we have coming out. 150 ticks
right.
in gold. Go
Sure.
outside. Stay tuned into Topstep TV and enjoy the rest of your day. Nice job, Nasim.
How about it?
Let us know if you did take any trades there in the chat. Get a little early vibe check going. I know a lot of people like to get their trades out of the way on busy days like today. So let us know. We are going to take a look at the gold higher time frame charts here. Take a look at where we might be trading to on a higher time frame. Hogue, why don't you start it off with the daily? What are we seeing here?
Okay, so yesterday we broke out below kind of an important support level, 4680, the weekly kickoff low. We had really bounced off of it so many times. We just wore out the buyers there. Yesterday on the break to the downside, we added about 4,400 in open interest, and we did have some pretty decent volume. At least it got to the moving average of volume. So we did get a pretty decent push to the downside yesterday. The measured move that I called out yesterday, we have not yet reached. I'm looking at 44.75 as a potential measured move. Below that, we've got that 200 session simple moving average down at 43.60. There's a couple other things in shorter time frames that I'm looking at. One of the things that happened yesterday, and we'll see this on the 30-minute chart, was we traded right to a short time frame level, a naked point of control, naked point of chill. Point of control is a high volume price from a previous day, and we traded right to it, which typically is going to be more respected when the short time frame is in control of the market. We did add some open interest to the downside yesterday. I'm not viewing that as a huge amount of open interest, so I still sort of believe that we're relatively it's remaining in short time frame control. So the measured move down to 44.75, open interest increase, new shorts, decent volume. I'm looking for continuation to the downside in this. So Nasim, it's a short, bruh. I agree. The question is when and where do we get in? Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
I agree that it's a short, Hogue. I was, trading with Dakota last night, looking for a short as well. The gold market had a chance to trade back up to the 50 moving average a couple of weeks ago, and it failed. We're below the 20 moving average, and what I'm looking at is the candle that set the low of the year, which was March 23rd. We're starting to accept price back inside that candle. So on the short that I was taking last night, this was the initial target. Now the question is, do we start to see price acceptance back inside this range? The high of that candle, 45.6870. We're pretty much trading right there right now. So do we see price acceptance here? There's more than enough range left in the day for us to continue to trade through this candle a little bit here. Daily ATR is $123. So far, we're at about half of that right now. We're seeing some more selling coming in. So depending on how this day wants to go, we could trade down to 4,500 is within the range. That 200 moving average on the daily down at 43.60 looks like a visual target on the daily on a higher time frame. Doubt that we get there today. We would have to see an anomaly day in gold, but what a day to do it, right? We have all of this data coming out. If there's going to be a day, could it be today? But we'll see what happens here. But yeah, I agree with the shorts. The question is, how do we get in? Do you sell the lows in gold? Personally, I don't feel comfortable doing that just because of how gold trades. The short trade ended up getting to the target last night, but not before it bounced 40 points, $40. So I agree with getting in the trend to the downside. Trade location and timing matters, though. For looking bearish on the daily, Hogue. What are you seeing on the 30?
Well, looking at the daily still here, the ATR is $123. We're only at $61 on the ATR today, so a lot of space available for continuation to the downside here. Let's take a look now at that 30-minute chart. Here we go. So here's the bouncing off of the weekly kickoff low. 1, 2, 3, 4. The overnight night before last, it bounced off of it 8 times, it seems, on a 30-minute chart. You can only imagine what it looks like on a shorter time frame. But once that broke, and we suggested, on Monday, that we were going to see a lot of stops below there, and the stops fired off in the overnight session night before last. We've left a session gap. The session gap goes all the way up to 46.81.20. We begin going into that gap at 46.13.80. This gap is a weakness in the structure above, and it will become important when it becomes important. But we're still looking at the market state moving to the short side, adding shorts to the downside yesterday. It was a pretty relatively small range. We've been seeing some pretty small ranges for the regular trading hours lately in gold. The opening range did remain the high of the session, and at least for the morning, it did take out that high at one point during the day yesterday. So really kind of a range bound day yesterday. It was a normal variation day, almost a neutral day. So then when we see these neutral days like this, the market is typically ready to go looking for facilitation at new levels, and it's trying to reach those new levels at lower levels today. Again, this is going to be it's going to be hard to get into this move to the downside if even this move does continue. Look for opportunities on pullbacks. Don't try, the last thing I want to do is sell the low. Last thing I want to do is fight a directional market, and it is semi-directional to the short side here. So I'm just monitoring for continuation and looking for opportunities, possibly, on pops to try and get in to the short side in this. Of course, as we say, ACH, anything can happen, anything can change. Lots going on today, lots going on tomorrow. We'll see how this plays out. Jay, overnight inventory, a little bit to the short side. We did not open with a session gap. Now, here's that short time frame level that was respected yesterday. This little green line here is a naked point of control that comes all the way in from back on Monday, March 30th. And we finally got there. It respected it almost to the tick before buyers started to come in and probably cover some of those shorts. And we're back at that level now. So looking at that level is somewhat pivotal. If we're still in short time frame control, eyeballs are still looking at it. What are we looking at down below? We're 44.75 is the measured move. Below that, we've got another short time frame point of chill, 44.20. Point of control, point of chill. Very popular price in the past. And price has a tendency to go to those popular prices, as we are reminded by Coach Jack, JD's dad. He reminds us the market does tend to go to those levels. So we're going to see how this plays out, of course. Jay, what are you thinking?
Hold, real quick, what was that point of control? That naked point of control lower, what was that price?
44.20.
44.20.
Even.
Gotcha. What I'm seeing on the 30-minute here, like you mentioned, overnight inventory to the short side. We are volume is starting to get a little directional as well, right? Pretty small 30-minute range from last night. So it didn't take a lot for volume to leave that range. And the question here is the acceptance back inside that March 23rd candle, right? That's the candle that set the low. We found some buyers here. Are they going to continue to defend these prices? I'm looking at the highest volume candle from highest volume 30-minute candle so far today, Hogue, and that high is 45.83.20. Below that high, I'm looking for a short. I wouldn't mind a pull up back to that high for a little bit of a runway back into these lows of the day here. Again, gold is not a market that I want to sell the low. I would welcome a pull up to the 45.80s, maybe 45.85. VWAP's going to trend a little bit lower there. It'll give me an opportunity to get a trade on closer to volume if I think this flow is going to continue to the downside. The only problem I think with establishing a short here is you're asking volume to do something that it hasn't done in a month. And, could it happen? Absolutely. Anything can happen. But if we want to go with where, to me, a higher probability is, I think I would need a pullback to get in short, or a pull up to get in short. So the flow is continuing to the downside. We're getting a little bit of separation between the 20 and 50 moving averages on the 30-minute, which is telling us that a trend is starting. I just want to make sure that trade location, I'm not so far away from the flow that the market's going to turn around and go the other way. We use a phrase during At the Buzzer all the time. I don't want to swim in front of the shark. Swim behind the shark if we can. And right now that shark VWAP is up at 45.92s. So a little bit of a pull up there. But I love the targets that you had to the downside. Again, 4,500 is within range. We'll see how aggressive this market gets today. Also keeping in mind that with all the data that we have coming out later, do we start to see some consolidation throughout the day as we get closer to that Fed rate decision? So going to be an interesting day. Leaning short in gold here, but trade location definitely matters here.
Yep, we are looking at a normal variation day yesterday, relatively small range, pretty decent volume, and an increase in open interest to the downside. More sellers coming in. I don't see them as being trapped here just yet. See those? I think it might be a short, bruh. We'll see.
I think so, Hogue. I think so. But that is what we got for gold. We're going to take a look at the S&P here. Someone did mention in the chat that there was a 1,000 lot in the S&P on the bid. 7160s just sitting out there, hanging out, watching everything. JD, before we get into these S&P charts, got some updates on stocks overnight.
Yes, first I want to call out Ryan Carter BB in the chat, who's going to full port 5 XFAs on gold shorts this morning. We are not here to tell you what to do. This is not trading advice of any kind. The best we can do is say Godspeed to you, Ryan Carter, and be careful.
Let us know how it goes.
It's your money. It's your money. Do with it what you wish or what you please.
Don't be a donkey. Don't be a donkey.
No.
All right. Let's what happened overnight? The Hang Seng Index stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. Hang Seng Index closed up 1.68%. Shanghai Composite closed up 0.71%, and the Nikkei closed down 1.02%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit lower this morning. DAX is down. DAX just went unchanged for the session. The FTSE is down 0.9%. The CAC 40 is down 0.32%, and the Stock 600 is down 0.26%. The U.S. dollar index up marginally, just a couple ticks, 98.735 last on the dollar. The VIX is up 1.2% to 18.04, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note 4.366% going into the equity open. That's what we got. Let's get into those S&P charts.
Let's do it, Hogue.
Right. This is the daily. We very strong momentum move to the upside. It certainly seems to have slowed. Of course, we've been talking about that for a few days now. Yesterday we saw, a relatively healthy pullback that did not change the longer time frame structure of the market. So I think that upside structure remains intact. I think there was a lot of posturing and positioning for today and tomorrow in the markets. We saw maybe a little bit of long liquidation, perhaps. We didn't necessarily see the profile look that way. We did add 2,100 in open interest yesterday. So that does not support long liquidation. That actually supports more shorts coming into the marketplace. But as we know, these markets for the last 40 years have been eating shorts and continuing to eat shorts. So there's a lot of information due out, and traders and investors are well aware of that. FOMC today, earnings after the close, PCE tomorrow, more earnings after the close tomorrow. People seem to be really kind of looking past what's going on geopolitically in the world, except, of course, as far as crude oil is concerned, and we'll look at that shortly. So a lot of this is going to, a lot of it's going to depend on these earnings coming out after the close, PCE tomorrow. Lots to focus on, lots of opportunities to protect yourself and position yourself for that protection over the next couple of days. We did see some pretty decent volume yesterday off those highs, but the volume always does come in stronger on down days. But again, I don't see that we've broken any structure. We still have all-time highs in the extended trading hour sessions. Not looking for those to be lasting highs unless something wacky happens and we see a deeper pullback. Now, I haven't really done my own research, but I've seen a couple of people talking about what happens to the stock market when there is a change in the Fed chair. Some folks are looking for a 5% pullback off these highs over the next few days and into the next couple of weeks. We'll see how that plays out, but again, I think a lot of focus is on the earnings and the data itself. A lot of that coming out. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
On the daily, that structure is definitely holding here. I'm watching this 1,000 lot Hogue. They were at 60s, then they moved up to 67s. Now they're back to 65s. I think they're just making sure we're
65.
paying attention here.
Yep.
But this daily structure has not broken. It is slowing down. It's basing a little bit, which is healthy for the markets. It hasn't broken to the downside. I see a 20 moving average on the daily that's crossed back above the 200. It's starting to trend pretty hard here. But I think this basing is healthy, especially coming into all the data that we're getting here. Not surprised to see the market not continue to just race to all-time highs, even though we made one yesterday. But a little bit more hesitation here. As long as we're not sustaining price Hogue below prior day's lows, I like the structure to the upside. It still feels like a buy the dip market to me. It's just not as aggressive to the upside. Like a little more two-sided trade here. There's more opportunities to make money to the downside than we've seen in the last 3 weeks or so. But again, resilience is the word that sticks in my head with these equities. I don't doubt that we'll be making more all-time highs soon. But of course, anything can happen. So gotta ask the market what it wants to do and trade it that way. Daily ATR 89 points. We are coming down aggressively on that daily ATR. So far, high to low range, we're at about 25 points. Of course, with all the data that comes out later today, I doubt that we are going to be, I doubt today is going to be a range contraction day. So we'll see how the market decides to play this out. All-time high is still in range, and we'll see from there, Hogue. That's what I got on the daily. What are we seeing on the 30?
Just going to point out the 50 and the 200 session moving average are braiding. It's above, below. Is that the death cross or the golden cross, golden death, golden? It doesn't even seem to matter at this time. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay, so yesterday, new all-time high in the extended trading hour session night before last. Saw some pretty decent selling coming in. Range-bound day, pretty much. Normal variation day. Nothing really to speak of. It was a kind of a neutral normal variation day. Settlement relatively close to the center of the range. Overnight inventory. Do we have anything really? I mean, here's where we opened last night. Here's where we're trading now. Maybe a little bit to the short side, but a lot of kind of kerfuffleation throughout the evening and the morning here, kind of evening out a lot of that inventory. We are opening in range and in value. I'm going to try and stay a little bit patient with that knowledge that there's very little change in the perception of value and a lot coming out. We just had everything that was coming out pretty much before the numbers. We've got the rate decision at 1. We've got huge earnings after the close. We've got all kinds of things coming at us as we keep reminding you. I maybe sound like a broken record, but it bears repeating that there's a lot coming out. Is this market going to just kind of base here? Have the multiple time frames of traders that trade these markets put themselves in the position that they want when all of these things start to come out? Are they hedged? Are they protected? Are they out? That's going to be a lot of today. There's going to be a lot of anticipation, a lot of high expectations. Keep your expectations reasonable today, and let's see how all this stuff plays out. And gonna stay patient today. We haven't really changed that much in the longer time frame. In the short time frame, we are putting in lower highs, lower lows. Just keep your eyes on that, and let's find some decent opportunities today because we know they're going to be out there. I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna wait for the ones that come to me. Jay, what do you think?
I'm with you there, Hogue. That 1,000 lot moved again. They're back at 71.61s, so they're just playing games right now. But I'm with you there, Hogue. Overnight inventory pretty much flat. Kind of what I would expect coming into all the data that we have today. So keeping that in mind, right? If I'm going to trade early on, what I might be expecting is range bound opportunities before all of this data. And again, overnight range, we have 25 points. So it's probably not going to stay like that, but don't be surprised if there is consolidation. So I see patience in the equities really all day. There might be some opportunities. I see gold is continuing to sell right now. Gold looks like there's presenting more opportunities, new lows of the day there in gold. But in the equities, Hogue, I'm expecting the market to wait for Powell. And with that if the market's not moving, I used to ask Coach Paul this all the time, but when you guys are trading on the floor and it was quiet, how many trades were you actually making? And probably not a lot, right? So I'm keeping that in mind. If there's low volume right now, I'm probably not going to be super active. I'm going to watch, of course, because with all the planned headlines that we have, all the planned numbers, we know how this market environment has been working, right? If there's a headline that comes out, and we've been seeing it, a headline could come out and it says, I don't care what data you have coming out today. This is more important. So if that happens before the Fed, then we trade that. But otherwise it's okay to wait around. I saw somebody say, is this a day that we have to sit out our charts all day? You do have to stay tuned in to Topstep TV because if the markets move, we're going to let you know. But you don't have to be actively trading if the market is not showing you a setup. So range traders, maybe your opportunity to eat this morning. And then possibly we see some breakouts, some trends as we get through that Fed rate decision. We're sitting, all the moving averages are kind of, like you said, Hogue, braided around each other. VWAP's there, the 20 moving average, the 50, the 200. What I'm telling myself is don't get chopped up in the middle.
Yeah, patience. Maybe even wait for the initial balance to establish itself to look for those good opportunities.
Exactly.
We shall see.
Going to be a good day, though.
All right.
Going to be a good day. It's
going to be
we had a poll up in the
day.
Yeah, yes, it is. We had a poll up in the chat, 136 votes. What markets are you looking to trade today? Is it the equities, gold, others, or crude oil? 59% goes to the equities, 24% to gold, other 10%, crude oil 7%. I'm curious for the others. Who voted other in the chat? The 13 of you out of the 136 that voted. What is the other market that you're going to trade? Is it Bitcoin? Is it corn? Is it the Mexican peso? Is it the Australian dollar? Let us know in the chat. I'm expecting 13 answers here. All right, we're going to look at oil in a minute. Oil does open up in about 6 minutes here. 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. We're going to take a look at the 1 minute opening range trade there in oil. Made a high of the day, $104.37. Right now trading 103.74. JD, before we do that, we got some news on oil.
We sure do.
News and OPEC. What do we got, JD?
And just to hammer that point home, all those markets that Coach Jay just mentioned are available to you at Topstep. There is more to Topstep than gold, crude, and the NASDAQ. You have every market.
There's also other.
There's also other, yes. You got all the grain markets, all the currencies, quite a bit to offer, or to trade, I should say. All right, let's get into crude oil. What's happening? Oil prices are rising again amid the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Let's run it. Brent crude is up 2.3% this morning to more than $113 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate, which is what we trade here at Topstep, last price traded $103.95, about to hit $104 a barrel again. Got up as high as $104.36 this morning. Yesterday, the United Arab Emirates announced it was leaving OPEC, which would give it the freedom to pump more crude. That move could increase the global oil supply, eventually bringing prices down. Meanwhile, profits at French energy company Total Energies and Swiss bank UBS have jumped as a result of higher oil prices, and war-related market volatility. Total Energies on Wednesday this morning reported a 29% jump in earnings for the first quarter of 2025 to $5.4 billion. UBS posted an 80% surge in quarter one profits to $3 billion. The president reportedly told aides to prepare for an extended closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is said to be working on a new peace proposal to end the war to be presented to mediators in Pakistan in the next few days. Raise your hand. Who is crying for the oil companies this morning? That was a joke.
I'm not crying.
Record profits as gas prices skyrocket. All right. Yes, Dolby's in there. Dolby has a soft spot in his heart for the oil man.
He's very concerned for BP.
And Hogue, I'm looking at gold continue to make new lows. I think the trade was just get in there. 45.55 is new low of the day there
short,
in gold. Bro. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a short, bro. Naseem, what's your target? Let us know in the chat. Also, we're talking about alternative markets. I don't know if I don't have the data for wheat in my live account, but if one of you guys do, wheat has been in an uptrend. I saw some people in the chat say they're trading wheat. Shout out to the Elevated Life, who's been trading wheat for the past, I don't know how long. It is probably one of the best trending markets that we have right now. So
I just pulled up the wheat chart if we want to take a look.
Yeah, if you have that chart, JD.
Here's a 15-minute chart of wheat. That's a trend right there.
That is a trend.
You're using the volume bars.
Yes, the Ozempic candles. I'm going to stop calling it that. It just sounds weird. I'm done with it. Sorry, it was a bad joke.
Yeah, that is a trending market for sure. So, hey, trade grass, make some money. Let us know in the chat.
I really like those candles. You can just see how much more volume is on those up bars than on those down bars.
Yeah.
Really,
it's
really
a nice
good
visual. Exactly. That's why I like it. It's a clear visual.
Yep.
Or a clearer
Strong
visual,
trend.
I should say.
Gluten-free candles.
Gluten-free. There you go. We should have a contest. What should we name the new volume candles?
It's a good question.
Good. It's like the green bars have a peanut allergy. Maybe. My goodness.
Who's using the volume candles in the chat? Let us know. New volume candles on Topstep X, right at the top of your platform there, above your charts. You can change the bar style to volume candles. All right, we're going to take a look at this oil opening range trade and get into the charts here right now. Oil is trading 103.73s, opening up in about a minute and 10 seconds here. What do you guys think? You like an opening range trade here? We're out of range, out of bounds, obviously from yesterday. What are we thinking?
I do. I like it. And there's a couple of reasons why. Out of range, out of balance, breakout to the upside yesterday. And okay, if you're looking at the March contract only without the back adjusting of these charts, the March 9th high in the June contract, 104.34. Where did we just trade up to here prior to the open? And on the open here, we just traded to 104.37. So this is the high of that spike on March 9th in the June contract. So I wanted to just put that on the chart to see if it offers any opportunities. And it might not. We don't know. Just putting that level out there. So yesterday, we broke out above weekly kickoff high. We've wrecked our head and shoulders that we were looking for. Are we going to see continuation to the upside? The way things look now? Yeah, it looks like we may see some continuation to the upside. Wait a minute. Anything can happen. Anything can change. There could be a headline that could change things. So just be aware of that. Make sure you are looking for stops. We added 13,000 contracts yesterday on a breakout to the upside. How did that breakout perform? We'll take a look at that on the 30-minute chart. So March 9th, June contract high, 104.34. Just looked at it, looked through it by 3 ticks. And we've been coming off it ever since. Keep an eye on that level today. It could be interesting. And it's not a suggestion to take a trade in either direction around there. Levels are just levels. Levels are opportunities to limit risk is what I really look at
Yep.
levels for. This one looks
We're
kind of interesting. G, what do you think?
I'm looking at this 1 minute opening range trade here. Gold. We do have crude open for business here. I got a low of the range 103.52 and a high of the range 103.83. If we do want to take that 1 minute opening range trade again, we're going to wait for a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range. But what I'm looking at here, Hogue, that high you were talking about 104.30s, the highest volume 1 minute candle of the day was right there, and we closed below it. This is on a 1 minute candle, a J trade. This is a reversal pattern. I'm thinking about getting in short here in oil. If this 1 minute triggers a short, I'm going to take this trade. Do it small, 1 micro.
See what happens.
Now take a look at the higher time frame charts here. 2, 1. It's going to trigger a short. All right, I'm short. 1 micro crude. Risking above that high. So risking 10 ticks on this. Let's see if we get a pullback. Looking for a 2 to 1 on this trade. Short
Nothing
from
done for the house
10.
account.
All right. Short from 103.39 here. And yes, this is fighting the trend in oil. So I'm looking at price reactions to maybe 103s and then a little bit lower. But this structure here tells me potential reversal up at these highs. Let's take a look, Hogue, at the daily. What are we seeing here? I know you called out that level up there, but what are we seeing here?
Okay. Let's take a ganders here. So there is that March 9th, June contract high. And it's not, I don't know if it's the contract high, but it is the high from March 9th. And that is the highest we can see right now. All right. Yesterday, big overnight inventory to the long side. Consolidation for the regular trading hour session. But that consolidation did hold above that weekly kickoff high, 68.50. We have a session gap from Monday to Tuesday. Session gap closes at 97.68. You're going to have to get through that weekly kickoff high support level now. What was resistance becomes support, supported price last night. We're seeing continuation to the upside to that March 9th high in the June contract. And we're starting to see a little bit of a pull off. We've got a J trade going. So where did the open interest pile in yesterday? The only directional move that we can see that may have happened would be in the overnight, and a lot of those longs, probably shorter time frame, we just consolidated for the better part, actually for the entire session yesterday in regular trading hours. So I'm looking at some shorter time frame speculators that added all that open interest yesterday, 13,000 contracts. That's a lot. Now we're seeing continuation to the upside. Where do they get too long? What's the longer time frame doing? Very difficult to see that because what happened in the overnight was the directional, and then we consolidated the entire session. Now, what did we see as far as Delta yesterday? Delta was negative at the end of the day, 2,200 contracts. Okay, that negative delta in a range indicates probable. Again, everything is probabilities. Probable longer time frame buyers. Probable longer time frame buyers. Delta was negative. The market ranged. It didn't break. Delta was negative. That's more aggressive sellers. You would think the market would move lower, but it consolidated and it closed relatively strong at upper half of the range from yesterday, settlement 99.93. So not only did we see some shorter time frame speculators getting long yesterday or the night before last, yesterday I believe some longer time frame traders accumulated longs throughout the session yesterday, just picking up whatever they could pick up on the bid, refreshing those bids, and they're all getting paid right now until now. we'll see how this level here kind of caps things off. We got the J trade going. We've got a gap from Monday to Tuesday. We've got a gap today. So gap rules apply. Overnight inventory is obviously long. Gap rules apply. We can't close this gap relatively early. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. This level up here, important safety tip up there. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30 here, Hogue, we did have overnight inventory, like you said, clearly to the long side. This trade that I'm in right now is counter trend, right? This is a pretty strong flow to the upside right now. And I'm seeing a market that wants to trade higher, right? We got the 20 moving average above the 50, above the 200, getting some separation between the 20 and the 50 right now. And if we look to the left, we're trading through some of this structure. Yeah, so I'm seeing a bullish market here, Hogue. I think some of the news that we've seen is agreeing with that as well. But if I'm getting in long here, I would welcome a pullback, maybe down to 102 halves, right? Running some of these lows here. I do see also that the highest volume 30-minute candle of the day is that candle that made the high, and that this is, potentially setting up a 3-bar reversal here. So upside structure is there. I don't know that I would want to be establishing longs here, but of course, this is oil. Sometimes you got to take your technicals and throw them out the window, especially if a headline is going to come out and move these markets around. I would welcome a pullback to 102s here, Hogue, from a technical perspective. But of course, headline can come out and change that.
Yeah, and that takes us right down to VWAP.
Exactly.
I like it. Well, the profile yesterday was, we're just going to call that a normal day. It did take one little bit of a look above the initial balance high right there, but just very, very rotational day yesterday. Negative delta leads me to believe again that the longer time frame accumulation to the long side did occur yesterday, supported by the 13,000 contract estimated increase in open interest. So, Jay, you got a good one on here. Do we take this in the house account, JD?
We did not. I got a little cue with our entry. We got a spike right after that confirmation bar closed, so I was looking to get in at a better trade location. Jay got in early. I got cute with our entry. I was trying to get better trade location, and we did not take the trade.
Understood. Ain't no thing. All right. That's what we got for crude, folks.
Awesome stuff. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ and give the people what they want here. But before we do that, JD, we got some more news on consumer confidence.
We sure do. Consumer confidence is up for the third straight month, despite worries over the economic impact from the Iran war. Roll it, please. That's according to the conference board. The agency released the results of its latest survey showing consumer confidence increased by just over half a point in April. The board's chief economist said Americans are feeling optimistic about the labor market, and that's offsetting worries about the war's impact on prices. Last week, a similar survey from the University of Michigan showed consumer sentiment at its lowest level since 1952. Brutal. But consumer confidence is increasing, which is a good sign for the U.S. economy. Confidence in the job market. I love it. It's coming back.
See the comments in the chat. Who are these consumers that they're asking? Right?
Where do they find these people? How do I get my hands on this survey?
Exactly.
I will find a link for all of you and share it in the chat. All right. Give the people what they want. Time for the
Let's
NASDAQ.
do it, Hogue. Let's get into this NASDAQ.
All right. NASDAQ it is. All right. Here's the daily. So very similar to the S&Ps. I mean, the upside structure does remain intact. Healthy pullback yesterday. We added 2,400 in open interest yesterday, a little bit higher volume, which is typical on down days. I'm not feeling this as the beginning of any major pullback, of course, and any of the news, FOMC, anything that's coming out Could change that. We got a lot of important earnings coming out after the close, and as everybody has been kind of speculating in longer term and in longer term views, that the focus really is going to be on the earnings for this season. So if we have good earnings, well, that story is going to tell itself. But again, I'm looking at these markets, the equities markets in particular, to be and be kind of trading in anticipation of everything that's coming out. So it would not surprise me to see inside days in the equities today. Maybe even inside even maybe even inside regular trading hour sessions. Now that doesn't mean that there's not opportunity. Manage your expectations. There's a lot of expectations for big things to happen with the FOMC and earnings and everything for the rest of the week. We're going to get our fill of volatility, but before that, unless there's some weird headline that comes out, I'm really looking for these markets to idle a little bit. And if that's the case, then I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for extremes. I'm going to look for opportunities at those extremes, because that's going to be the best way that I know of to be able to limit risk. As far as moving averages, they are considerably lower. We're looking at, in the NASDAQ, we had the death cross, and we never stopped going up after the death cross came in. And it looks like we're in for the golden cross maybe one of these days coming soon, as long as we continue to hold up here or continue this move to the upside. Jay, what are you thinking on the daily chart?
On the daily here, Hogue, the NASDAQ has been the stronger of the four equity markets that we have. And it's still showing that, right? This upside structure, we did spend, and we talked about in the S&P, right? As long as we don't spend time below a prior day's low. Yesterday we did one of the heaviest closes we've seen in a little while. But to be expected, right? With all of the data, again, that we have coming out later today, later this week, a little bit of a hesitation, maybe some profit taking coming into this data, not surprising. But again, this upside structure is still holding pretty well. We can see on these up days, we're holding those candles really strong. It wasn't hard to trade below, what was that, Monday's range, because it was barely a range that traded on Monday.
Yeah.
Upside structure is intact. Daily ATR is still coming down pretty aggressively here. 437 is the daily ATR range so far, high to low. We are at about 120 points. Again, consolidation before the data, not surprising. But I doubt that this is going to stay a consolidation day after all of the data that we have coming out. So we'll see how the market wants to play today. So far inside range from yesterday, it's telling me patience. And we're probably going to see the same thing on the 30-minute chart here, Hogue. What are you seeing on the 30?
30. Okay. Gapped open. A lot of overnight sellers night before last. Overnight inventory was to the short side, of course. And we did see a couple of distributions in volume yesterday. We're opening outside of those distributions of volume. Overnight inventory, do we have anything? We don't really. Here's the open last night. Here's where we're trading. So no real overnight inventory to be looking at. Do we have the possibility of opening up with a gap? Well, we do. If this, if the market continues to push higher before the open, then there's the possibility, if you can believe it or not, of a island bottom. Okay, with the gap from Monday to Tuesday, to close that gap, we've got to get up to 27,298.5. The beginning of that gap, which we just traded to, 27,252 even. Do I expect us to leave an island bottom? Not really. But if we do open with a gap and can't close that gap, that's exactly what we're going to create, which is a reversal pattern. I don't know if that's going to play out. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see if we do open with a gap. Earnings anticipation, that's really the thing that's top on my list. For anything to really change in these markets, something goofy is going to happen. And we still have our all-time high in the extended trading hours session, but we need new buyers. We need new buyers in this market for it to continue. What's going to incite those buyers? How about some good earnings? How about some good news from the FOMC? How about good news
That
from
would
the
do it.
PCE? Did that do it? What do you think, Jay? Look at all these moving averages. They're like bees swarming around price right now.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. A ton of consolidation from those moving averages. All of them on the 30-minute that I have are in range of price right now. It is a wait and see day. Again, I doubt we stay in 120-point range in the NASDAQ today, but when it happens, when we break out of this range, is the question. And I think we already have the answer. It's sometime later in the day, right around 2 p.m. Eastern time, when we get the Fed rate decision, we get the press conference, we get closer to all of that data that's coming out. So what that tells me here, Hogue, is stay patient, trade the range if I'm going to trade it. Somewhere down near 27,200s, maybe looking for longs, somewhere up above 27,300s if buyers fail up there, looking for shorts. And again, just like the S&P, not get too chopped up in the middle here, because there is going to be opportunity later today. And if it's not today, right, if I don't see clean opportunities today, it's going to be opportunity later in the week once we get past all of this data. What I'm looking for on the higher time frame here in the S&P is, do we sustain price and volume above the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart? Right. It's been an uptrend. It's been a support the entire time. It's starting to flatten out a little bit, and price is trading on both sides. For the continued trend to the upside, to me, buyers' goal for today is to sustain price and volume above the 200 moving average, which right now is sitting at 27,248.
So basically, the levels that you're looking at for opportunities, in essence, overnight low, overnight high. Initially,
That's it.
some pretty decent opportunities, maybe at least the opportunity to limit risk. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Jay. And that's what we've got for the NASDAQ.
Awesome stuff, Hogue. Good stuff there, Hogue. We got one more piece of news we can get to, but before we do that, JD, who is trading with us on Topstep TV today? Let's go through that schedule, and I may be cutting this crude oil trade in a second.
All right, let's go through that schedule. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Andre and Jack driving the bus. They're going to be joined by Doom from 8:30 to 9:30. Hogue's going to be dipping his toes in the water coming in to talk markets. Dakota, 9:30 to 11. Mandy from 10 to 11. Then we got a couple of guest drop-ins, very special guests. We're going to have Joe Hegner coming in at 9:20 a.m. Central Time to talk a little bit on FOMC. And then Jessica Inskip will be here at 10:30 a.m. talking a little macro with everybody. That'll be great. Don't go anywhere. Fast Markets is going to be a great show this morning. 11 o'clock, morning highlights. Hogue's coming back to do a little chart analysis for everybody. 11:15 Central Time, Power Players. Coach Jay's coming back with Antonio R. and Dolby Time. Group coaching, 12 o'clock. If you got a question for one of the Topstep coaches here, we got Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop who are going to be here answering your questions. That's right, you in the chat. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out, and click submit. We will get your question. We'll do our best to answer it live here on Topstep TV. That's happening at 12 o'clock Central Time. Excuse me. All right, our FOMC strategy session starts at 12:50 p.m. Central Time. Me, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be here to hold your hand through the Fed announcement and the Fed chairman's press conference, which will be happening at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll be here for wall-to-wall coverage of all that. We're going to be bringing the press conference in. We're going to be showing it live, viewing it live right here on Topstep TV. Make sure you're here for it. We'll also be checking in on the markets quite a bit. After that, 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time, Power Hour. We've got Andre, Muhammad, and Dolby Time here to close out the day. Of course, as always, at the buzzer with Coach Shane and Coach Paul at 3:15 Central Time. We do have quite a few earnings, major earnings coming out after the bell. So today's at the buzzer is going to be a big event also. Slow markets tonight, Coach Jay and Coach Dakota will be here at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That is your schedule for the day. We are here for you all day long, bell to bell, right here, Topstep TV. Let's go.
Seeing a pop there in oil, traded right back up to 104s. I'm still in trade, but we just did get a headline that came out. We'll get that to you in just a second. Nice little pop there in oil.
Mm-hmm.
What was that headline? White House
People are
official: Trump and
asking-
oil companies discussed steps to continue the Iran blockade for months if needed. That is that
Yikes.
headline that just came out. Yeah,
There's that headline.
Mhm.
we knew one was coming, Hogue.
So always the spoiler.
Gold
Right.
made new lows there again. New lows there in gold. I'm still in this trade. Again, headlines coming out. I may just cut this risk, cut it in half. But we'll see. Was that enough to do it?
Mhm. A lot of people in the chat asking, is this the day to trade or is this the day to sit on the sidelines? It depends on your appetite for risk. For some people, this is the day people live for, right? All the news, all the volatility. Volatility equals opportunity, right? If that scares you, then step out of the way. But I mean, this could be a great day for a lot of people. It could be a bad day for a lot of people too. But it's all how you manage your risk, right?
That's all it is, Shady. All it is. All right. Oil back at 104s here. They're going to come and get me, aren't they, Hogue?
Mm.
Wait, did you say did you move your stop? Are you in the money?
No. I'm still risking $100 on this trade. 104.39 is my stop. So it looks like they're coming to get me right now. We didn't get that flow that continued to the downside. So know what your trades look like when it doesn't work. These volume candles, they stopped eating, right? Look at these thin little candles down here. And then we got that pop. So we'll see. Stops where it is, risking $100. And we'll let this one play out. JD, what's that, Hogue?
I said I like the way you put that. Those candles stopped eating.
Oh, yeah.
We do have one last piece of news to share if you guys want to get to it.
Let's do it, JD.
All right, paying off your mortgage early. For millions of Americans, a mortgage is the biggest bill they will ever carry. But what if you could tear it up years, even decades ahead of schedule? Ivan Rodriguez reports on why paying off your mortgage early could be a good decision and what it means for your wallet. Let's roll it.
For many Americans, a mortgage is a 30-year commitment. But what if it didn't have to be? Ted Rossman with Bankrate says paying off your mortgage isn't just a dream. It could be a strategy, and the numbers might surprise you.
Even one extra mortgage payment a year can trim 6 years off a 30-year mortgage. And that can save you $110,000 in interest if you're borrowing $400,000. So that's pretty amazing.
That extra payment could come by way of a tax refund, year-end bonuses, or even a third paycheck some workers get 2 months out of the year. All of it could go straight toward your principal. Depending on your interest rate, it could be even more advantageous.
Now, it also makes more sense if you're prepaying at 6% versus if you're prepaying at 3%. Like if you're borrowing at 3%, that's a really low rate.
While others might argue that your money could work harder in the stock market, which has historically averaged around 10% annually, Rossman believes living mortgage-free provides people with security and the ability to take more risks with their investments. If you do pay off your mortgage early, he says it's important to still leave enough cushion in savings to cover maintenance, property taxes, and insurance.
I do feel like some of this will come more into play the more rates stay elevated, home prices are elevated. There aren't as many people moving right now. So this could also lead you to try to get that peace of mind of being mortgage free where you are.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
There you have it. Benefits of paying it off early. All right, guys.
I think we are good to go. I did get stopped out of that oil trade, so down $100 on that one, but we'll continue to trade through the rest of the day. Oil made new highs of the day there, 104.48s. We got the team ready in the back here. Hogue, we got Andre, Jack, Doom. We are ready to go. It is going to be a great day of trading. A ton of opportunity coming out today. Hogue, do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. JD, always a pleasure spending the morning with you. And as for all of you, again, thank you as always for trusting us with your time. Top of the chat, our good friend Shubham, first one in the room today. Trader Hub, Just Elias, Mr. Giuseppe Palmazzano, how you doing? Guerrillionaire, Coog, Anastasios, Doom, Crypto Trades, Dan Trader, And a big shout out to John Jones ×3. I saw him talking to Shubham, and he said that even though some of us are in chat, we're all in chat, we're all family. I love that, John Jones. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go. It's going to be a good day. Let's get them.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this very special edition of Fast Markets on Topstep TV.
Let's go.
Those horns mean the race is just beginning, but a certain race, very important to us, is coming to an end, as today is probably Jerome Powell's final FOMC presser. Andre, how do you feel? Should we cue the vitamin C and pour one out? Oh, Andre, the mute man himself.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, looks like Andre's been cut off. Doom. Oh, there you go.
I'm not.
Hey,
muted.
what's up,
Morning,
Jack?
Jack.
Okay, I was not muted. Someone back there may have had me muted. Interesting. Yes, the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is today. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. Sorry to get in there, Doom. Who we got? We got Doom on the bottom left there, Jack in the middle. Let's get right into it. Doom, thoughts on this massive, massive day ahead of us?
It brings me memories, man. Brings me good and bad memories. I used to pull over with my semi truck, pull out the laptop, and trade the FOMC. I'm gonna miss that guy. Nobody has a good morning like he does. Definitely, we're about to find out, but definitely the legendary good morning, everyone. Or afternoon. Today is afternoon.
Dual mandates. Again, we will have coverage of that later on today in the
I'm not
afternoon
missing
here.
it.
But let's take a look at these prices, man. Look at this. Look at crude go $104.54 last trade there. Headlines breaking. White House official Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue the Iran blockade for months if needed. Jack, we got about 2 minutes coming into this thing. Equities staying resilient, not that sensitive to what we're seeing here in crude oil. But what are your thoughts coming in to this massive, massive day, Jack?
Well, as you mentioned, massive things going on. We got FOMC, and then we got more than half the Mag 7 reporting after the bell. About 30% of the S&P 500, and just 4 companies there: Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft. I got all 4 of them that time. So obviously we would expect somewhat of a consolidation or range in front of it, absent some sort of news. That headline kind of shook me a little bit. That seemed bad. Oil spiked pretty good. But, most of the stock market's propped up by semiconductors right now. So, resilience.
Equities just chilling. Doom, thoughts coming in here. We got about 45 seconds till the opening bell. What do you got your eye on? Do you have a position on? Did you buy the low
My quant that's been shorting the whole up run thinks that the metal's going to spike, the indices are going to fail, including the chip makers and so on. So I'm long one micro to commemorate Jerome Powell. And I caught a good trade before the bell. That 1,000 lot definitely brought in the small couple of point reaction I was looking for, and I caught it with 2 ES. Around up $800 day before the bell. It's a good start. I think he's gonna climb back up. I'm a bull. This was a considerable dip, and if there's another dip, well, I'll buy again.
Absolutely, I love it. Doom. What price you long from? 1 MNQ or MES?
One little tiny 243.5.
243.5. All right, we are now open. Let's get ready to rock. In the chat, are you fired up? Just why or why? Yes or yes. Are you fired up for today? Let's take a look at these prices. We got some selling coming in here in the ES. At least it looked like it's a new session low, 71.59. More selling in NQ as well.
Worth noting, Dre, we are at pretty much exactly the contract highs for this June crude contract. The curve is still inverted. It was way inverted before. But back on Monday, March 9th, when we spiked to 118 or whatever in the front, this got up to 104.5, kind of where we are right now. So,
okay.
important.
A little bit more push lower here. NQ 27,153 last trade. We're down about 60, 70 points here in the first 60 seconds of this New York session. Keep an eye on crude. New highs, new session highs, crude. These are new contract highs, I believe, Jack, correct? 104.69 in crude.
Yeah, close enough.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
We're seeing some downside pressure here in equities just for a split second. 50-50 on the tilt. For now, Dow selling off. Here goes the Dow pushing lower. Equities selling off. There's a bounce in the NQ, about a 30-point bounce there. Very resilient indeed. Incredible.
Tesla is the first to rise up from the push. Let's see.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on
Crude is kind of paving the way for bonds to sell off. We're at 4.39. So on the high yields for today in the 10-year right now.
439. All righty.
Next stop would be Tuesday lows here around 71.47.
Looks like we got some more buying here in crude. New session highs, contract highs, 469. Seeing some more downside pressure in equities. ES new session lows there, 71.53. New session highs. Crude on the move, closing in on $105. About 30 cents to go there. Seeing pressure on the equities with this push higher in crude oil. This is interesting. Again, White House official saying Trump and oil companies discuss steps to continue the Iran blockade for months if needed. This came out right before the bell rang, 50-50 on the tilt, but we are seeing push lower here in equities all across the board. ES, the Dow, and NQ all selling off. Gold selling off as well. Doom, you got your eye on any more? I know you got long, just one MNQ, but you got your eye on any prices of interest, any levels, NQ, ES?
130, and I'm looking at Dow flying off here, and the COVID trader in me just got to open up a quick option play. Let's see here. I had good prices for NASDAQ.
And Q staying heavy.
119.
119. What do you got? Why 119? We're about 20 points higher from there right now.
It's the first support from the pivotal 238. If it comes down there, I'm probably going to close this. It will be more of a sign that I'm wrong on one little tiny. So.
Feel that. Okay, sounds good. Take a look at the ladder here in the ES, using that level 2 data up and down the ladder. There was 1,000 lot hanging on a bid beneath. That is now pulled pretty much 30 on the bid, 30 on the ask right now. Dip buyers did step back in again, 50-50 on the tilt. Jack, let me know when you got some of those option levels, option chains, and how it may correspond.
Sure.
To what we're
pretty
seeing
light
future
so far. I got my eyes on the two things just off the bat that I'll be looking at is how we react if we take out the lows of the week so far, and then there's SPX 7100, big fat round number. Around 7130 in the futures. I still, the news stuff is tough to trade. I think we still got to think with FOMC and the earnings today that there won't be much appetite unless something crazy happens to really push it far one way or the other. So still, I think looking to buy. The question is where.
I'm with you. But right now, we continue to sell off. We got crude continuing to close in $105, about 15 cents to go. As crude is on the move higher. Crude up about $1.50 in the last 20 minutes or so. Man, buyer's going to give it a shot here in the ES. Dow as well. NQ still staying heavy. Little pullback in crude now. In terms of numbers, what we got on the calendar, the schedule, we got a Bank of Canada rate decision announcement at 45 after. We got EIA crude oil inventory numbers in about an hour as well. Of course, the big one, the main event starts this afternoon. FOMC rate announcement. Likely going to be a pause. However, it is Jerome Powell's final, most likely final press conference as Fed chair.
Yes.
I mean, it's,
with almost certainty, unless the global carry trade blows up in the next hour and a half, they ain't moving rates. So the forward-looking stuff will be cool. They'll ask him. I'll be interested to see if he answers. Like now that they've are going forward with this confirmation of Warsh, is Powell has not, to my knowledge, given an indication if he will stick around for 2 more years as just a regular governor.
He can answer that now. I think he sidestepped.
Maybe.
He sidestepped. Yeah, it was. What's behind that? Saw some sellers hit the bid. Is it 3,200 lot again, Jack, in the ES?
That was...
And Q catching a bid?
A little thinner today. That was just like 1,500 lot.
Okay. All right, we got the buyer stepping back in the NQ with about a 60-point bounce right there. In the chat, they're saying, what do we got? Yay, no more Powell. Yay, no more Powell. I love it. I love the hot takes on.
It was great.
Yeah.
I don't think he did a bad job. I mean, maybe he was late back in 2025 in July, but I mean, we were pricing in like 2 or 3 rate cuts this year coming into 2026. Things changed, needless to say.
Needless
Chad, do you love Powell?
Indeed.
Are you happy to see him go? You're gonna miss him? Let us know in the chat. 50-50 on the tilt. What do we got here? Pinned to the top of the chat, you see those Topstep daily levels. That's the link to them. Click on that, sucker, because those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Or I can do you one better. You just click on that indicators tab at the top, Topstep X, and you type in Topstep daily levels. Boom, they appear right there on your charts. Poll is up. How much do you love Powell? Yes or no?
Yeah. See, I want it to be like, do you like Powell? And the options are yes, no, whatever enforces my previous priors. And we'll see how honest people are.
A little more downside pressure here. We got more selling here in gold. Gold new session low is 45.41. Man, compared to what's coming, he's got like, what is the other option? I'm not sure there's ever been has there been a Fed chair this polarizing? I think none of his own doing, by the way.
At the time, maybe people probably didn't really like Volcker, but he kind of did what needed to be done.
Alan Green.
I got in 1 MES.
Yep.
56.5. Yeah, I trailed it down, man. Beautiful feature.
Oh, 56.5. Oh, yep.
I love getting in on red candles, so
56 hook. Yes.
34. Okay, I'm below.
Oh, what's your upside target doing, and what's the risk on this trade in the ES?
128. I'm risking 138, 140 bucks on this. The upside is end of the day.
Oh, okay.
Unless things change. At least the overnight high. At least for 1-to-1 the overnight high to begin with, and then maybe push it to break even or add on a break if.
More selling here in gold. Dow staying heavy as well, printing new session lows in the Dow 49,115, 112. There goes NQ. NQ staying strong, continuing to catch a bid. About 70 points off the lows that we saw print right on that, off the opening bell there.
God bless derivatives.
Right? We got.
Yep.
All right, Dow selling off here. Gold selling off. And NQ staying remarkably strong. Actually pushing it a little bit higher right now.
Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx what? Which one? Don't jinx which
one?
one?
Strong and this. Let it play out, Dre. Hey.
Okay, all right. I got you.
Hey, you don't like it, man. Come on.
I'm messing with you. Yep. Crude, a couple pennies away from new session highs. Crude oil trading $104.83. NQ staying bid. NQ staying bid here.
Yeah, man. SanDisk is up 9.2%. Yeah. So much for the OpenAI stuff.
Look at these equities. Again, also with the massive earnings, like you heard Jack say, we got.
Uh-oh. Had someone pop into Andre's spot. Hey there.
I like the old Dre better.
It's all good. This is what happens a little bit. It's a little like, you guys remember chat roulette back in the day? Where you just wind up with somebody in a mask or something like that? It happens. So Doom is just you and me for the time being. We get this sorted out in the background.
I'm keeping an eye on this. If it starts pushing lower, I'll probably flatten out everything and sit on my hands for a good second.
Okay, cool.
I'm waiting for that divine sign. Either strong reaction now and trap sellers at this beautiful low, or trap me trying to hold a long from way up there. About to find out. What, 10 minutes? What's coming up?
Yeah.
There's something coming up in 3 minutes, I believe. And what's on the schedule? Testifies on budget. About what, 18 minutes? All right. Oh,
Right,
3 minutes.
indeed.
Rate statements. Okay.
Chat, you're killing me right now, man. Sometimes you just got to roll with the punches here. We're just 4 or 5 points off the lows right now in the ES. Had that 71.60 level as some importance from yesterday. You know what? I'm going to take that line out. There's not much there right now. So, Doom, you're long one of each, the MES and the MNQ?
Yeah. One is doing better than the other, even though it's red. It's gonna. We've seen this where all three are disconnected. Dow, NASDAQ, ES, they do the same thing, and the day ends up bullish or kind of even on the opening price.
Right.
Yeah. Mumbo jumbo type of analysis.
Indeed. Right now, Broadcom is up 2/3%. Amazon just flipped green. Everything else is in the red. Only significant sort of losers. Meta's down 1%. Nvidia's down 1%. Walmart down 1%. Ooh.
Apple on top of the 5-minute opening range, but
That's
probably it's the only one that I have that's kind of holding up price.
Apple will be reporting on Thursday. We have more earnings coming out tomorrow. What's crude oil doing? We got crude trading, oh man, darn near $105 and rising right now. 104.95. The July contract is trading 99.18. That might be closing in on 100. Going out to September right now. September oil is trading at 89.11.
Wow.
VIX, yeah, is up a little bit on the open, still above 18.34. And let's see if we can take out these lows from yesterday. We're about 6-7 points away in the ES. Andre, if you're out there and you can hear us,
I can hear
we
you.
just want to see you safe. Oh my God, it's a miracle.
Proof of life.
Back.
Prove life. I'm here. I'm here. Sorry about that. What just happened? The magic of television. We are. I'm back. What did it look like? I don't even know what it looked like.
Yeah, you were replaced by someone else.
Oh no! It finally happened.
Finally
chat
happened.
loving it. Was chat loving it?
Yeah, they were. The chat had some really funny comments.
Chat, your dream came true. Your dream came true. We're seeing more selling here in gold. Oh, $105. Here we come. I'm back. Yeah.
Oh man.
Again,
new lows. Yes.
Short Microsoft. This is a Windows issue. Short Microsoft.
No, if you want behind the scenes, it's tough for us to probably solve for this, but there are codes used to get in here, and somebody has gotten access to Andre's code, it seems, and they're kicking him out. But if they don't know, they might just keep trying. So hopefully we'll get Andre back. If not, we'll make a new friend. I'm back. Okay.
Hey, next time when you bring him in, lock the door behind him so he cannot leave.
Hey, don't worry. This is what the whole world's going to look like, Doom, after Anthropic releases Mythos or whatever. Nothing.
I don't keep up with most of the news and the developments just because I'll be losing sleep on what's going to be happening next.
Yeah.
There's another company, Anto, I was told about last night. They're developing software, AI software that can build robots. So Skynet type of deal. You know, the robots are building themselves.
Bullish.
Yeah. Well, they've been flying up, and there's, in my opinion, still a little, not a little, a lot of meat on the bone. But you just gotta wait for a good pullback. It better be cheap than sorry.
Well, we got a little tiny bounce here before we got to Tuesday's lows in the ES. Right now on the day, we got ES. Something's wrong here with my thing. 1 second. Okay, ES is down 0.25%. Russell's down 0.5%. NASDAQ doing a little bit better.
Hey, I'm surprised that from all people, I'm not the one having technical issues, you know?
Wait till you see the tip of the week. Wait till you see the tip of the week. I'm going to walk right into that one.
Welcome back, Dre.
Thank you. Thank you. Third time's a charm. Look at Crude. Crude, $105.04. Well, Dow's definitely seeing more selling there. Gold selling off as well. ES and Q, pretty resilient. We got 50-50 on the tilts.
There's some resilience in the semis despite this. I mean, Robinhood, I'm gonna have to do my full breakdown tomorrow because we got Powell today. Robinhood's down 11.5% right now. They missed their earnings by a little bit, which gets you really punished these days because everybody beats their earnings.
Will you get it? Will we dive into that? Will we take a peek under the hood for Robinhood?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Once Hogue gets settled in, maybe I'll come off for like 5-10 minutes, and I'll come back spitting fire on Robinhood.
Love it. Dial on. What do we got here? 10 minutes to the top of the.
Go ahead, Dre. Sorry.
No, man. I'd say 10 minutes to the top of the hour. I'm watching the Dow. Just see the 48,000 handle just printed new session lows, 48,996. Session lows there. What's up?
Somebody in chat asked me about the indicators I got. That's 15 EMA, the stair step, 50 SMA, the yellow, 200, the purple, view up with the thin line, and that's long and short term stochastic oscillator, aka the spaghetti.
Mom spaghetti.
The spaghetti points down, but that's only 1,000 ticks. I'm looking at something else. They're behaving in a manner that has been proven over 4 times. Very bullish. I'm sticking with what I've learned the past 3 weeks. And what else can I tell you, man? Spaghetti is good for scalping, especially low ticks during Asia. can catch, I'm going to say easy, but
Yeah.
10, 12 points on NQ add up during Asia.
Look at this bid. ESNQ goes back at 27,200. ES, same bid just a little bit. We got crude, 40 cents off. Wow. Incredible. Just get long.
Almighty Kukumba. Another day
Yeah.
if you grant me the dinero. I will love you forever.
Moolah. Again, 50-50 on the cross. The board, upper left-hand corner, you see the name of the segment, Fast Markets. Why am I telling you this? Well, hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, using the hashtag Power Hour, using the hashtag whatever. Now, at Topstep TV on the X, share some cool trader wins, some stories, some inspiration, some trader station setups. How do you prep for a monster afternoon, monster day like today? Again, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X.
I don't like how they're disconnected here. It always gives me that
Man,
unsettling feeling in my tummy.
Yeah, I'm with you, Doom. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The disconnect.
NASDAQ is pushing higher than ES here in this kind of sold off bear flag on the 1 and the 5 minute on the current 15-minute candle. And NASDAQ swept higher. We'll see which one is going to catch up to the other. And Dow is descending.
I mean, 10-year
slowly.
10-year price is
Yes.
off. Rates going up.
Just-
There goes another pop in crude. Go ahead, Jack.
Just the resilience of, if you look over here, this is the resilience of stocks compared to the other things. Is, I mean, like oil mooning right now has that has led to increasing yields. So this is the 10-year. You can see we're up back to 4.4% yield. As we said, this blue line here is where we started cutting. We've never really. Yeah, we haven't been able to really get below that as far as yields. There's been each time we've bounced from there, but with the rising oil, that is going to it's like a clean relationship in the yields right now. But like stocks just cannot be
they're not unaffected.
Bothered, man. Like we are down what 0.2% in the ES after pumping like 12%.
Well, we have Jessica Inskip joining us here later in Fast Markets. I'm definitely going to ask her, when are these oil prices going to? They were.
Well, I mean, the companies that are driving it, I mean, like in this recent rally, we finally flipped. There's a little rotation out of the Mag 7 earlier in the year, especially when we were down. But now you see with like NVIDIA back way above 200, those stocks move the index the most.
Sure.
And when you got Google, the two biggest companies in the world right now are Google and NVIDIA. They're at all-time highs pretty much. Microsoft had a huge bounce. They'd been getting beaten down.
Right.
So like it works. I see why the index is going higher. Those companies are the most sensitive to oil.
Well, yes.
It's more like what's short-term versus long-term. Like things, if you see like persistently higher oil and higher rates, it's like that doesn't bode well for like the economy.
Oh, here we go. We are pumping higher. Look at the NQ go. My goodness. Or buying the NQ. I'm never getting
my little option plane bubbled up to a good percentage. Me likey.
NQ. Yes, Doom indeed. Are you still long? Both?
Yes. I leave it. I'm long on everything, man.
I mean, I
don't know how I sleep, but it is what it is.
My goodness. Look at this go.
You know, when it's harvest, you got to push through.
That's right. What? What does that mean? When it's hard?
Well, hey, when it's time to collect, when the market is in the pace and familiar type of waves, you jump on it and you surf it. You don't sit and watch how other people do it. You start pushing shoulders, run up.
Look
and
at that.
Hey, when your edge is on, you gotta. You cannot hesitate.
That's right. There goes the
NQ. One very famous, at least in my old country, broker said that, you know, you got to sit down and decide, are you going to feed your family with this? Or are you going to be in for the sport and the gaggles and the ego with 0.01 lot? Sometimes when it's offering you something, you got to ramp up the size.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Like Enrico says, you treat it like a hobby, you'll get paid like it's a hobby.
Yep.
Well, we are. And Q, 100 points off the lows. ES, about 10 points off the lows. Absolutely incredible. Update your position there, Doom. You got long
I took my little option play. I'm long on MES, 156 and a half.
Right.
And micro NASDAQ, I was in before the bell. I'm almost back at break even, 243 and a half.
Nice job.
I get lucky.
Let's see, we on top of the hour.
The luck is when you set up play out. That's what it is.
That was good preparation. That's the process. I don't know how. Oh,
I was hesitating to add at 130. It did hold my level, just because the same thing we had the other day, right? That it's coming down with such momentum that you get so skittish of buying it. Like how you stepped in front of this.
Yeah,
how to increase size. No,
can I get short?
I did add one MES. I like to do that more often than if I'm in profit at NASDAQ, and I'll look to, instead of move my location and jeopardize that, add into MES or ES. They're kind of evened out here, kind of. ES is catching up.
Yeah, we found a little top in oil there for the time being. We got all the way up to 105 quarter for the high. We're back below $105, 104.75.
What's MBT doing?
Android chat is saying that you're a clone, bro.
Yes, we.
I need an update. I need an update.
Hey, good boy.
Well, sorry, Jack. MBT.
We recycled the old Andre.
Yeah.
MBT, it bounced off its lows. Hasn't moved too much today. We sold off.
I'm looking for something, man. I'm looking for anything that.
Yeah, we're at 76,860 in the spot.
Okay. What about the semi SOX ETF? Does that continue? Yes. Okay. Looking for anything.
It's up 1.9%.
Okay. Doom.
I'm debating. I'm not taking the blessing. I'm about break even on both positions. If it starts shooting down with massive momentum here, I'm going to chicken out of this because it's right at it.
What would do that?
It's now or never to continue up and overtake those morning sellers, or not, or continue selling down.
Crude back above $105. $105.
Every indicator I have is kind of iffy here.
Yeah.
VIX is sideways-ish.
I bet it is. VIX ain't flinching.
Tick index is kind of want to be bull, but don't want to be bull, but can't be there.
Get your finger off the sell button. Get your finger off the sell button. 50-50 across the board on the tilt. We got about 60 seconds till the top of the hour. Well, we'll have Secretary of War will be testifying. Pentagon budget. We'll be bringing you that. Again, EIA crude oil inventory numbers, the bottom of the hour. We've got special guests joining us. We got Joe Hegner will be joining us, CIO and founder of Asterazoa. We're going to be talking Fed chairs, transition, talking about Powell, talking about Warsh, be looking for. Also, Jessica Inskip will be joining us about an hour after that, just doing a little midweek recap, check-in, and also preview what to expect later on today. See what the top of the hour brings.
We're trading right in the middle of the inside the value area from yesterday, right in the middle of it. Oh, we'll see. It's now or never. I'm leaving.
I'm not leaving.
I'll try to hold at least one Michael throughout the FOMC. I know it's not very professional, but it's my last time. It's my last opportunity.
To do what?
To experience it. I remember zero expiration options, trying to day trade the $3.50 SPY candles. Oh, Lord. It was wild. Premiums were getting washed in, and tsunamis. It was wild. It was wild.
Well, that 5 minute.
These memories will never go away. I'll miss them.
Oh man, you will miss them. You will miss them. Some are saying good riddance. Will the poll come back in terms of yes or no on Powell? Was it yes or no? Let me know. Dolby time. What is NQ do? NQ selling off a little bit.
It is
a little cooler. There's oil
Also,
on the move.
Bottom
Yeah,
of the
oil's
hour
back above 105.
Oh yeah. Also, bottom of the hour, we will get initial balance high, initial balance low prices. Jot it down. Simply. Oh, 66%. Oh, okay. 66% yes. 34% no.
On Powell?
Yeah. I don't love him or not. It's just just the guy. Meeting. When's the meeting? Meeting is this afternoon, 1 p.m. Central. We'll start. Well, the meeting's been going on for 2 days, and he will have the rate announcement 1 p.m. Central, followed by the prepared remarks, followed by the Q&A. 12:50 p.m. Central, we will have the strategy session. Start covering that sucker here on Topstep TV. I mean, where do we buy?
Well, come back down a little bit. I guess we came
What is
close,
this?
but not quite
What
to
is it?
taking out Tuesday's lows in the ES.
Yeah,
Would love to see him test below there.
well, let's bring in the man, the myth, the legend, the Don. Looking good in that white polo. Mr. John Hoagland, the Delta Don. Hey, Hoag, help me, man. What are we seeing here? Well, headlines, talk to me about levels. Talk to me about overnight interest. Just something that I can wrap my head around as to what we're seeing here. Happy Wednesday, Hoag. Huge day ahead of us. What's up, man?
Happy Wednesday. It's going to be a big couple of days here. But for now, we're really just kind of hanging around inside of yesterday's value area in the equities. I mean, overall, where are we? No real overnight inventory. Maybe getting a little bit short here, but we looked, at the low value from yesterday in the S&Ps, found a little buying down there. We said during the opening call, I wouldn't be surprised if we had an inside the regular trading hour range in the equities today until after 1 o'clock. A lot of folks just kind of waiting, anticipation, excitement, whatever it is, but manage your expectations before this, unless, of course, something goofy comes out, some sort of headline. Here's the NASDAQ also really just staying inside the regular trading hour session range from yesterday, largely holding inside of value. Remember, the value area is where 70% of the trade occurred in the regular trading hour session yesterday. So we're not really seeing a whole lot of directional movement, a lot of hurry up and wait going on so far, at least in the equities this morning, as far as levels are concerned. We took out the overnight low. We've kind of rejected that. We're looking at value low in the NASDAQ on this platform down around 27,073, which is right near yesterday's initial balance low. What are we looking at as far as value? Well, pretty much the highs of the session so far in the NASDAQ, 27,225, staying in between there. I'm just going to try and stay patient. Of course, we'll look for the initial balance high and low, which can give us opportunity to limit risk as the day goes on today. Crude oil, seeing some pretty good movement to the upside here. We talked in the opening call about that March 9th high in the June contract, 104.34. Did offer a degree of resistance initially. Now we're above it. Now that looking a little bit more like possible support. But overnight inventory is very long. If we don't see continued buying, we could see a pretty decent retracement off of these highs, as a lot of our overnight inventory are shorter time frame, weaker hands. They may decide to take a little bit of profit, particularly before the FOMC meeting, We do also have the EIA petroleum status report at 9:30 here and coming up in about 25 minutes. Gold is seeing some continuation. We saw yesterday in the overnight, we broke the weekly kickoff low, which had been tested several times. Nothing but stops down there. We left the session gap. We have opened. We have left value. We have left the range from yesterday. We're continuing to push to the downside. As far as levels in gold, I see a measured move down to about 44.75. And then below that, 44.20, another visual target in the form of a naked point of chill down there again at 44.20. So markets anticipating some changes, possible things happening in the equities. Manage your expectations there. Not looking for anything huge again, unless, of course, some sort of headline changes that. Watch these highs in crude oil. If we can't hold above that 104.34 March 9th June contract high, then I could see some longs getting a little bit nervous and seeing a little bit of a pullback. You're looking for longs in that. VWAP looks like a very tasty place to limit risk. But again, as far as the equities are concerned, anticipation. I can hear that Carly Simon song right now. Anticipation. And it's making me wait. That's my story right now. Sticking to it. Lots of things on the horizon, folks.
Golden pipes. Golden pipes. Were filled. What do you got for Delta? I don't even know why I'm asking. But
yes. Positive 600, positive 30 in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Doom, how we looking? Checking in on that trade.
I'm down $80, $100, $60. It's going up and down like a toilet seat.
Oh, we got Jay in the chat. We should be at 1,000 likes just from Hogue saying, yeah, we should be at 1,000 likes. What are we at? Click like, click subscribe, and do that. Click like, click subscribe, click notify to be some kind. Oh, we just crossed over 211,000 subscribers. None of which are paid for. Bots. Please click like, please click subscribe. Huge, huge, huge day. Topstep TV. Initial balance. Look at those numbers at the bottom of the hour. Also get EIA crude oil inventories number. Before that, we got Joe Hegner joining us, the CIO and founder, Asterazoa. Gonna be chopping up with him, getting his take, insights on FOMC, as well as Powell to Warsh, the transition there. Also, I'm going to ask him his hot take on how much he loved or did not love. Has there been this polarizing Fed chair as Powell? Can't remember one. We'll get his take. And what to look for. Just so you know, Warsh was historically a dove. He was dove. I'm sorry, a hawk. He was an inflation hawk. He's Fed chair or Fed governor. Obviously, there's some pressure on him to be a bit more dovish, but we'll see.
Indeed.
NQ, what's the NQ doing? What does the NQ think it's doing?
Well,
you got votes going on for
pulls
Warsh.
Back a little. Yeah.
Okay, so Warsh,
oil and yields are not super bullish at the moment, but
the ES is having none of this sell-off business. ES just like
AI, baby.
Switched. It was earlier where the NASDAQ wasn't having sell-off business, and now it's the opposite. It's a good sign.
Speaking of the devil, we Senate is voting on Fed chair nominee Warsh. Is that right now? Remember that. ES 7160 half. NQ. Downside pressure 27,181.
Here we go.
Can't figure this out. What's going on in gold? Gold trading 45.32 right now, about $10 off the lows. The low. Shout out Doom.
I love the low lows, man. When I get them.
Yeah. How'd you get long 303s? Well, when it was trading there, Andre. Man, dude, made me look bad there. See, Hogue liked it. All right, let's just get it out of the way. Topstep TV tip of the week. What is it, you ask? This one's going to blow up in my face. Optimize your trading environment. Eliminate distractions. Use reliable hardware and software setups. Some jokes just write themselves. Ensure a comfortable workspace setup. Back up internet and power resources. Doom. Trading in that lazy boy. Is it comfortable? Is it?
It's
Have
great.
you assured it's a comfortable workspace?
It's great. Gaming chairs been extensive periods of time when I'm sitting on it, and it didn't feel right.
Chat in the chat tips. Let's see some tips today in the chat. Little tips and tricks, how you make your workspace, your trader station setup comfortable, help you stay locked in, not distracted.
Get a brush.
You put a sign on the door, do not disturb. Do you play music?
Mhm.
Silent?
Get the on-air button, the on-air light.
Yeah, right. I need to get one of those. Sometimes my production assistant gets I don't know, gets to knock.
All right. Pretty much got back to where we opened up in the ES.
This market. Watch Topstep TV. You guys shoot them. Yes, hold up. All right. Headline: U.S. Fed Chair nominee Warsh cleared by Senate banking panel, moves to full Senate vote. All right. Looks like perfect timing. Hegner, Joe Hegner. Oh, man. Perfect timing. Seems like Warsh is on his way to confirmation. When does that, would it be May 1st? When does the actual term begin? I'm not sure.
That's a very good question, Andre.
That's for Joe. Well, that's Joe.
Yeah. Okay.
Joe, good question.
All right. Surgeon
buying. Look at this.
Little through where we opened.
Look at this.
This is the worst. If you're looking at price candles, is it making a higher high? A higher low on the 5 minute, or is the candle is gonna flip and it's gonna be continuation to the previous low? Man,
Just go to a time frame that supports your position.
right?
You can find one.
Yeah.
The 45 minute is looking good. 45-minute chart is looking good.
Yep.
Well, right now, if you're long, I'm sure the 1 minute looks great.
Oh yeah, right. If it breaks out 202s, it close above 202s.
Oh, I can do that. Oh, I will find an indicator. I will find anything.
Yeah. How about it?
Here we go. The vote for this is regards to Warsh's nomination as well as confirmation. Here we go. The vote was along party lines and sets up for Warsh's nomination for a floor vote when the Senate returns after its May 4th recess week. Recess. Okay.
I don't think they deserve recess.
They sure get a lot of recesses.
No.
Yes, they do.
I mean, what is it, to go back to the constituents or something? I don't get a recess.
No.
Gotta do your. All right.
I even do my homework and I don't get recess.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We got MBT micro Bitcoin about $100 off the lows in 76,870. What's going on in the Dow? The Dow Dow's seeing a recovery as well from that initial selling we saw off that New York bell. 15 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Get those EIA crude oil inventories. We'll get the initial balance levels in ES and NQ. But before we get there, we got Joe Hegner will be joining us, CIO and founder, AstraZoa, here in just a few minutes. We're going to talk to him about Fed Chair FOMC. See if he has a hot take about Jerome Powell. The rest of you in chat does. Very polarizing, Joe. Very polarizing. You come with a hot take. 71.65.
The least polarizing man in the world.
Seriously. He's like a robot, man.
The mirror.
Jerome
Powell is the perfect mirror for your own polarization. Think about that.
100%. Dude's like a robot, man. Doesn't flinch, but Maybe it's when he wore the hard hat. Remember that hard hat, Joe? When he wore that in the
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just messing. We'll get him on here in a bit. Ranges. We're in range. Doom, how are you managing this trade? You're long MES, long Q.
I'm gonna. I have something going around in my head, and
Tell me.
I'm gonna quote the late David Paul. The good trade is always the hardest.
What is it? Say it again.
The hardest. Well, I think it was the hardest trade. Is the best one, or the good trade is always the hardest. It will be
Yeah,
hard.
the harder
good trade
trades
is always hard.
The harder trade's the good one.
I like the easier trades and then when they're good.
Well, there's none of that right now, brother.
No, there isn't. Those don't exist.
So you're saying to get short.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
I'm saying get a brush. You can clean your keyboard and you can use it as a scratcher.
Ah.
2-in-1.
Well.
GSU Daily, the opposite of progress is Congress.
Hey, how about that? Chat is fired up today. Let's take a look at the 10-year. What are the 10-year prices doing? Again, 10-year prices go down, yields go up. This is the initial selling about first 30 minutes in the New York session. Selling in the 10-year prices. We did see a little bit of a bounce off of that. We still around 3.9%, give or take.
Well, if you want to be pedantic, 4.394. Yeah, so just like we've seen the bounce here in equities, we're a little bit off the high in yields.
Take a look at Fed funds. 100% probability. It says 100% probability of a pause this afternoon.
Yeah, there's not too much that's certain in the world, but that's about as close as you get.
You remember that, what was it, the September or October FOMC where it was only 85% probability of a cut? We did 3 cuts in a row going into the announcement. There's tons of wiggle room there. Haven't really seen that. They did cut at 15% probability of, what was it, 50? I forgot. But yeah, it was only 85% probability. Yeah, gold catching a bit here.
For a Fed day, the implied move in the S&P 500 was quite low. And that's mainly because we got the 4 Mag 7 companies that are doing earnings at the end of the day today. I think that's what, given, as you said, there's 100%. Like, this is still going to be a rockin' press conference as Powell's last. But I think people are more also looking towards those giant earnings. So
that's
tons
true.
are coming.
Yeah, that's right. Giant earnings indeed. Amazon, Microsoft, Google. I'm sorry. Amazon, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Meta will be announcing after the bell. Alphabet is Google. Meta
You know
is
what else
Facebook.
is?
Carvana.
Carvana.
Uh-huh.
Dun, 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 dun.
Carvana.
Dun, 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 dun.
Something else. There's another one in there. Oh, look at the buyers. There you are, buyers in the NQ. NASDAQ catching a bid again, 27,229. Last trade, about 100 points off the lows. Again, right off the bell, saw some selling. Initial selling coming there, equities across the board. Crude, well above $100, trading $104.82. We topped out $105.25. 50 across. All right.
Once again.
Doom. See Doom Lord in the chat. Doom Lord in the chat. We're going to let you dip here and manage this nice trade. You see him in the chat. Couple words before you get out of here. As always, you bring in the heat.
It's going to be a very volatile day, potentially. If you want to participate, use a very small size or you're going to get cooked. And nobody likes to see you cry on the Discord.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you so much. And if James, let me know if we're ready. But see you, Doom. If we are ready. There he is. There he is. The man right there. Joe Hegner, CIO and founder of Asterazoa, joining us here on Topstep TV. Joe, thank you so much for joining us. Let's get right to it. Jerome Powell's final FOMC meeting as Fed chair. Fed chair, your thoughts? Will you miss him? You have a hot take about Jerome Powell?
Maybe not so much about Jay Powell, but the transition itself, I think,
Let's talk about it.
is the noteworthy thing here, because this is not anywhere close in our view the same thing as the transition from Bernanke to Yellen, or Yellen to Powell. I think that the Fed policy on a going forward basis could look dramatically different in the next 12 months than what we're used to, and what we've kind of been lulled into sleep by over the last 10 years. And so, the press conference today, I'm glad to see the DOJ thing get resolved, and the transition to Warsh is looks like it's actually going to take place without delay. I expect the existing meeting kind of be a nothing burger, just to, just hold. We're going to see how this goes, and then the transition to Warsh. Even if Powell does stay on as a governor, I still think the FOMC looks dramatically different than what we're looking at today.
Joe, really quick, we're going to work behind the scenes, get your connection dialed in. It's coming in a little robotic, if that's cool. It's all good. We'll work behind the scenes there. We'll bring back some of the guys, and we'll get that connection dialed back in. Let's bring back Hogue and Jack if we can. But, yeah. There you guys are. What's up, guys? Oh, man, he's bringing the heat too about the transition. The transition from dramatically different.
Yeah.
This time around.
Well, long time no see, Andre.
What's up?
Still
What's up?
just a little above where we opened in the ES.
Yeah, we sure are. EIA crude oil inventory numbers at the bottom of the hour. What's crude trading? $104.80. Also, good initial balance, high initial. I think we could probably get lows in. Hogue, what do we got for IB low and Q? He's on mute. Again, these are the lowest and highest price trade in the first hour of the New York session. See, I'm seeing session lows. Hogue, if you got it, if you're good to go, Hogue, let us know.
27,124.25.
Okay.
Is the IB low. 27,235.75 is the IB high. That is
Say
the
one more
NASDAQ.
time.
27,235 in the orders.
Okay.
S&P's
We
initial
might go higher than
balance
that.
low.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
We might go higher than that. 235s. We might go higher. But I got you. Lows are
It's definitely looking that way. We're at the high of value from yesterday, but today's value keeps moving higher. So if we're going to follow value, it could continue to move higher. S&P's 71.49.5 is the initial balance low.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll hold on the highs. Looks like we're seeing some more buying.
We're at IB high now. It hasn't been cut in stone yet, but 71.67.5. We could probably extend both of those before 9:30.
Yes, we can. Cody in the chat. Why does Andre always have to ask what the IB low is? Does he not get it by now? Cody, that means you're listening every day. I love it. I love it. I love it. I ask.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just part of my checklist, Cody. But that tells me you're listening. That tells me you're listening. I love it. You should see me when I start asking about Delta, and then in Power Hour I ask what Delta is a bazillion times. And I'll ask Jack what rates are doing a bazillion times. Just my checklist.
Hey, you got trading buddies.
Huh? I'm also asking for the chat and all the new people. Who's new? Who's watching us for the very first time here on Topstep TV? In the chat, say me. I am. Because look at the buyers coming in here in the NQ. Hopefully everyone is long. NQ pushing higher here. 27,243. 243. Look at this NQ go. But the semis are absolutely cooking, Jack.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Zero just vibing. Welcome aboard. I got a question, chat. How many people are watching within Topstep X, just within the Topstep X trading platform, as opposed to on actually YouTube? Question. If you are watching within Topstep X embedded there, let me know. Throw a 1 in there. Throw a 1 in the chat if you are indeed watching Topstep X. Also, is your volume on? Is the volume on? YouTube. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. What's interesting, Andre, is I know the actual number.
No. Do you watch Topstep TV and Topstep X? You can't
Do.
chat. Huh? Yes, no. Both. Okay. There you go.
Yes.
More buying here, NQ. More buying NQ.
Overnight VWAP reached.
Look at that. Initial balance high is not in. 1. Never watch.
Not yet.
EIA crude oil inventory. What's this going to be? Well, get a load of this. This number is a doozy. It's expected. What do we got expected? Really? 200,000 barrel drawdown. Something tells me it's not even going to be close to that. What's crude oil trade?
Hey, we're kind of heading into the session gap from Monday to Tuesday in the NASDAQ. To close that gap, we've got to get all the way up to 298.5.
298.5. What was that? There we go. Thank you, Dolby time.
You want me to reveal?
Nope.
So this is kind of interesting.
No, not
No.
no. Later. No.
You giving away the competitive edge? I get it. Oh, we rejected a little bit off of VWAP.
Yes, we did. I throw IB highs in. Not so fast. More buying. Pushing higher here in the NQ, 27,255. There's a little sell-off in crude oil. What's going on in the YM? That would be the Dow. I cannot find a market that's making sense right now.
Pullbacks are definitely being bought.
Oh, yeah.
ETFD, folks.
Cannot wait. Quiet on the... More buying here. More buying here. 27,260 last trade.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get Joe.
Yeah,
we'll
let's
get Joe
give it a
back
try.
On the other side of EIA. On the other side, we'll get the initial balance high, initial balance low, and then we'll bring Joe in. Oh, have that initial balance high ready to go, and we'll watch.
Oh yeah, we're ready.
Oh, we are ready.
I was born ready, Andre.
Damn straight you were. Again,
initial balance high.
U.S. Fed Chair nominee Wars cleared by Senate banking panel moves to full Senate vote when they get back from the recess after May 4th. Look at these buyers come in the NQ. NQ really on the move higher here. 27,270 last trade. ES lagging just a little bit. Still pushing higher here. 71. Incredible.
Yeah, we're going to close this gap before we even get to 9:30.
What price do we have to get to, Hogue?
27,298.5.
298.5. Sorry,
we're halfway through it. All right, halfway through it now.
Okay, get this crew number. Let's see what this is. Again, expected 200,000 barrel drawdown. Actual. Hogue, I'll get that IB high after this. Actual. Not even close.
Yep,
6 million barrels. 6 million barrel drawdown. 6 million barrel drawdown. Nowhere near the expected. What's the reaction? Little pop here in crude. little selling come in here in the equities. All right. We'll get those numbers from you after this. Let's get Joe back in here. What's up, man?
Oh, Joe.
Hey, Joe,
How's
how
it going?
you doing?
Is that better?
Good. Yeah, 100%, man. 100%.
All right, great.
Let's talk about that transition. Powell
Yeah.
to Warsh. Powell to Warsh. Why is this one going to be different?
It's yeah, I think it's a game changer to be honest with you.
Really?
The stuff that Warsh is talking about doing, I think he's really going to shake up what FOMC policy looks like over the next handful of years. I mean, he's talking about Fed Treasury alliance effectively, where they're scheduling Fed buyback programs in conjunction with Treasury auctions to effectively control the long end of the curve and manipulate where interest rates are. Talking about redefining how we measure inflation, which I'm pretty sure he's not going to redefine it to make it so the print is higher. So, I mean, I do think that interest rates are coming down. I think the spike right now in rates, the positive correlation between rates and oil right now, I think is the biggest short-term mistake in markets. In my opinion, long-term, I do think rates are coming down, and I'm pretty bulled up, to be honest with you. I think, yeah.
I got to ask you, why mistake? Why is it a mistake? This between crude oil prices and interest rates.
Yeah.
How so?
So I think the short-term impulse is that higher energy leads to higher CPI and a higher inflation print. Therefore, the Fed needs to raise rates, right? And an oil supply shock is by and large, in our view, a one-time increase in the price, and it's an increase in input costs. It's effectively a tax on consumption, right? We're in a consumption-based economy.
Right.
So that's very different than like 2021, for example, when Biden sent out thousands of dollars to all the families in America, and there was a line around all the Louis Vuitton stores, and they were stimulating demand, right? If you have price acceleration or price increase as a function of demand, then yeah, of course, like financial conditions are loose and you need to tighten financial conditions and raise rates. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to increase the cost of gas at the pump from $4 to $7, like it is in California, sure, the CPI print is going to be a little higher, but granted that in our view, that's just a total one-off, and the Fed needs to look through that entirely. And if anything, you put the general consumption-based economy at risk of recession. If you tighten conditions further into that environment, you're making a giant friggin' mistake, in our opinion, and really risk a bad scenario. So if anything, we think rates actually need to come down, and we need to give breathing room to consumers in the U.S. that are kind of struggling right now, particularly like the lower 50-60% of socioeconomic kind of households.
Interesting. Okay. You said Washington's going to be a game changer. He looks like he's going to be the chair, and he's one of 12 voting members. What can he do specifically it all goes to a vote. So how much influence will he really have in terms of just being, lone wolf in this thing? Obviously Myron's just the ultimate dove, but Warsh, in terms of getting it, I'll ask you, is he coming in with an agenda? Does he have directives?
I think he's coming into it with a complete willingness to think outside the box. And I think, and keep in mind, right, Warsh isn't the only person on the Fed Board of Governors that Trump has hand selected at this point, right? We're looking at like 4 different members, of voting members, right? And so I think that the willingness to reconsider the assumptions that the Fed has made and has kind of taken as gospel over the last 15 years or so post GFC. It's the first time, since the financial crisis in our view, that the Fed's actually willing to shake things up and do things a little bit differently, or at least willing to consider it. 10 years ago, when I was on the institutional side of the business and I was at a big bond trading shop, we openly questioned with Bernanke at the time, who was paid to kind of, be a consultant, about the definition of CPI. And, we kind of made arguments that this is really, really old math, and it's not super reflective of how the economy actually works in today's day and age. The CPI calculation was made when this was an industrial manufacturing based economy, and now we're consumption and services. And they all kind of admitted, yeah, it's a stale metric, but what are you going to do? Like, you can't just change it, right? It's, this is such an important policy,
Sure.
To kind of hang your hat on. Anyway, so it's the first time in decades, really, where I think we're finally modernizing the way that we view both fiscal and monetary policy.
I want to ask you about that. Different way of calculating inflation, measuring inflation. What is the proposal there? Obviously, CPI, PPI, PCE is the preferred metric. What is the proposed or way to modernize it, if you will? How does one calculate inflation in the modern day?
Yeah, at a really high level, there's a huge weight. So, like, for example, right? So energy is like 7 to 9% all in as it relates to the percentage contribution to overall CPI. Housing and shelter costs, that's like a third. And in order to actually estimate, some of these costs or some of these inputs, right? A lot of it's based off of things like old school technologies, just like survey data, like literally sending out in the mail these surveys and getting feedback, right? So I'm not sure if you've ever looked at Trueflation online. There's a lot of other kind of real time indicators that track real time pricing, right? For example, right? So I think it's generally known, or at least kind of accepted, that the housing component of CPI operates kind of on a 3 to 6 month lag. As if you were to talk to like a multifamily developer or some guy who owns a bunch of apartments, the anecdotal evidence we're getting right now is that, hey, I need to offer 2 months of free rent in order to get my apartments booked or leased out, right? Which, for all intents and purposes, is a 20% drop in the price, right? If you have to give up 2 free months. And so that softness in multifamily housing and shelter costs isn't going to actually be reflected in today's CPI print until like the back half of this year. And so if we could try to true up and kind of reduce that lag, I think it would be really beneficial, not just for policyholders, but just the economy more broadly.
And markets as well. I love that. All right, one more question for Joe Hegner, the CIO and founder of Astrozoa. What are you looking for in today's press conference? In the Q&A with Jerome Powell? Also, will you miss him? And did he do a good job? Did he do a good job? Yes or no? It seems to be very polarizing amongst our traders and viewers. Some love him, some hate him, some. And how's Warsh going to be?
I mean, look, there's no question.
Warsh was a hawk back in the he was a very, very hawkish when he was on the board, and now obviously absolutely changed up. What?
Yeah, I think Warsh is more of a contrarian, to be honest with you, right? If the Fed was leaning dovish, then he was very skeptical and leaning hawkish, and vice versa. And I think Powell is more of a kind of centrist loyalist type, where it's, we're going to toe the party line and we're not going to deviate too much. Another thing Warsh is talking about is removing forward guidance, which you guys are traders. Could you imagine the scenario where the number just gets dropped on, Fed announcement day and everybody has to react as opposed to. So, I think a lot of things are going to change, but in terms of Powell and the scorecard, I think hindsight's 2020. You rewind to the pandemic, and shoot, I wouldn't want to be in that position trying to make that call. I do think the Fed made mistakes in hindsight, but hindsight capital, bats 1,000. And
how do you know about hindsight capital? You know about hindsight capital? Oh man, they do bat 1,000. Joe Hegner joining us. Fantastic stuff. Joe Hegner, if they want to find more Joe Hegner out there, where can they find you? Thanks again for joining us.
Online. I run a hedge fund. I also sub-advise 2 ETFs with the rest of our team, of course, and we have an advisory shop. We've got a website and the whole thing, and reach out to us if you're interested.
You're the man. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Joe. We'll put all those links there in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us on Topstep TV.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at these markets. Let's see NQ continuing to push higher. Lower left-hand corner, Mr. Dakota in the house, star of slow markets. Dakota, thoughts coming in to biggest trading day of all time.
Mr. Andre, We ready for FOMC? Are we ready? It's volatile
Mr.
markets. Yeah, what a market. You guys been watching gold? We've been selling off hard on gold the past couple days. We were at 4,700. We're now, 45.50s. That's been my market lately. I did take a loss last night. That's why you see I'm in a combine. This is pre-FOMC market trading, and I'm expecting, dare I say, chop because I took a loss last night. Range this morning because I've been trading well this morning. But markets are mixed. We got the NASDAQ pushing 300. I'm honestly not looking for us to go much higher. Maybe we pull back. Find a pullback to sell. Find a way to sell this. Back towards settlement.
Funny you should mention that, Dakota. I got suckered in a little bit here. I'm short 3 MES from 71.67 on that oil spike. Like right as we brought on Joe, I should have listened to him about the decoupling happened, but we spiked to new highs. And so sold a couple, but it's nearly we're surviving for now. It nearly came for our stop. We're risking about $150 on the trade.
Yeah, what's this problem?
Yeah.
We got a pop in crude here. A little bit. Hogue. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you for the 8th time. What's the initial balance high in ES and NQ again? You're gonna kill me.
IB high ES 71.69 in the orders.
69.
IB high in the NASDAQ 27.277 even. We've officially closed the session gap from Monday to Tuesday in regular trading hours. Let's see if we can leave a failed upside auction here. Then I can certainly see the NASDAQ getting back down to settlement, like Dakota says.
Okay. Another pop in crude here.
Yeah, what's going on with crude? The market is on a
105%.
These equities are up 0.5%.
$105, no biggie. $105, no biggie.
Just very casual.
Semis are up 2.4%.
Oh yeah.
The whole ETF after getting knocked down yesterday.
We got Nvidia down 0.8%. So yeah, Microsoft down 1, Apple down 0.5.
It's just relentless 50-50 tilt.
That just means they have room to go up.
Yeah, I know, right, Jack? Yeah, Tesla and Walmart are both down 1%. The only two that's really
all right. Here's your headline.
Positive
Jack,
is Amazon.
This might be some of the headline from crude. This is from the EIA. The U.S. withdrawal of crude oil from SPR's Strategic Petroleum Reserve rose in the latest week to the biggest since October 2022. Crude on the move higher, $105.30.
There we go.
I like your trade, Jack.
I hate the position sucks. This was a bit of like on an impulse.
It doesn't.
Like, seeing the oil jump and make like new highs, contract highs.
Okay.
And it is an FOMC. Like it was also kind of playing. We were right around settlement, kind of where I got in. It is FOMC day. I would expect us once again. The only thing that I really have an expectation for today is that we don't trend huge one way going into the Fed meeting, which would be unusual.
You would, you say don't trend, right? Do not. Yeah, we should.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I know. I'm with you, Jack.
The problem is that might mean we just go hang out at like 71.80, which would be 71.50.
Problem is when the problem is nothing matters. That's the problem. That's
it always is.
Again, I guess tech NASDAQ is a lot of heavy tech there, components, and less, perhaps in theory, less sensitive to energy prices. Perhaps, maybe. Just don't know. See, I want to go quite like a 50-50 tilt. We got the.
Oh, here we go. Tape. Who's shorts against this market is the question. That's a difficult one.
Amazing.
Here we go.
Look at these buyers. Look at these buyers. Amazing.
Yeah,
On
it
our way to
was-
all-time highs. What,
Yeah, I should probably
500s?
start looking. I should start looking up all-time highs again. Yeah, it's like 560 something, 542. 7,000, 542, I do believe, are all-time highs in the NQ. 542 half. Incredible. Ken in the chat. I mean, I thought about shorting. I really thought about it. Well, I do all the time. I got the P&L down $1,200 from getting short today. I don't know. I'm not, short equities. I mean, I'm watching crude $105. What's nothing matters. 50-50 tilt. What prices levels you got your eye on, Dakota? I got to follow you. You seem to be having a really good read. Okay.
Right here, Andre. Like, this is a
Man, you're
good
crazy.
level. This 300. This is overnight highs as well.
Gosh,
I
What
like
longs?
this level for
What
a
price you get
short.
longs? Okay. Go ahead.
The only thing is, I'd love to see this thing break
I
through
know,
overnight highs like 320s, 330s, and then reverse. So
What
if,
prices
if
to get long from? Give me one of those. No price to get short. I can't do it.
From lower, I don't know.
I don't either, man. All right.
Right here. I don't know. 100. Giving you prices to short it.
Dow's selling off a little bit. With gold rolling over
maybe
just a bit.
Back down to 240s.
Oh, by the time we get there, it will be a sell off. No.
I know.
Never. Although oil is still, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jack. Oh yeah. What's the 10-year doing? 10-year. All right, it's a little downside. Yeah. A little bit more buying in crude oil. Crude oil trading $105.15. What's the oh.
Here we go. Here we go. We head back down to settlement
Jack.
here.
Come on, Jack. Actually, I got contract highs.
Oh, no cheering for this. This is.
I'm not. No, I'm cheering for crude. Actually, contract highs is $114 in this June contract.
All right.
It is. Did I not
Yeah, let's
scan
get back
far
down
enough
to
back?
220s. Lower 200s. Let's
Wait.
go. I think we can get there.
Just don't. I don't. Just
When-
stay locked on the trade. Stay locked on the trade.
Okay, somebody tell me the date where it traded at. I do not see that.
It's all good. I got you. Look at this. What's going on? Look at all these one lots trading in the NQ. They just hold a bid. $27,292. Trade, man, oh man. What's the ES doing? 71.69. Oh, this is initial balance high right
Initial
here in the
balance.
ES. Yeah.
Mhm.
Boy.
So got 12 minutes.
Get through. Was that your hogue? Was that your hogue?
Still 12 minutes.
Like preempt it. They are not. All right. Might see the no. Looks like we have a little more buying here in crude.
What's crude at? Are we at 105? Yeah, 105.
105.16.
15.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. There is something to see here is these live funded leaderboard. Let's take a look at some of these numbers our live traders are putting up. Alexandria up 20,000. Anonymous up 18. Roy up 15. Clement up $12,000. Job well done. Going into FOMC, man, oh man. Love to see it. We'll keep an eye on those names and P&Ls as the day progresses, but job well done.
Job well done.
Yeah.
Having a hard time staying above these 300s in the NASDAQ.
Man, yeah, we are. A little downside push here in gold. What's your read on gold, Dakota? I know I've noticed you've traded a bit more gold
Yeah, I've
lately.
been trading gold. during slow markets mostly. I was looking for longs at 700. Once we broke down, this is a daily chart on gold. But yeah, I was looking to see if we'd bounce off of 4,700, looking for longs there. However, we didn't. We just broke down starting yesterday. And this is an interesting level of support right here at 45, the mid 4,500s. However, today's FOMC. So depending on the verbiage, depending on what FOMC does, this could really affect gold in either way. So very, very neutral going into FOMC. The only thing I have is, there's a lot of resistance here at these mid 4,500s. That could turn into support. If not, maybe there's a decent chance we come test 4,400 and come test these March lows. That's what I'm looking for. So this is a day looking at more zoomed out look. That's what happens on big days like today, like FOMC and all the tech earnings. Kind of have to zoom out and look at those bigger levels of support and resistance, because once those start hitting, the smaller support and resistance on the 5-minute matter a lot less. The more zoomed in time frames are a little irrelevant in my opinion.
Hanging out here. Oil's looking for the highs again. Will it get them?
Crude $105.30. I mean, let me see here. When did it trade? Hell, now it's saying $115. It wasn't the front month then.
Yeah, it wasn't the front. So we've rolled contracts.
When it was,
June.
Was it front month? All right, whatever. Was it front month in April? Or no, still May?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so these are contract highs as front month, and we continue to push higher here. $105.43. Someone pay attention.
There's NASDAQ and
you can't ignore forever.
Correlated now? Correlated.
No, you can't ignore forever.
Going the same direction.
The thing is, buyers stepping in the NQ. Just a bit. A little bit more. Quiet on the headlines. Quiet on the headlines for now. Even the markets. Hurry up and wait. Consolidate. Move. I know, Ken. Don't worry about it. Andre, soon oil won't be CPI. They already have that. It's called core CPI. They exclude food and energy. That one blows my mind. I mean, you can't ignore. I don't.
Well, I mean, the reason they have it is because like the stuff that makes inflation persistent is the stuff that's not food and oil.
Yeah, but the stuff that I have to pay for, what I have to pay for, what comes out of my wallet, consumer price index.
Well, that's why they give both of them. That's why they give both of them.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know why they give both of them. Are you gonna read what? I don't know. I've got a lot of thoughts. Right. Chat, what'd you think? What'd you think there in terms of just reworking? I want to get short so bad. How do you calculate inflation? I don't know.
We're trying to hold 300 here in the NASDAQ.
Oh, we're holding it. Rent, gallon of milk. Eggs was hot topic. That's food. No, they exclude that. They exclude food. It's like the stuff that daily.
Gas prices right now.
Yeah, but they don't want to count that. That's what the core is, which is wild.
Yeah. VIX is at 18. So VIX is still going down. Gas prices are pretty important.
Depends what metric you look at. I would agree. I'm just being smart aleck. Yes, very much so.
Uber, everyone Ubers.
Well, they use gas too, and then the way your all products show up to the store or the Amazon is they need gas as well. Hey.
Well, let's see if we could. We either break overnight highs, and I want to see a reversal off that, overnight highs is like 318, 317.
Mhm.
Maybe test above them, then reverse. I agree with you what you said, Jack. It's like even though most of the major tech 9 stocks, they're red today, it just gives them more room to go up.
Yeah.
No, chat's having their own little debate here about inflation. I love it, chat. Missed out. Look at that. I mean, ES hanging right here around initial balance high. What are we short from? 6-7. We can get through.
Yeah, we're pretty much break even right now.
I just need that headline, Jack. Come on. Gotta be a headline.
Man, NASDAQ's not following ES right here. Let's see. Let's see if ES or NASDAQ could just flush and catch up.
50-50 tilt. This is it.
Let's flush it.
Feels like it.
Flush it,
It's gonna
NASDAQ.
be quick if so.
Mm-hmm.
ES gotta go first. ES trading 71.68 quarter. So, we'll see what happens at the top of the hour. Top of the hour. Thank you, Ken. Ken, chat is locked in. Absolutely locked in. So we chop
4 minutes.
That headline.
We haven't had any headlines lately, have we?
Extension of the blockade for the foreseeable future. That's kind of what's also kind of seeing that and reflecting what's going on crude right now.
The plus, 105, plus 5%, plus 5%.
Yeah, we also the withdrawal from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve this last week was the biggest since October 2022.
There's UAE, right? There you withdrew.
Oh, UAE left OPEC. I was going to leave OPEC.
Yeah.
There's that. Just a lot of
positive
uncertainty. It's not just uncertainty. It's uncertainty.
I know it's sarcasm because the equities are up 0.5%.
To that point, earnings are great. Earnings have been crushing.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's what matters, right?
That is indeed.
Yeah, I'd say earnings forecast even more so than the earnings themselves for right now.
That is what matters.
We know the earnings are going to be good for this past quarter.
All right. Let's see if we could break through these overnight highs here in the NASDAQ. That's where I want to see the reversal. Break through the overnight highs, then reverse.
Longer ES hangs out. Yeah.
FOMC in three hours.
Mm-hmm. Chat is fired up. How do you get those likes up? I still don't know how to go. Can we click like?
I've been telling you, man. I've been telling you.
That's a terrible way to ask. That was such a lame way I just asked. Can you please click like? Come on. All right.
Please subscribe, please.
Please. Oh, ES. Can ES keep down ticking here?
I can get them up to 700.
Gosh. Intel's up 10%.
Is that true? There you go.
Madness.
Intel has been my
that's your baby, right?
That's my baby. That's been my golden goose this year.
Lucky.
We're almost to $100. We're 93. Intel's cool. I've been telling everyone since last year. Even MP came on air and asked. I'm like, take it. Intel, not financial advice, of course.
Intel is up 92% in April. That was 9 hours ago. It's up more than that now. I was reading some headlines.
What is happening, man? What is going on? Oh, I still need those Robinhood, little Robinhood breakdown when you get out of this.
Yeah, no, I looked at it. Also, Intel. This is my favorite sort of thing. I also see on the headlines something called Freedom Broker upgrades Intel from hold to buy and sets a price target of 100. Now it's trading, 93.30. I love when they these stocks
broker?
that have been up a bunch, bull run on like a new price target, then they immediately go seek it out.
Freedom.
And then they all get together and they're like, well, let's set a new price target higher.
Freedom broker. That's so amazing. What is the top of the hour?
Crude still 105. NASDAQ looking to push session highs here.
Yeah. Looks like
Yeah, because Intel's a runaway train. Like some of these semis, like what was it? SanDisk is trading nearly 1,100. Crazy when it broke 1,000 just a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm. Well, where do we go from here?
Well, so far higher.
Crude pulling back. 40 cents still, trading $105.
We closed below the initial balance. So maybe with that crude, I'm going to tighten this up now that the crude is coming back just a little bit. Let's not make this a big loser. So what was the initial balance?
6.9.
6.9.
Oh, that NASDAQ's rejecting 308s, 309s now.
308's in heartbreak. What are we going to sell?
There's a little bit of rejection.
Yeah.
Well, top of the hour came and gone.
Story of my life, Dakota. Rejection. What's the 10-year doing? Catching a bid. Catching a bid. Did you like that? That was
all
right. Well,
funny.
all right. We'll let him. Let's see if this ES wants to continue to roll over. Here's a little downtick, and NQ's having none of that. Let's get Dr. Volatility. Dr. Volatility, get in here, my guy. It's FOMC day. Hit us with the heat. What's up, James?
Thanks, Andre. Now I've got Love Lockdown stuck in my head. But what's up, everybody? I'm here to tell you the things that you need to know about to stay in the know with all things Topstep and Topstep TV. And guys, today is the day. Join the Topstep TV crew today, Wednesday, April 29th, for FOMC Watch. All right, catch live coverage and commentary of the Federal Open Market Committee meeting and don't miss a single moment. Jack, JD, Hogue, and Andre will be breaking down each move of the market as it happens. So grab your purple ties and your popcorn because the action kicks off at 12:50 p.m. Central Time when we start with our FOMC strategy session. So again, 12:50 p.m., we're going to do the strategy session, and then we're going to roll right into the live stream at 1 p.m. So why go anywhere else when you can hang with Topstep TV bell to bell and catch Jerome Powell's final FOMC meeting? So be sure to be here 12:50. And then later tonight, the party continues because we're doing something brand new in Discord. Tonight, April 29th at 6:30 p.m., Andre, Hogue, JD, and Dolby Time are hosting an FOMC recap watch party in Discord. That sounds awesome. What is it? Well, it's an opportunity to mix it up with Topstep TV legends Andre, Hogue, Dolby Time, and JD as they recap Powell's last FOMC meeting. They'll be discussing current market conditions and answering questions from our traders. If you're already a member of Discord, all you have to do is join at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And if you're not a member yet, well, we're going to drop the link in the chat now so that you can go ahead and fix that problem. Go ahead and join the Topstep Discord and then be there tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Time for the FOMC Recap live event only in the Topstep Discord. So we hope to see you there. And then don't worry, today we're still doing group coaching. That's right, FOMC strategy session kicks off at 12:50, but before that at 12 p.m., we're still hosting group coaching. Group coaching is the point in the show where you can submit your trading questions and have them answered live right here on Topstep TV. Each day, we're joined by a panel of experts, and today is no different. Today, we are joined by Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. So if you have a question for any of those three experts, be sure to click on the link that is soon to be pinned in chat, fill out your question, and then be back in your seats for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time today, right before strategy session and FOMC watch. Now, before we go back to the charts, we've said it a lot today. You guys have heard me talk about it a lot. Today is Jerome Powell's final FOMC meeting, and he's a big player and a big lover in our heart here on Topstep TV. So I felt it in my bones. I had to make something to send him off. And did you guys know that when you combine B-roll with sappy royalty-free music, you get a pretty good send-off video? Let's go ahead and roll it.
Good afternoon. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor.
Well, well, well. Guess who's still f***ing here?
focused solely on our mandate of price stability.
Anyway, we're not cutting rates today. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago.
There's been 45 presidents, but only one Daddy Powell.
Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more.
Mount Rushmore could come to life, and a 200-foot tall stone George Washington could ask me to leave, and I'd tell him to f*** off.
Persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year.
See you at 1, my pretties. Powell out.
Bravo.
I remember him.
Bravo.
My go.
Absolutely nailed it. Give it up in the chat.
go.
That was
Wow.
fantastic. We're playing that again. We're playing that again. That was amazing. That was so good. Yes.
Sorry, I have this
Watch
cough.
hard.
I really want to sing the Wiz Khalifa.
Oh, that was so good. Jerome Powell.
He will be
so good.
missed. He will be missed.
Yeah. Let's take a look back. Oh, wow. Sorry. Oh, my gosh. We got Mandy. We got the Utah peeps in the house. Sorry. I was just,
Hey, how's it going?
I was
I mean, I
mesmerized.
can't.
What's
I
up?
don't know how I can beat that. That's a really high level I got to get up to right here. So I'm gonna bring my A game this next
Okay.
hour.
I can tell you how you can beat it,
Okay.
Mandy. Tell me some good prices to get long from. No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
We got. What are your thoughts? Thoughts here? Watch. All right, we're looking at the NQ right now.
So-
Range.
Yes. NQ. I'm trading MNQ. I was looking yesterday during power. Above below was 315. Snagged some longs last night as we approached that. We tagged it, broke just above 315. And here we are again this morning, tagging it. Can't seem to get past it. So longs would have to be a nice significant push and hold probably into the 330s. Shorts, I am eyeing about probably 27, really close, 270-ish. I want to see a
270?
flush here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get that flash. You're on board with us too. Let's go.
Oh wait, I know. Didn't we talk about tattoos or something? I don't know.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. The tattoo crew is here.
Yeah.
Yes, we're here.
Yep. Okay.
Let's short it to the ground.
Yeah.
All right. What's going on? The ES continue to sell off a little bit here.
Yeah.
71.6. Talk to me, Jack.
Yeah, we peeled off most of this because, because I did an impulsive trade, had terrible trade location. So we locked in a little bit. We're not going to lose any money, and we just got a runner right now from 71.67. Right now, I still got the stop above initial balance, just above initial balance high. That's 69. And so, at worst, we'll be up a couple bucks. But man, got a little giddy when Joe came on. That was bad trade location.
I'm getting chopped up right now, but all right, Mandy, what were those levels? You're looking short beneath 270?
Yeah.
Let's
It
trade,
might
Jack.
be a whole 6-minute wait, you guys. We're right on my 15-minute EMA, so this is kind of could be a hesitation zone, but we're starting to flush. I might I just don't want to get wicked out.
Oil.
No, what's
Oil
oil
indeed.
doing?
Oh,
Remind me to
trade
talk to
100.
risk. I just got to trade oil.
That's that's pretty much what we're doing. We're synthetically trading oil.
Right.
I mean, all right, here comes some stuff. You unbelievable.
This is the flush.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I was
You
looking
entered
for,
it,
Andre.
No, I got
Did you
the
get it?
tattoo. The tattoo. Jack has it. Dakota.
Yeah, but not for much.
It's a confidence builder, though. Gives you confidence that shorts can.
Just a matter of time. Let's go
Yep.
220s. 220s, 240s. Almost there.
Really?
VWAP's at 237.
237.
That's the overnight VWAP. I mean, there's that 20 points I wanted anyways, but whatever. We're good.
Yes.
Why are shorts so scary? On a day like today.
It's
So scary.
It's so scary.
So scary.
And it messes.
Especially
makes-
after.
I would have.
How many green candles were we?
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
See what?
6, 7.
You know why
Green
there's-
candles.
Yeah.
On the
Red
5
candles.
minute.
What about gold? They're asking gold trading 45. I cannot. 45.
Gold doing?
Gold sideways right now.
53.
Chop.
Yeah.
Chop or range bound, depending on your P&L.
Exactly. It was choppy last night.
71% short tilt in the ES right now. 71.59. 49 is IB low, Jack. IB low.
Hey, we're right at 71.30 in the SPX right now. There's a little bit. This is a level we got to get through. Maybe not a
Get
bad
through it.
place if you're of the long persuasion. I'm telling you, Andre, I would have added to that friggin' trade if I was sitting alone in a dark room. It's just hard to
do it on TV. I'm with you.
It is, but sometimes though, it's like I think it's the right decision sometimes on the shorts as long as you have as long as you know how much you're gonna lose in the trade, because it's like you don't want to do what I did and have it go kind of almost to your one target and then have to come all the way back, because the shorts are usually quicker. It's like, when's it gonna break?
Yeah.
So I admire what Dakota does when he kind of scales into it.
That's a question for you, Dakota. Like, what you wanted it? What stopped you from entering it?
I took a loss last night, and on that account, I don't plan on trading until after FOMC. And I was trading it up here in a combined, and my profit target was hit.
Nice. Good.
Oh, another round of selling there. Another flush. Another flush.
Yeah.
Yes.
What a flush.
I did try and convince Andre though.
Man, come on.
Did.
Yeah, you convinced me. My
Did.
P&L said no chance you're ever getting short again.
Oh my gosh.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I just got short on Q real quick.
Now you do. I love it.
Oh, such bad location. But let's watch this. We got
Wow.
73% short tilt in the ES right now. ES trading 71.56. ES down 15 points in the last 10 minutes or so. Where the selling came from?
There we go.
Jack, how are you managing this? You obviously reluctance.
I mean, shorts before FOMC. I may cut it pretty soon. Like I'm almost like just the way this market is. I'm expecting rangy today. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it right there. But I had 3 on.
Nice trade.
Sorry. Long. My bad.
Keep it.
Hold up.
Yeah, this is about the level I was looking for. 220s,
To go
240s.
long?
Oh yeah,
To-
100%.
Yeah,
The
for
flush
they
one more
give the
time.
short target.
Yep.
One more flush. It's amazing, Dr. Volatility, man. I never fails.
Brought it.
Absolutely.
Brought it.
Never.
Shoot. Something. Oh, I see what I did there. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm unfortunately long.
Oh,
That fingertip?
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Heads up,
I
crude.
dra-
Crude pop a little
Crude's
bit
at
here.
what?
38s, now 39s. A couple pennies off the session highs.
You want to get long.
Let's see settlement.
What price you long from?
The range day. Like pretty much right here, 57 half.
So
I'm looking to get long as well.
Yeah.
I have a support.
Kinda like.
I've been noticing where my crosses occur is usually a
Mhm.
nice support line. So at 9 o'clock, we had a cross on my 15-minute EMA that we almost tagged it at 221. So we just got within like a point of that. We hit 222 just now. The other thing, shout out to my friend Scott. He does what's called the kink trade. So anytime we have a sharp bend, because usually the EMAs or MAs are kind of rolling. Anytime we get a nice little kink or a bend, sometimes we see a retracement of about 50% of the candle. So I'm just looking to find a way to get long, probably once we hit 240s.
2.4. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just above VWAP.
We still
And
have.
I would be
about
targeting
60
270s.
We still have 60
Yes.
points till we get to settlement. If NASDAQ's going to sell off
Where?
down to settlement.
Yeah.
Yes.
Long 3.
Same.
All right.
Oh, yes. Long 3. What price, Mandy? I got long. I'm long ES with you. What
44s.
before
You're
Jackie still
looking
long?
for about half the
Yep.
distance
Long
of the
57 and a
candle
half.
of
Solidarity.
the 15.
Getting on here.
So 68s. It'll be about
6.8.
24 points. Yep.
Okay. Jack, what price you got?
57 quarter. I'm long 3.
All right.
MES.
Range.
Took a little bit off because of the fat finger, but I really did.
I'm long. Crude.
All right. All right.
Looking upside target of what? 72? 70s? ES? If we get there. I don't know what that sell-off was. I didn't know the market could do that.
it's
Just
pretty
willy-nilly. I didn't know willy-nilly we can just kind of just sell off. But here we are.
Willy-nilly.
Yeah. 13 minutes, bottom of the hour. Euro close. 13 minutes. Mandy long from 244 in the NQ last trade. 255. Yeah, crude. Hold it back about 30 cents. 40 cents trade. $105. Still $105.09. We took that
Never
long.
dipped by you guys bought it.
Yeah. Just stalling out like this. Oh, one more bite in here. Mandy, what's your upside target here?
66.
6.6. All right, about 11 points from there.
Keep going. Nice trade.
Yeah, that was a weird
Shout
one.
out to
Yeah,
Scott.
This is a weird one. Yeah. Never works like that. Crude. What's up with Crude? Crude not beneath. I'm just don't take it wrong. I'm just being silly here. It does
No,
work out.
it's great. It seems counterintuitive. I've seen it play out trading with Scott a lot, and it's been a fun one to just see it play out.
Right.
Where this is a 15-minute candle, it might take a minute or two to get there, but we are pushing pretty good so far. So I don't want this to go red. I just on a day like today, see money, take money, right?
Oh yeah, Crude just sold off about 50 cents. I gotta stop watching Crude. It kind of matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But we have Crude traders in there as well. We got Crude traders. Who is trading Crude in the chat? I'd love to know.
It's feels like early 2012, 2013s.
I mean,
I didn't let it play out like I should have.
Do you think Crude would matter if it gets back up above 120?
Matter to
Yes. Yeah, I think it
Matter
would
to
probably
who?
matter. Not the semis.
Again, group coaching. Got the form pinned to the chat. Get those questions in for Hogue, D, and Hoop. Also, we got Jessica Inskip going to be joining us on the other side of the Euro close. Her take earnings. I know when we met with her last week, very much looking forward to today with all those mega earnings, AI, this, AI, that, but then OpenAI kind of soured the party a little bit.
Yeah, but then it reversed completely today for a lot of those names.
Yes, it did. I still want that Robinhood.
All right, we're out. Another
Are you?
140. Yeah.
Nice
Done.
trade. I'm about to get up.
Thanks.
Nice trade,
Shout out,
Mandy.
Scott. Shout out Scott. 1440
Well done.
Trader Scott in the chat.
Where's Scott?
Thank you.
Scott, is he there? Scott.
Hey, word on the street, he's got a new mic, so no more echo. We got to get him back in here. So.
All right, Scott. We'll see. We'll see.
It's a fun one.
Hey, we're out too. So after all that, and boy, was there a lot going on there. We're up $84.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's
Oil's
go.
up again. I think maybe we need better entrance for it.
So get out of these longs.
BTFT, baby.
I was mystified. watching that sell off. I started around the top of the hour when James came on. Just nice. Move lower. Just nice controlled sell off. I was mystified. I go, wow, this market. Good for you. Dakota's calling it. Dakota's like 300, straight 300s. Can't go. That's what you get there in slow markets. Slow market
Well,
it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a doozy. Slow market, 7 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday. Dakota, you've been teasing it all week. We're going to have a little Discord watch party leading into that. But tell us what to look forward to tonight. Slow markets.
Man, it's going to be one of the best ones of the year. That's it. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Ever.
Wow.
Mic drop.
Did I see something from on X?
Yeah.
Some exciting things from MP, maybe?
Well, that can go a lot of different ways. What specifically did you?
Something about 24 hours. There's going to be something that's going to be in 24 hours. So I'm keeping my eye out. I don't know anything. So I'm watching the X.
Job well done.
Watching for
hiding it from us as well.
Cool. There you go. Exciting stuff. Always exciting here. Topstep's the leader in the industry.
Yeah.
And always looking for the way to keep us traders in the best position possible.
Check is in the mail, Mandy. Check is in.
Oh, stop. No, it's true. This is why I'm here. I was sharing with my Discord group last night. We were doing some trading last night. Night crew with Mandy on my Discord. After Dakota's slow markets, do a nice late session. And it is those risk settings, man. It's what gets me to a payout. It gets me to a payout. The personal daily trailing, lock in my profits for the day, don't give back green. Actually, I should demonstrate that right now. We're up a good penny on the XFA today. So I don't want to lose more than 1,000. We could go to liquidate and block, enable trailing. I go off of realized profits or realized gains. And so the worst that today's going to be is $600. So
nice job. All right, we got one to close. Sorry, go ahead, Mandy.
Yeah, that's good. Oh no, I was gonna say it's great, and as I get more, I can change this and move it to 500. I don't want to lose more than 500, so then I would be at 1,100 or more as the day goes on. So love this feature. It's what gets me to a payout every time. When I don't use it, it's hard, very hard.
Good stuff. All right, London close in about 6 minutes or so. Jessica and Skip will be joining us on the other side of the London close. I'm going to jump for just a couple of BRB. Jack, you got it from here. Let's see if these markets want to keep pushing.
All right.
BRB.
I gotcha. All right. Oil's been kind of violently range bound here. It's just bouncing between the highs and 105 pretty much. Anything you guys are looking for, Dakota? Anything that could tempt you right now?
That was a good trade. I'm watching some Intel, preparing for we know what it is, Jack, volatility crash today. And it's an interesting one. Very, very mixed around a lot of the stocks that I watch. Yeah, we talking about gold. Gold's starting to catch a little bit of a bid. Gold's at 45.56. These, what do we call them? Tech 9 stocks, especially Walmart. and some of these other ones just hovering around. I'd like to see a retest of settlement here in the NASDAQ, to be honest, before FOMC.
Let's take a look at some of these premiums on the Mag 7 real quick. So, Mandy, you're the guest of honor. Who do you want to pick? Google, Meta, Microsoft, or Amazon? To see
Let's go
what
Meta.
they're a Meta. Okay, that's good because that'll probably be the
Yeah.
most.
Cool.
All right. Taking a look real quick. Meta options. What we want is this week. All right. So expiring May 1st. So just 2 days to expiration. Looks like at the money, the straddle costs about $50 on Meta.
Dang.
At 670. That's pretty juicy. So that's 7.4%.
That is.
Wow.
Sounds me like I sold some covered calls on Intel this morning, and I got a pretty penny for them expiring a week out.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
it's up a lot today. Google, more reasonable, like let's call it 19 on 347, about a 5.4% for Google. It's like karaoke,
Yes.
guys. We'll get your suggestions in, but we're pumping kind of where we were. Actually, we are exactly in the ES where we opened today, pretty much at 8:30.
Yeah, NASDAQ.
Wow.
NASDAQ text keeps pumping up here. Nvidia down
I'm gonna be
1%.
really
So
curious. If NQ, can we get another kink trade? So half the distance of this next green 15-minute candle here in 3 minutes. That would be really fun. Like down
say
to
that again?
250s or something. If we keep pushing. We still have 2 minutes, 245 actually. And that is a significant amount of time still.
Well,
What
Kink,
can happen?
we're still, we're like 17 cents off the high in crude oil for the June future.
Up 5%.
VIX,
Up
yeah, VIX see
5%.
and VIX don't care. Yeah, it's up 5%. VIX is 1816. Not much
Yep.
happened there.
And equities just shrugging it off like it's nothing. FOMC
Well, we
and these
kind of came in
earnings.
today thinking it might be a little range bound heading into the Fed and the mega earnings after the bell, and it's kind of what we've gotten.
Wow.
Someone says Intel doubles in 40s. Yeah, I don't know. I've been holding on to this Intel position since last year, and I finally sold some covered calls at 100. Am I crazy selling those covered calls at 100? With the way these tech stocks can be parabolical.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me tell you a story, Dakota, and why I don't participate too much in those anymore. Back when Meta was having all their Meta problems, the Metaverse, which they named their company for, and have discontinued, it dipped below 100. And at some point, like I ended up buying pretty much the absolute low, and like a cutie, sold some high volatility covered calls for 100. And you know what? It worked. It was like a really decent trade. Since then, it went to 700.
Yeah, I know.
Sort of like the anti-convexity trade. I don't hate it though, because Intel's probably a lot more volatile
That's the
at this point.
catch-22 I always battle with, Jack, is like, sure, it expires in a week. But look, it's up $8 today. We'll have a volatility crush tomorrow, and we'll see. We'll see.
So many
It always
other
closes.
examples. Ask me how my Palantir $40 covered calls are doing. All right.
Jack, which company are you most interested in hearing about? Like which earnings is most exciting to you
Oh,
at
headline.
this time?
What we got?
That's a headline
yeah,
price
we're
action right
waiting.
there.
That is definitely.
Same thing. Yeah. Let me take a look at the.
Nothing too wild.
Yeah,
We're
no,
muted.
just
We're
some
muted.
wiggles there, like in the ES on that wiggle. It traded, like 1,000 contracts in a second. It's nothing to write home
It's also
about.
bottom of
The one I'm most
right?
interested,
Bottom
Mandy,
of the hour.
I think is Meta, simply
Yeah.
because I feel like of all those companies, they're the one most likely to eventually be the one that has to like do something different with their capex. Oh, it was
There.
London close.
Yeah,
It's
that was just
10:30
London
right there.
closed. Yeah.
Yeah. We go for new highs. I'm doing it.
Oh. We're getting new highs in oil at
UTFT
the same
Dakota.
time.
Yeah.
UTFT
105.50s.
Dakota.
I know, Mandy. I don't want to see a big rally going into FOMC.
Well, we'll just go up
crude
to this upper
pumping new
range.
session highs.
And then sell back off. Play the range today, right? Maybe.
Well, yeah, at least until FOMC. Andre, welcome.
London close has come and gone. Anyone still long, Mandy?
I went long, just with the London close, and we are pushing my MA, EMA cross on the 15, and the 5 are still green on top, which is a buy signal for me. One's pushing, we haven't closed much below. So just looking for the upper end of this range around 304 for my TP. Oh, okay,
now
that's
that looks like a headline.
That's headline. I'm just gonna cut
I'm
that
over here
one.
headline hungry right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut that one. Don't want to play with that.
Crude 105.70.
Up to what? Almost 106 is. Almost 106 is. Saw a pretty quick drop there in yes. Q right back bid. Not seeing the headline just yet. If there even is one. Golden move.
Dakota or Jack, would you think that that little wiggle before could have been like if someone knew?
Don't even.
We don't talk about insider trading here.
By like a rumor and then sell the news. I don't know. Is that what we're thinking?
Just someone trying to get out of a trade. Someone trying to get out of a trade, Mandy, or get into a trade, perhaps. We got Dow perhaps looking to continue lower. Dow again beneath 49,000, 48,978 did just print.
Yeah, crude's pumping 105.60s.
Yeah.
Almost hit 106. Yeah, there's a lot of pre-FOMC positioning could be happening with these sporadic moves.
Yeah. That's what I'm feeling.
That's one way to put it.
What's another way? Andre?
Good levels. Very good levels.
Good
levels.
Mechanisms.
Right setup. Process over profits. The process is very good.
Respect your stop loss.
Oh yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll continue to see some downside pressure. Or selling Dow in the chat. I'm saying, I don't understand why anyone wants crude to go up. I want that crap at zero. Only actually, that crap can go to negative.
Well, you probably don't want it at zero, given what that would. The circumstances that get you there, you're not going to like. You'll enjoy the price, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, if you're long crude, you probably want it to go higher.
Yep.
True.
Yeah. Crude's got to put a cap on this rally here.
What was that? Yeah, no headline. I've not seen the headline.
Trade is not invalidated if I was still in it. So I just don't want to play with near fire near the edge. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I feel like there's a good time to have. There's good risk tolerance when we're not in as an volatile time. So that's an area I don't enjoy playing in. I get chopped up too much, so that's why I cut that guy. Could still go hit these 300s.
All right, everyone flat.
Yes,
I'm flat.
I'm flat. Again, get those questions in.
Market watch.
Group coaching. The noon central. That'll lead into strategy session for FOMC. Jerome Powell's final. What appears to be the final press conference as a chair.
Going up. Is he going to say good afternoon? Gotta say good afternoon.
We'll have all that.
Is he still going to wear a purple tie?
Well, I'm guns blazing. First thing, definitely going to ask Jessica when she joins us here in a few minutes if she has a hot take on Jerome Powell, as everyone seems to have a hot take about.
Did she catch that beautiful tribute video that James put together?
Oh, we'll definitely play that again. We got gold catching a bid here. Popping just a little bit. 45.62 last trade, up about $6 here in this 5-minute candle.
After all that,
back in. Well, I know. What was it?
Right where we opened. In the ES.
Indeed. Oh,
not in oil though.
Yep. Oil's just holding bid.
Yes, it is.
105.70. 105.70.
VIX.
Yep. Barely up. What are we looking
at? A little more selling there in ES. Just a touch.
Andre, I'm gonna lean towards a short up at these levels. Lean towards a short up on these levels again.
I mean, what do you know? You have good levels. You have good levels like the that last order that just went off.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I like a short back down towards the mid 200s, 27,200s here in the NASDAQ.
I like it too, Dakota.
In the chat.
Coming up to resistance off of another cross that I had. It's right here at 94s. We get a good rejection. Shorts look exciting.
Looks like shorts may be giving it another try here in the ES. Stalls out 71.60 last trade. Now 59 and 3/4.
Looking good.
Okay, everyone flat. Flat.
Yes. Kind of
all right.
A lull in the markets right now.
We do have a lull in the market. So, yes, with that being said, let's go to a 4 up real quick and let these amazing traders say a bit adieu. Mandy, couple words before you get out of here. When will we see you again? The folks know, and then throw Dakota here. She's got just instant about to join us.
Yeah, I will be joining you guys again tomorrow. Fast markets at the open. That will be fun post FOMC opening. And yeah, I would just say make sure you guys have wider stops and be prepared for anything. But don't play if you don't need to. These can be really risky. You can get chopped up, but just play it smart. Follow your rules. Have a stop in place. Nice. Trade for tomorrow. Thanks, you guys.
Nice words indeed. Dakota. A couple words to see on slow markets later, but a couple words before you get out of here, and then we'll bring in Jessica and Skip.
Yeah, use that lockout button. Use your tools. The tools available, the technology available that Topstep provides, like the lockout tool, is extremely useful. And yeah, I will see you guys tonight for slow market. Andre, Jack, Mandy, it's been a good one. You guys trade safe.
All right, sounds good, Jack. See you later on.
Yeah, I'll be back for the FOMC. Let's roll. Let's close the door. Close the effing door on this chapter of the Federal Reserve.
All right. With that being said, we'd like to welcome to Topstep TV. There she is, Jessica Inskip, Research Director at stockbrokers.com. Jessica, thank you so much for joining us again for your time. Today, the doozy, the big one, we got the three-headed monster, and we saw you last week. We're talking about today's the day with the earnings blitz. We got FOMC, geopolitical, I guess, standoff. Where do we start, Jessica? Help me.
Oh, we do. It is, well, I guess the immediate action, the headlines I'm seeing is just renewed threats from Iran and Trump going back and forth. So that's interesting, causing that spike in oil. But the immediate, of course, is going to be Fed Jerome Powell. I am so sad that today is the last day. But maybe I'll attend the watch party. But it's going to be very interesting to see what he says. So all of the tools that we look at show that it looks like we're going to hold rates steady, but that's not what's going to matter to me. What's going to matter is what he says in the presser. That's where it's a little more impromptu once we get to the Q&A, and that's what moves the markets. We're going to get that initial speech that he says, but I want to know very specifically how he feels about going forward with Kevin Warsh. He was confirmed today. Now he's got to go through the Senate. So we'll hear that maybe as soon as tomorrow. So we have a very, very quick transition. Is he going to stay on? That will be interesting. And how will the markets interpret that? And I want to see very specifically if he will comment on regime change, because that's what Warsh has been saying. And he said that during his hearing. We're going to move from core PCE, it looks like, to trimmed mean PCE. And then there are some changes that Warsh would like to make to the balance sheet, which will be interesting to understand, because Warsh, he had time during the 2008 great financial crisis, in which case he was known as being quite the hawk. So it seems like that sentiment has shifted. It's been a while since 2008. So we all change and understand more, and being agile, I think, is a great thing. But it's going to be interesting to see if he comments on Warsh's policy, how that market will react to that, and then what the Q&A will bring. Because again, that's not scripted, it's impromptu. I still think he'll wear a purple tie, and we will freak 100%. Out if he does not.
Indeed. Good afternoon, dual mandate. Good afternoon, dual mandate. Yes, exactly. That will start right around 1:30 p.m. Central Time. That Q&A, it will be his final as Fed chair. And then after that, Jessica, we've got the earnings blitz. We got Amazon, Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta. Last week, I mean, I guess essentially that's what we're seeing drive the stocks, S&Ps, and NASDAQ to all-time highs. What would you be looking for? Earnings season has been pretty dang good so far. Should we expect more of that and guidance? Like, what those that are going to be tuning in for those earnings, what are you looking for? What are you watching? AI?
Well, definitely AI, because we've got those big four, the four horsemen. I like that name for it. But more importantly, you have to think about the setup. If we're near all-time highs, then that means headline risk is very, very high. We need to be able to beat these earnings or meet those high expectations. That's number one. So if anything is not as expected, which I believe will come in the form of forward guidance, we know that they're going to spend on CapEx. We'll certainly see that. But CapEx spend is also, we see beneficiaries like with Seagate in a lot of storage facilities. Those are doing really well, which has reignited the AI trade. And that sell-off was just so short-lived. So in order to see that to continue from what we've seen from earnings so far this week, is a reiteration of positive forward-looking guidance and just that story, that narrative that needs to stay, which is this is a demand shortage. I'm sorry, it's not a demand shortage. It is a supply issue problem. We have so much astronomical demand that the supply cannot meet it. As long as that narrative stays, I think the rally can stay intact, because at the end of the day, this is a market that is moving up based on increased earnings. Earnings have increased over 22% since the beginning of this year, as in forward expectations. Right? That is massive. We have another quarter of consecutive earnings gains, and that is such a good thing. That's when we're looking at the S&P 500, we're looking at companies, and then geopolitical tension, interest rates all affect the impact of earnings. So if earnings are still solid and forward guidance is also solid, then that's okay. Big issue, of course, is if the Strait of Hormuz stays closer, closed longer than anticipated, then of course we need to rethink that narrative.
I got to ask you about that. $105 a barrel for oil, Jessica. Interest rate, our 10 years go up right around 4.4%. The markets, the equities just seem to shrug it off. Incredible resilience, obviously based on the earnings and forward guidance. When, if ever, would that kind of seep into earnings, inflation, higher cost of goods, transport, anything of that sort impacting earnings at all? Obviously, tech sector not as sensitive to energy prices, but it still is affected by what we're seeing geopolitically. Or am I wrong? Am I just completely off base? The markets are telling me otherwise, but I'm looking at crude, Jessica, $105.
Yeah, that's we're reaching the danger zone. We definitely like it a little bit below 90 or 90 is my my cut limit there. But you are absolutely right with your thinking process. So there's another layer of that I want to add, which is we saw the dollar weakening. When the dollar weakens, that's actually very good for the tech sector. Because if you have revenue that is overseas, you are converting back that greenback. Just mathematically, you're doing it at a higher price and you're going to have higher earnings with a weakening dollar if you have more exposure globally. And that is happening. So that's interesting and something to take note of that can help the earnings picture. That's one component of it, which is Forex. Now, what I think the market is interpreting right now is we have heard, and very different, even from Starbucks today, which I thought was interesting, is that there isn't a lot of trade down happening. And there was a very common theme that was happening last earnings season where the consumer is very bifurcated. Meaning we have that K-shaped economy. So the higher income consumer was holding us up, meaning that big component of GDP, which is consumer spending. And the middle class was even starting to trade down, meaning they need to find value items in order to meet ends meet. And when that happens, which is normally at the bottom of the cycle, but we have caution because now we're moving into where the consumers are very, very much constrained and we could get into hard landing territory. What's interesting is so far on the commentary from earnings is we're hearing that that's not happening, that the consumer remains resilient, but they're not trading down. And that is a little bit of a pivot towards a healthier consumer. Now, will that be offset by higher gas prices going into the future? We don't see that yet. And that's probably something we'll hear next quarter. Forward guidance seems to be a tiny bit cautious because of that. And that certainly makes sense unless you're outside of the AI world, which drives the earnings narrative. So you're absolutely correct with every thought process that you have. It's just the validation that we're looking for if it will impact earnings would be from forward guidance and commentary from CEOs or the C-suite on these earnings calls. And that's just not happening. They're saying, yeah, the consumer's great. We are having positive earnings and we expect that to continue. Do we have a little bit of caution? Yes, but it's still a good forward picture going forward. And one more thing to add to that, just hit my mind. Sorry for these long-winded responses. Just
I love it.
Today. Tariffs. We have to remember.
Thank you.
There is refunds coming back. That is a tailwind for companies because they're getting. Think of it like during COVID, the administration gave companies a lot of incentives to continue that spending. This is like a stimulus check to companies. They weren't expecting to get that so healthy. Will they pass that on to consumers? Who knows? Will that offset oil prices? That is the big question, but it is a tailwind amongst all these headwinds.
Sounds like uncertainty to me, Jess. It sounds like uncertainty to me, but what do I know? Let's take a look at the prices here. We got NASDAQ trading 27,280. Crude oil right around almost $106, about 40 cents off from there. Again, we got Jessica Inskeep joining us, research director at stockbrokers.com. You're talking about Warsh. He was notably a hawk back during around the financial crisis. Seems to have changed his tone. I'm not. Is he coming in with some directives? Obviously, he's talking about maybe not so much forward guidance from the Fed as well. How much influence can one Fed chair actually have? There's 12 voting members, governors that vote. So he's just one of 12 votes. However, can he come in with an agenda? I thought it was supposed to be Fed independence. However, sounds like they're not an agenda. Yeah, more of like an agenda coming into his term.
You're right. He does seem like he has an agenda, and that's okay. So the big one that stands out to me is the use of trimmed mean PCE.
What
And
is that? What is trimmed? Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So we look at, or Fed Powell and the other committee members. So they're going to look at this too. Is core PCE, personal consumption expenditures, takes out food and energy because it's very volatile. And so the thought is that will be quick shocks. And you can look through that as long as inflation expectations are well anchored to 2% per Powell. If we look at trimmed mean PCE, what that does is it takes out the extremes of the scenario. So if you've got something that is a little too high or a little too low, it's the mean, so the middle, it removes that. Just like in math class, if you remember the difference between a mean, a median, and an average, it is literally in the name, it's just the mean. Now, what's good about that, or the thought process here, is that's going to take out short-lived shocks and outliers, and will give you a true understanding of the underlying trend. Because if you've got, if you were in class and the teacher graded on a curve, but you had that one person who just did really, really well and messed it up for everybody, it's taking out that person so you can have more of a curve. And that's really more of a reflection of the data set altogether if you move out the extremes. So his thought process there, I do agree with that just from an analysis perspective. And I love math. I'm a nerd.
Math is undefeated. I agree. It sounds like that calculation may want to keep inflation metrics, I don't know, lower perhaps.
It does. That's the concern, though. That is a concern.
Indeed it is. We did just see a quick drop there in the NQ. NQ just sold off about 50, 60 points. Right back. They're not seeing the headlines. Just go to that point. Warsh, I haven't heard him speak. I just saw it in his confirmation hearing.
Mm-hmm.
The cadence. What can you tell us? A little scouting report on his cadence in terms of compared to Powell. Powell's a robot. I think he did a pretty good job navigating those waters. I don't know too much about Warsh in terms of his cadence as well. The agenda. We came into this year pricing in 2 to 3 rate cuts. Obviously, things changed. Now we're not pricing in any cuts. Do you see perhaps another rate cut by the end of the year? And if so, what would the landscape need to look like for that to be suitable, if you will?
So I think we will see rate cuts because he's coming in, and he just needs a reason to do that. And I'm listening for context clues to understand what that is. First and foremost, if we switch to trimmed mean PCE, that already is around 2%. But just switching and saying that's a reason to cut, I think will help lose credibility, and the bond market will freak out with that. So it's not only is he going to do something, but will the bond market agree is really the true telltale that we should be watching for. He is attributing to, and he said this in his hearing, is AI productivity impacting inflation positively, which historically it has. So he may lean on that, and it'll be interesting to see how markets digest that. And we are believing this narrative that AI is increasing productivity. I think it does. I'm certainly more productive myself with the use of artificial intelligence. So how he'll lean into that will be very, very interesting. And I think to see the cuts on the table, though, to answer your question very, very directly, is just a reason. There may be a bad unemployment print where Powell will always look for his history said 3 data points would define a trend. He looks, if there's just one data point, he says, hey, this might be a one-off. We need to look at the totality of the data. We have positive growth in GDP, which means we can afford to wait and see those long and variable lags. All these quotes, we're going to have to write them down for Warsh so we can get an idea of.
Jessica, okay, well, we got headlines hitting right now. We got U.S. CENTCOM has prepared for a shortwave of strikes on Iran. We're seeing the equity selling off right now. We're seeing crude absolutely taking off to the upside here. Crude now at $106.67. Jessica, you're rocking here. Now we're seeing, equity selling off, geopolitical, headline driven. Is this one of the most exciting times to be a market, just in the markets participant? Has your phone been blowing up based on what we've been seeing with headlines and new Fed chairs and earnings. It's quite a time to be in the markets.
It is. It takes so much to keep up with. I'm not gonna lie. It is the busiest I think I've ever been, and today is going to be a very, very busy day. But that's a good thing. That's the beauty of the markets. It's why technical analysis I think is just such a beautiful thing as well, because we're looking for areas of support and resistance, and we're essentially looking at the collective. It's an auction system where there's more buyers than sellers, and that's creating demand, and that creates price pressure upwards. So that's why we say, how does the market actually feel about this? If we see that headline and all of a sudden oil is surging, well, then the market feels like oil will be more expensive as a result, and then that trickles down. So I think even just bringing it down to the basics, that's what I've been spending a lot more time doing, is explaining how geopolitical tension, economic events, earnings, and everything actually impacts price, because that's all you're interpreting. And we have to filter through the daily noise, which is the news, and then understand the bigger impacts. And that bigger impact is earnings. And that, at least if we're looking at the S&P 500, it's important to keep that in mind.
Awesome stuff, Jessica Inskip. For the folks that want more Jessica, where can they find Jessica Inskip?
I am everywhere, it seems like, but on social media, just look up Jessica Inskip, the one with the blue check mark will give you what you need to see. Google me, I guess. I hate saying that, but
I know
you are right. It is the Iran war, though. I do a comment on that. I've said it before, and I will say it again. There are two things that need to happen. Either one, we need to come down to below the 90, find some normalization, because it's the velocity of change which has a big impact. Companies can't prepare for that. So that's option A. Option B, it goes higher, and then we enter into demand destruction, which is Goldman Sachs and a couple of others have said that's around 120 and 150, which is essentially, think of that as another flavor of the Fed raising interest rates. It creates demand destruction to bring prices down and tackle inflation. So that's a scary spot. But if we're there, then there might be more drilling that happens in the US. There are a lot of other factors that would happen, but that also means an elongated period of time. And then the real date I'm watching, May 14th through May 15th, because that is when President Trump is going to go meet with President Xi in Beijing. And because of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, and it looks like the headline is Iran is threatening to close another vital area, which will send it higher. So China needs oil as well. This could force China to be an intermediary and push something forward, because the demand destruction of oil hasn't showed up in the US yet. It has absolutely showed up.
I'll tell you what, Jessica, bringing the heat here on Topstep TV. Jessica, we're only $13, only $13 from $120 in crude oil. With that being said, I know. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be seeing her again. With that being said, we got morning highlights coming up after this. Markets are absolutely rocking. Equity selling off. Crude on the move higher. Topstep TV, let's go. Thank you so much, Jessica.
My pleasure. See you soon.
Take a bow when you see Jay Powell. What? Yeah, smoke that loud when you see Jay Powell.
Good afternoon. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor.
Well. Guess who's still f***ing here?
Focused solely on our mandate of price stability.
Anyway, we're not cutting rates today. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago.
There's been 45 presidents, but only one Daddy Powell.
Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more.
Mount Rushmore could come to life, and a 200-foot tall stone George Washington could ask me to leave, and I'd tell him to f*** off.
Persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year.
See you at 1, my pretties. Powell out.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the morning highlights. Hoag's having some tech gremlins, so JD and I are here today. JD, these markets are flying around right now. We got crude up to 106.70. How's it going with you?
Unbelievable, right? Going pretty good, pretty good. We got a nice V-shaped formation. MP would call this a treasure map formation on a 15-minute chart in gold. So a lot of moving parts to these markets right now, and it's just going to get even more volatile throughout the day. I love days like this. I really do. I love it when markets are moving. Volatility equals opportunity in my eyes. So gotta strike while the iron's hot, in my opinion.
We have certainly got some of that. Headline driven for those of us just joining. Talking to Axios. I just showed that meme the other day, these Axios tweets. This is the rare Axios tweet that is not sending the market higher, initially at least. There was U.S. CENTCOM is prepared for a short wave of strikes in Iran, according to Axios, and Trump would consider military action if Iran does not act. That sent us spiking down, gave us the biggest 5-minute volume candle of the day in the ES, and now oil is still elevated, but a little bit off its highs, and the stocks are rebounding hard. We're about just 10 points off the lows in the ES, so nothing too big. JD, opening call, you guys didn't take any trades this morning. Was there anything you want to note from that?
Well, we did not take any opening range breakout trades, and let me tell you why. In gold, so we were looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout off the 7:20 a.m. Central Time open, but we had a lot of reports coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Let me rattle those off for you. We had durable goods orders, housing starts and permits, international trade in goods, retail inventories, wholesale inventories. There was a whole slew of reports coming out at 7:30. So we just didn't want to get caught up in a knee-jerk reaction, which is exactly what would have happened if we had taken the trade. The 1 minute opening range breakout did trigger along, and if we had taken that trade, we would have been stopped out right after those 7:30 numbers came out. So it was a good hold on gold. Good no trade on gold this morning. In crude oil, also no trade. Coach J took the trade off the 1 minute opening range breakout. It did come in as a short signal. I got a little cute with the entry because we spiked down and then we spiked back up. So I was looking for better trade location on that move up. I put in an offer, didn't get filled on it. Jay sold it right away after that 1 minute confirmation bar closed. So he got in at a little bit of a worse price. He had expanded his risk parameters a little bit. He ended up getting stopped out on that trade, and we would have too if we had taken it. So it was another good hold for the house account not taking that trade. Jay really liked it. Hogue really liked it. I kind of liked it too. That's why I was working on an offer, but no fill, no harm, no foul. So that's what happened during the opening call this morning. How about fast markets, Jack? What'd you guys get done?
Rolling in the fast markets. We were kind of looking ahead of Powell and the earnings this afternoon of it being some kind of a range day. Doom was long off the bat. He left us. I don't know where or when he covered. So Doom, if you're in there, let us know how that trade turned out. He was just holding a couple for working out for a while at least. Anyway, right about the time of crude oil inventories up here, because I was expecting a range day, I was looking maybe to get short up in this area here. I saw the oil spike to new highs. The bonds were moving. Stocks were still there. So I got a little impatient with my levels and got in. It came up and nearly took out the stop. And then Dakota and Mandy made the better choice of waiting for the actual reversal formation. They got short there. All got paid. Mandy then got long down in this area here. But she, I believe, might have gotten stopped out on one of these sort of knee-jerk moves here. Not this big one that happened while Jessica was on. That was from the news from Axios. So I think Mandy was up like $1,600 total. Might have had some P&L from last night. I had the right ideas, but really abysmal execution on them. So we're just up $84 right now and flat. So that's what fast markets was all about. Anything else you want to cover, JD, before we head to the next segment?
Nope, I am all good. Looking forward to our Fed watch party, 12:50. We got about an hour and 45 minutes until that starts. It's Fed Day, folks. Get ready. This day ain't over yet. Not by a long shot.
No, this day most certainly is not over. Fed watch party at 1 o'clock. Actually, we're starting at, I think, at 12:50. We're going to do a little, you wouldn't call it a pregame. We call it a strategy session. We're going to have a good old-fashioned strategy session. We are reversing that entire news move right now. And as we said, Fed Day, we're almost back to exactly where we opened in the ES. So stick around. We have, I want to say Power Hour. It's Power Players. We got Power Players coming up next. Jay, Antonio, and Dolby will be here. Enjoy some time with them. Come back this afternoon. It's going to be real special. This is Topstep TV. Good afternoon.
And we're back. Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, and in the middle, our power player, Antonio. Antonio, how we doing today?
Doing all right. We're doing all right. How you boys doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Surviving these volatile markets right now. We'll talk about some trades in just a second. But Dolby Time, how we doing today?
Doing good, Jay. I don't think we're going to have a slow session like
Not at all.
we've had the last couple times on 11 o'clock. Markets have been insane. Crude has been just turbo rallying on the news that I think we're starting to use drones in Iran. So whatever peace headlines there were, throw them in the trash. War is back on, apparently. It's too bad, to be honest, because I don't think anyone really wants to see crude at 106. It makes everything in the world more expensive.
Absolutely. Crude trading 106.64 right now. The NASDAQ trading 27,242.50. The S&P 71.57 last trade over there. We thought this was going to be, during the opening call, we thought it was going to be a pretty quiet day. But of course, headlines are going to come out to kind of take center stage over what is Powell's last day here. Antonio, what are we looking at as far as levels go in the markets right now?
Not much. I mean, it looks like we're just getting ready to start barcoding. Had a long on the NASDAQ earlier this morning. Got stopped out around 248.
248. Nice. I've been playing around. I actually messed up the range trade in NASDAQ. I was trying to work those 27,300s. I think my stop was just a hair too tight, but that's kind of the 4-hour range high. And to be honest, we're kind of stuck in the middle of it, which is too bad. I mean, we might be almost exactly in the middle of this 4-hour range. Pretty much, yeah, 27,222. So maybe we're not going to have the most exciting session, but we will see. But yeah, just been working on making sure we're trading the largest ranges we can find. But we're in the middle of one right now. So if we get down to these 140s, we'll get long. If we can get back up to 300s, we'll get short. Crude oil has just been in a very sort of steady, actually a really, really clean stair-step pattern to the upside. So that's just range over range, over range, over range. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. I guess 5 if you want to count the one it broke out of. So yeah, clean upside trend for the crude. How do we get long?
Where does it stop? You buy it right here.
I don't know. I mean, caveman it. Zombie rallying crude. Just buy it.
Right. There was some volume that traded pretty much right here, right now, right at these 106.80s. A little bit of selling that right on that little push lower. This could be it's an interesting spot right here in oil, and we're up. We're up what 6%, almost 7% on the day in oil.
Yep.
Question is, where does it stop? I think we're obviously at an anomaly day. We're above a daily ATR. We're not even above a daily ATR range. We're pretty close to it. But
we still have that new day open gap on the NASDAQ between 26,964 and about 26,990. Resting down there below. So if they try to, get little, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, resting gap. Nice. Okay.
26,964. Go ahead, Obi.
Speaking of gaps, I just pulled up the USO, so that's the United States Oil Fund, which pretty much trades 1-to-1 to crude oil futures. And there actually is a gap that we could get very close to filling from July of 2015 that has never gotten filled. So USO is trading 149.26. The gap is between 146.44 and 151.45. So we're kind of in the middle of it right now. Does that mean anything? I don't know. For the gap truthers, maybe it means a whole lot.
That means a lot.
Yeah, but maybe
I told you.
That's the target for the upside here.
I knew that gap was going to get filled. It just took 11 years.
Yeah.
Right.
It's at an 11-year head and shoulders pattern right now in the USO. inverse head and shoulders
I was hoping we were going to rotate up to those stacked highs from yesterday's sessions, but we got earnings today. We got a gap down there. It looks like Chop City, cuh.
No, this segment deserves some price action.
Oh, it does, but what we're looking at is shit.
It's so well behaved, Jay. I got a bid in Crude at 106.21. It's 50 cents lower than what we're right now, but technically that's where I'd want to get long, so we're going to keep it in there.
106.20s. 106.20s looking for a potential buy in oil. Got the NASDAQ right now trading 27,221.50, 71.54.75 last trade in the S&P. Oil 106.70s. Who caught a piece of this crude oil move? On the back of that news, we've been saying it all week, really all month. Once crude starts to move off of a headline, you can kind of just jump on the trend and hold on for the ride here. You see this little zone up here. Right after we made those highs, 250 contracts traded in a second, 106.75s up to 106.86. And we just came up and rejected right at that area. So interesting spot there in crude. Above that, definitely looking to potentially continue this trend to the upside, but somebody did come in and sell a decent amount of crude there. Probably just profit taking. I wouldn't imagine they were just coming in and getting short there, but if I'm up $6 on crude today, I could see taking some profits. That's just me though.
Especially if we're just cruising on a headline, just takes one to undo it.
Yep.
Back down again.
Seek Virtue asked a question in the chat. What happened with crude today? A couple of minutes ago, the U.S. CENTCOM has prepared for a short wave of strikes on Iran. Trump would consider military action if Iran does not act. That's from Axios. So escalations in Iran. Ton of news coming out today. There was news before that, but that was the latest headline that we did get. This was not a result of crude oil inventories.
No, never is. Never is. Crude oil inventories.
Looking at it now.
Ooh, what do you got?
Looking at it now, we are rejecting a 1 hour fair value gap that we inversed, Monday, and also inversed it again last night. So it's rejecting off the bottom of that. It's right over here. Let me see. Grab my tool. It's between 27,297 and 27,359. And we're rejecting that. It's a strong fair value gap since it's on the 1 hour, but I was looking to clear those stacked up highs. It's just not working out.
Not working out. Okay. So I believe you're the one who was talking about wickless candlesticks, right?
Yeah, the market death or something like that.
The mark of that's right. I had an epic name.
Mark of the beast, whatever the heck they want to call it.
Yeah, right.
I called it a something.
Whatever sells choruses. Whatever sells choruses. That's the best name for it.
Not me.
Not me. No, don't have a Discord.
So I got to answer this question. Jefferson Socialism in the chat has asked this question, no joke, at least 40 times today. What happened to that guy who said crude oil futures would go to $100? He said it in chat back in July and August. He probably made millions. Jefferson, I don't know if that is you alluding to that you're that person that made that call, but if you did, come on TV and talk with us about it, because that is a hell of a call, and hopefully you made that trade.
Jay, you already know what I'm gonna say.
Are you trading in the Topstep account?
Calls with I probably put it in the practice account. No,
Right.
making calls without placing the trade does not count. Does not count. No one cares about your levels and your calls if you didn't place a trade and make money on it.
Facts. That is a fact. Speaking of which, let's see. I see the NASDAQ potential longs here off these 200s. We talked about it during the opening call. And there was some volume right off the open.
Yeah, we're bouncing off the New York mid-range right now.
Ooh, New York mid-range. Okay. I like a mid-range level. I do.
Bouncing off New York mid-range and selling off of London and Asia mid-range.
Nice. I see you got those boxed up right there.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, we don't have the indicator on TSX, so
Mhm.
I decided to start doing it myself.
Just drawing them out, yeah. So for those at home, what's your time frame for Asia, London, and then New York, if someone else wanted to do that?
Actually, let me move this really quick. For me, it would be New York is 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., which will be 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. Asia
Mhm.
is 6 p.m. to 12 a.m., which would be 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern. And London is 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., which will be 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern.
Nice.
So
Thank
subtract an
you.
hour for Central.
Yep, Chicago time. Jay, would you bid these 200s? That's kind of a scary trade, but it might be a good one.
Yeah, it is. It is a so price wise, location wise, I like the trade. I want to see some flow away from this area though, right? I want to see some volume kind of pick up and somebody else say buy it, and then I'll, hide my stops behind wherever they come in. Because it is decision making spot here, right, Dolby? The volume's so low right now that anything could come in and push this lower or push this higher. Right now, I like it from a price perspective. I don't know if it's the timing for the trade yet.
You can
Yeah,
hide
we're
behind
sitting
me.
50-50 on the tilt.
We're bidding 190s.
Hide behind Dolby. There we go.
We're
Oh
bidding
yeah, if you're bidding
190s.
190s, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I don't
They
hate
don't
the
want this
longs.
previous daily low. They keep rejecting it.
Crude is rejecting that area.
Yeah,
We
selling
talked
off a little
about.
bit.
Let's see.
We got bids in both.
That zone. What is that zone?
You're looking for
106.81.
106.84s. We had a good trade in crude yesterday, actually. We just didn't get back on air, but we ended up making $60, spot the low of the range on the 1 hour. It was a scary crude trade, ended up panning out. Well, based off of that comment, Jay, I think you are correct. That was Jeffersonian.
It was Jeffersonian. Yeah. Good job. Nice trade.
Hope you did. Hope you did.
All right, now we're selling off New York mid-range.
Come and get it. Come and get it. 190s. What would be a target, Jay, if you got long 190s? Maybe the halfway, like 250s. It'd be 60 points.
Well, my entry this morning was at 196. I tried to get 185s, but I hesitated.
Damn, nice. Or you were stingy. Did you hesitate or were you just stingy?
I was actually hesitating, and I've done that twice this week.
Is it the volatility? It's been pretty volatile.
Well, I was trying to completely confirm, but those few seconds cost me about 10 points in real estate.
Yeah, that adds up. That adds up.
So right now we're getting right back down to my original entry, which it doesn't look like it's going to be safe anyway. So having my stops at 248 was great foresight, I guess.
Yeah. That is true. Gary in chat, can you describe range trading? Yeah, of course. Love range trading. So we'll go to this crude chart right here. So how I define a range is that I want at least 3 candlesticks, preferably on the largest time frame, that I can just draw a line through. And from there, you can kind of box out the highs and the lows of the range. And we're looking to buy the lows and sell the highs of the range. Now, do you want to do that every single time? No, not necessarily, because if you're in an uptrend, then this is what we call like a range over range formation. And so we would just, we're long NASDAQ. We would just want to try to get long.
Selling just came in there.
Yeah, once we can identify the trend on the day. But in general, you're just looking to buy lows, sell highs. We're not trying to buy the high and hope for a breakout or sell the low and hope breakdown. We're looking for, like, I guess you call it like accumulation, barcoding, a range, whatever you want to call it, and then just try to buy the lows. And then depending on the personality of the market, maybe you even set your buy entry below the range if it tends to be a wiki market, like NASDAQ can be. In general, that's it. You're just trying to make a bet on the market doing what it's been doing over and over again, which is just ranging. It takes more for the market to break a range than to just stay within it. This trade,
ES looking kind of heavy here. Yeah, we are selling
NASDAQ
off.
looks not great. Crude
That
back
gap
on the
is in
bids.
jeopardy.
What was that price again? 26,964. 26,964.
That's the
27,181
bottom of it.
last trade here. It's the bottom of it. Got you. What's the upper extreme of it?
Upper extreme. Let me see. It is 26,991.
26,991s. All right, let's see if the S&P wants to make another low here. 71.4750 last trade in the S&P. 71.45 is the low of the day. 71.46 quarter, prior day low. NASDAQ right now trading 176, right above settlement price 27.168. Okay. There is some follow-through flow coming into the NASDAQ right here. Crude back above that area that we marked out, and that was 106.85s.
My stop loss would have been a great entry to get short.
Yep.
New. Nope, not yet. The S&P is trading 2 ticks above the high of the low of the day. Some really bearish news for equities just dropped. What did you hear?
Yeah, I'm trying to bid 120s.
All right.
It is a truer version of the range. It is a 4-hour range low. And actually a pretty clean 1-hour range low too.
45.69 last trade here in gold. Last news, somebody said some bearish news came out for equities. I didn't see that. Apple is slated to announce the updates at the WWDC event in June, planning a Siri camera mode and upgraded visual AI.
That's not
I think that's where I tap out. I think that's where I tap out Apple. I don't want. I mean, I'm sure Siri already has access to the camera, but I don't want to know that Siri has access to the camera. Going back to a flip phone.
Going back, that's right.
Just made a new one for you.
Who made a new flip phone?
Aren't they coming out with one for Apple? I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
Oh, like a foldable?
Yeah.
I used to like flip phones because when you hang up, people know you hang up. Damn.
Hear it. Hear the click. 27,178. Yeah, we did. They're Adobe.
Wait a minute.
What happened?
The low was 160 quarter, but we got stopped out at 61 evens. What is that?
Slip.
Sounds right.
You got slip.
That's shenanigans. That is shenanigans.
You got slip.
It didn't fill. It didn't fill 160. It didn't fill 160s. It filled 160 quarter. We did get slipped. And probably going to get stopped anyways, but
Watch Crude here. Crude testing those 107s again. 106.93 last trade in Crude. More selling coming in here in the NASDAQ 27,157s. Low of the day in the NASDAQ 27,124 and a quarter. S&P is making new lows. Gold starting to sell off as well. 45.64s. 71.42 new low of the day in the S&P. Adobe, you said it. We are going to get some active markets here. We got the markets moving right now.
we did.
Trump is to speak with Netanyahu within the next hour.
Okay.
I love this. It's like the silent beef between Trump and, well, I guess it's not even very silent, between Powell and Trump. It's his last day, and
he's just going to shake these markets. He's just going to shake the markets to the core. He's going to be given.
Let's see if we get a rate cut on his last day.
He's going to like announce the end of the Fed, like while Powell is giving his final speech. Do it, Trump.
Like
Do it.
you get a stop loss. You get a stop loss. You
That's
get a
right.
stop loss.
Man, crude trying new highs again. 107, 04.
Yeah, I mean it's a green day, small green, but still.
It's kind of funny, Jay. We talk about percent change, and NASDAQ feels like it's down 2%. We're actually at settlement right now.
Yeah. Yep.
It has really happened. Nothing
Yeah,
has
this
really
is-
happened.
This is what we talked about during the opening call, right? Not expecting a lot of direction. So far, high to low range for the regular trading hours, 189. Actually, that's the range for the day. 180, 190 points about.
Mm-hmm.
So it's volatile. It's just not going anywhere.
No, it's a hell of a range. That's why I didn't mind taking that range trade. It
Right.
just slipped a little bit further than I anticipated. And it happens sometimes as a range trader, especially in NASDAQ.
Slippage is nuts.
Yeah, NASDAQ's one of those
Crude.
markets.
Crude testing these 107s again. In that zone I drew in crude, 106.84s at the high, 106.73s at the low. We're above it now, using it as a little bit of a support. Taking a look at the tilt 50-50 in the equities, 50-50 across the board, really. It sounds like traders are maybe staying flat. Let's get a vibe check in the chat. How's everybody doing out there? Are you up on the day, down on the day? Anything you learned from trading today? Are you staying flat, getting your popcorn ready, getting your snacks, whatever drinks you might need for the watch party?
Ooh, snacks.
How's it going out there?
Could use
We're
some.
not going to turn this. We're not going to turn this into Topstep TV Food Network again. We did that yesterday.
That's true. We got to switch it up.
Well, there was a comment in the chat. What do I prefer in G bodies, Cutlass or Monte Carlo? So I'm gonna go with both.
Both of them. Both. What do we got in the chat? Rough day for Bradley. Clark says, I'm down. I effed up. Clark, sometimes we have days like that. That's why we set a daily loss limit, right? Sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to think you're making trades in your best interests and you review them at the end of the day and you're like, I don't know who the hell made that trade. But if you manage your risk, you have an account to trade the next day. Somebody caught 110 points. User PB caught 110 points in the NASDAQ. Nice job.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Sometimes
getting
I
short?
say I don't know who took that trade, and then I turn the screen off, and it turns into a mirror.
Yep. That's how I know I was real bad. If I don't even remember taking the trade. Who was that person?
And when the screen goes off, it shows you who took it.
Uh-huh. This dum-dum took it.
Let's see what we got here. Chopping around settlement.
Yeah, they're avoiding yesterday's New York low, and they're between the New York low from the previous day. So between two New York lows is crazy.
Here we go. I'm going to ask this question to Antonio because we know about your hold times once you enter trade. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce in the equities here, 27 180s. Dolby, you still have a bid in there somewhere in the 120s, right?
Yeah, 120.75. We might have missed this bounce by a hair. We'll see.
We'll see. Oil, no buyers above 107s right now in oil just yet. There's a question in the chat from TMO Trades. Little vibe check. I have to stop getting out of trades early. I have the setups, but no trust. Beyond frustrated right now. Antonio, as somebody who on this screen probably has the longest hold time out of all of us, what advice would you give to TMO Trades? You have the setups, but no trust in the trades, so they're getting out early.
Well, it just depends on how long you wait for your setup. If you have enough conviction in your setup, your hold time shouldn't even be a factor in your mind. Because once you frame your trade out, you have two extremes. You got a profit target and you got a profit loss. So as long as you wait for your setup, waiting for it to hit whatever either extreme, that hold time is just a byproduct. So if you're already down on the day, if you're having a red day or a red week, that will lessen your hold times because you have less tolerance.
There it is. So manage your risk. Like what 3 lines in the chat said also here, trade smaller. trade with a position size where you're not going to overmanage it. Right? A lot of times what happens is we're up on a position and we want to make sure we lock it in. We are seeing a nice bounce in the equities here, 27,207. Yeah.
Right idea. We were stopped at 160.
Was low that move, 153.
5 points. Yeah, it's okay. That's a very NASDAQ thing to do. Very NASDAQ thing to do. Yeah, it's a good. I guess. What is So if whoever asked that question, I guess, what are you feeling when you are flattening your trades? Is it fear? Is it anxiety? Are you doubting your trades?
Or is it just oversized?
Yeah.
8 times out of 10 is oversized.
I would agree. Yeah, oversizing.
I'm guilty of it as well.
I think we all are,
I
right? At some point.
I also oversized some crap.
Was just doing a session with Coach Jack in Discord, and with that oversizing thing, we're all humans, so sometimes you need to hear the same message a million times before you actually take a step. How many times has everyone in the chat heard that message, right? Trade a contract size that fits your account. Over 10, probably over 50. If you've been watching Topstep TV for years, probably heard it almost every day that we're here. But then how many of us actually make the change and just size down? A lot of times it's an ego thing, right? It's like, no, I don't have to trade the smaller size. I can stomach this until you can't.
Somebody said they're too attached to their P&L. You need to be attached to your strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever your strat is, super gorilla glue yourself to it. It makes your skin burn. I can't lie. I'll be the first one to say it. It makes your skin burn. But super glue yourself to your strategy. P&L won't matter. It's a byproduct. Hold times won't matter. That's a byproduct.
Easier said than done, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Grab a journal.
I burst into flames damn near every day.
It's like I got ants in my soul. Just gotta wait and let that thing play out. Exposure
bottom
therapy.
On an airhill.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta hold a trade for a long time and just see what happens, and just write down your feelings. You just gotta expose yourself. You gotta, if you want to hold the trade for a long time, you have to hold the trade for a long time. There's no getting around it. There's no shortcuts. There's no secrets.
Right.
You just gotta sit there.
You could be holding a scalp for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Listen. It's that simple. You could be holding a scalp for an hour. You could be holding 10 points for an hour. These candles don't give a damn.
The question I always ask as well, and we're seeing, if you guys do see a trade, let us know. But it's, I should have held that trade for longer. We only ever remember the times where it would have worked out. We never remember I made a decision to take profit with the information that I had in front of me. And if I didn't make that decision, then the market would have turned around and stopped me out, caused me to over leverage or add to a losing position at that point. Right. So it's very easy to remember the times where it would have worked in your favor.
Yeah, because you're a genius in hindsight.
Yeah, right. But it's just try making a different decision. I remember there was one time we were on air with Dakota, and he said, "Hey, Jay," I forgot, he was buying the NASDAQ and it was selling off, and he's just like, "Should I add to this trade?" And I said, "I don't know if you should or not. I don't know that I agree with the long, but if the market stops you out, are you okay with the decision that you made?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay, then add it." Right. If you're not okay with that decision, just try making a different decision. And it, like Antonio said, it's going to be hard, right? It's tough to do, but if you do decide to make a decision, you can't be frustrated afterwards, because we have to live with the results of the decisions we make. That's what makes this thing so hard. Reminder to everyone, we
have a plan going into your trade. Don't turn a scalp into and try to make it a 3-hour hold. Like, if you're going to have a trade where you want to hold it for a long time, go in with the mindset that that's kind of the objective of the trade. So you can establish.
Or one of the easiest things Do something while you're trading. Play chess, watch TV, listen to music. Do something.
Yeah, you don't have to watch a 3-hour hold. You just let it cook. Just let it cook.
Do something. Split your screen. Put up.
Oil's going to
Netflix.
sell off here. It looks like. I don't know about oil right now. Something is interesting about this market not trading above 107s.
I'd try to get my bid back in then.
Yeah, we're seeing some volume come into oil here.
Might just be profit taking. We do have
It could
top of
be.
the
Shout
hour.
out to Pez in the chat for putting up scenarios. That's another good way to up your hold time. Put scenarios. If then, what if? Scenario 1, scenario 2. This is how I play it.
I guess also like what time frame are you taking your trade on? If you're taking a trade on like a half-hour time frame, you're probably going to have a longer hold time.
Half-hour
It's a
hold
1-minute time frame. Yeah. I mean, a half hour could be a really long time for some traders. I mean, that was
Yeah,
like
it could be.
eternity for Mandy, and she's come around and has been able to hold trades for a little bit. If you're on the 1 hour, it's going to take even longer. If you're a range trader, it could take multiples of whatever your time frame is to have that range play out. It's kind of a key for range trading. Got to have a ton of patience, especially if you're trading larger time frames. Is, like Antonio said, way harder, will make your skin burn, very uncomfortable, but you don't have to watch the trade as long as your stop is in there.
Someone says, how do you get your mindset in order to do that? You don't. There is no right time to do it. Like I said, it's a lot of uncomfortability. You're going to have to be uncomfortable. Your skin's going to burn. You're going to burst into flames. You're not ever really going to be able to get your mindset right unless you turn emotions off. And that's a daily decision. That's a daily choice. Because I don't have my emotions off every day. I'll be the first to admit.
No, and it's always
100%.
something else too. You could be making a ton of money and you're going to have emotional issues. You could be losing a bunch of money. You could have emotional issues. You're always I don't think that ever goes away in trading. It's always going to be there. You're just going to be a little bit on fire.
Yeah, it's a daily decision.
Yep.
Think of it as quitting drinking. It's a daily decision.
Yeah, I like that.
We're getting 2 hours of group coaching today. Reminder to everyone, we got a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. Get more questions in for our coaches. I can let you know who we have on for group coaching today. That is going to be Hogue, Anne Marie, and Coach Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in there for group coaching. Everybody flat right now, right? No positions on. Nothing working.
Bids not filled.
I am flat
here. All right. I'm reading the wrong day. Emery is not on today. We got Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop for group coaching today. So make sure you get your questions in there. We got a little bit of news. We know today is Powell's last FOMC. In Costco, it's changing. It's $1.50 hot dog deal. Is the world ending? Who wrote that?
No.
Who wrote that intro? Who wrote that leading game? What do we got?
The Federal Reserve is expected to hold interest rates steady when it announces its latest decision on Wednesday. Forecasters say the benchmark rate will remain between 3.5 and 3.75%. Inflation is still running above the Fed's 2% target, with higher oil costs and global tensions adding pressure. At the same time, hiring has slowed, though the unemployment rate remains strong. Fed watchers will likely be focused on Jerome Powell's news conference for clues on what officials see as the bigger risk: inflation or weakness in the job market. And in other news, Costco is changing its famous $1.50 hot dog deal. But before you panic, it's good news. Costco quarter pounder all beef hot dog and 20-ounce refillable soda deal is considered by many to be one of the most reliable bargains in retail. The $1.50 price tag hasn't changed in 40 years. The new change: you can get a bottle of water instead of a refillable soda for the same price. Some shoppers welcome the new option, while others insist the refillable soda is the better value. And yes, you do need a Costco membership at most locations to access the food court.
Love it. Love it.
Water inside a soda.
Hell yeah.
Healthy choice.
Healthy
Quarter-pound
choice.
hot dog. Wash it down with some water.
Love it. There was a comment in chat I actually found really interesting from EDBW1697. Skin burn question mark. I mean, these are cheap combines and sim money on XFAs. Let's not over dramatize it. LOL. I don't think the mind knows the difference.
Well,
I don't think the
the
mind knows the
skin
difference.
burn part is about your strategy. If you go down
Mhm.
$500 in a day, it's still a 50K combine,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not gonna like it.
How many people in chat can give themselves anxiety by just thinking about something stressful? I would say most of us do that every single day. And if you're putting a really high value on trying to pass a trading combine, then it's going to feel very real. It might be the most important thing you've ever done in your entire life. And it's going to feel a lot. It's going to feel a lot. It's going to feel like a skin burn. How many people got
JD said he was
emotional when they
ready to
passed
short
the first trading
Costco
combine?
stock.
JD had his finger over the trigger.
He's like, if they raise the price 1 cent, I'm shorting this.
That's the Andre strategy. You just raise prices 1 cent every day, and no one knows the difference.
Right. All right. See, equity's catching a little bit of a bid here. Yeah, that was dirty. That was dirty, NASDAQ.
That was within 4 points. That's a very NASDAQ thing to do. Like, Crude doesn't really run ranges as aggressively as NASDAQ does. And
I have a term for that. I like to call it dirtbag activity.
I'd say that's a dirtbag move. It's a
dirtbag activity.
Something Goldman would do.
Or Jane Street.
Or Jane Street. They had to get
Jane
my
Street
micro
easily.
contract. Jerks. Yeah,
Right back up to the middle of the range, pretty close to VWAP there in the NASDAQ. Gold still selling off a little bit, 45.60. What was that price? 45.60.90. 45.60.90 last trade in gold. Oil still trying to figure out what to do in this little range here. 106.79 last trade there. And we got the S&P. 71.52s. 71.52. Wow, time is almost up.
Yeah, we're pulling
Reminder
them.
to everyone, pulling the orders. Pulling the orders. Flat.
We
Who's
tried.
leading on the bid? The NASDAQ, the ES, or the RTY?
That's a good question. I haven't looked at the Russell all day. It is not the Russell. I'll tell you that much. The Russell looks pretty nasty right now. I think it's the NASDAQ. It looks like the NASDAQ right now. So NASDAQ looks like the leader. We will see what happens through the rest of the day. Antonio, how do you plan on your last Powell Fed trading day? Are you holding a position into Powell's rate decision and speech?
More than likely not. I won't be holding a position into it.
Our choice.
Just got to watch this price action, man. See which extreme they like the least, and try to frame a decision around that, or lock that thing up.
Lock it up. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Dolby time, you're going to be on later for Power Hour with Andre and Mohammed after the Fed. So we will see you then. Antonio, we'll see you sometime soon on Topstep TV. Good stuff as always. Group coaching is coming up next. Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. And then after that, we got our FOMC strategy session. We're going to be watching the fireworks happen here. If you haven't done so already, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all being here each and every day. This is Topstep TV. Group coaching coming up next. Let's go.
Catch you next week.
Welcome, friends and traders. Happy FOMC day. It is time for group coaching. I got 2 stars with me again today. We got Deanna. We got Hoop. Deanna, VIP coach for the Chameleonaires. Hoop, always been and always will be a pit raider. He's got his cranial protection on already. You got the tie on. You're all ready for Powell's last FOMC hoopla.
Yep. Got my purple
You
shirt
look good.
on. I'm
You
ready,
look good.
man. Yeah. Remember,
Awesome.
for years on the Hogue floor, you couldn't go on the floor without a tie, right? So people
Without
don't
a
realize
tie.
that. Yep.
Yeah. We always pretty much wore the same tie, but it was still had to be a tie.
Yeah.
Was that for women as
D?
well?
No.
No.
No? No ties for
Nope,
women.
just men. No ties. No ties. Just couldn't wear blue jeans for the longest time, but they ended up changing that. D, how you
Change
feeling
that,
today?
I'm feeling better. Yeah. Yeah. So had a bit of a I suppose I overestimated my ability to stay out in the daylight on Sunday. So obviously I was off on Monday because I felt terrible. But yeah, so you learn something new every day about yourself. And I've learned that I still need to be careful, but it's all good. I'm back to feeling more normal. So yeah, I managed to catch up on some missed days from Monday. And Asia was very kind to me, traded gold
good.
and crude oil. And yeah, so we're up pretty nicely today.
Very nice. Very nice. You were just talking about crude in the green room. You were looking at a level where we could possibly recover back to the downside, and that was your average daily range, right? What was that level again?
Session range. So average
Session
session range is something that I start measuring when NYMEX opens, and that number was at 106.48. Now, if we manage to reclaim that with some sort of a pullback, and we don't get a buying wick, that would be a deeper pullback into the NYMEX close potentially. If that doesn't happen, I actually have 109 to the upside as a target that we could see today in light of all this escalation and news and everything. So,
sure.
Well, couple of orientation points there, but I'm probably going to sit it out because I've been trying not to trade New York. It's been, to me, very challenging. It's been choppy on most days. So I'm just kind of picking my battles and going to smoother price action, which to me is in Asia. So I have a very interesting schedule now where I sleep from about 8 p.m. till 1:30 a.m. And then I get up and then I trade between sort of 1:30 up until like 4 or 5 a.m. Then I go back to sleep. And then I wake up about 3 hours later. So yeah, it's working. I'm kind of a half night owl again.
Well, hey, time to get the party on again, right? The late night
Yeah,
party.
that's my version. That's my version of a rave. Staying up to
Well,
trade Tokyo.
I mean, I'm looking at the gold chart here, and for the past couple of days, the action really has been in the London session, in the overnight session, and then it ranges throughout the day, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. You're looking for continuations, and I think crude oil has been largely the same for the past few sessions. I mean, the moves in the overnight, and then it just kind of chills out, and then it moves in the overnight. Today, we're getting some good continuation to the upside here, so
Yeah.
a little bit of a change in that. I don't want to short this thing unless we do get that pullback and maybe we get a kind of a resolve to the downside towards the end of the session. But as far as the equities are concerned, it's been a lot of hurry up and wait, I think. The market has been moving. There has been some good opportunity in these markets. And there's one of the questions is something that has kind of happened already in the S&Ps. You guys want to talk about this? Jeremy is asking, can you have a failed upside auction and downside auction on the same day? And what does that mean? D? What do you
So
think?
yeah, should I take this? So yeah, that's so the way I see failed auctions, it's a one-time event that then carries the probability of a rotation through the initial balance. Now, if it pops through to the other side, it's not really a failed auction anymore. To me, that's then a neutral day type. It's kind of like having an elastic band that's pulling on both sides. But the difference is that on the neutral day fade, for me, that's something to take only up to the middle of the range. So at that point, you're in a range bound day situation. Unless you get like a single print that just kind of smashes to the opposite side and keeps going. I call those days trend day wrong way because it starts off as a failed auction and then continues to the other side. Very rare though. It doesn't happen super often and it's usually driven by news. But to me, when I look at the failed auctions, it's not like we're like failing and succeeding auctions on both sides. So for me, a failed auction is a one-time event that rotates through the majority of the initial balance. If it overshoots, that changes the narrative of the day. So that's the way I look at it. And that's taken from Dalton. It's a neutral day at that point.
Yes. So if we can get onto my charts, there's a really good example of that in the S&Ps today. So the market opened, set the initial balance low, set the initial balance high. We have a failed upside auction above the initial balance high. Then we have a fail. Then we continue to push lower and we trade below the initial balance low and we close back above it. Where does price go? It comes back to the middle of the range, which is just what D was talking about. And it's set up to be a neutral day, which means probably going to be rotational if we didn't have something happening later on. ACH later on, folks. Anything can happen with this FOMC. And, with the Powell press conference, who knows what he's going to say. But typically, this is going to be probably more likely a range day, neutral day. So that's a really good question, Jeremy. Thank you. Whoop, there's a question here for you from Scott. How do you calculate your range bar size for any session per instrument choice?
A lot of it's going to depend on the movement of the market, Hogue. So using a 4-range chart in NASDAQ isn't going to work because it moves too fast. Like ES, 4-range works really good. So I usually base it upon the speed and the price movement of, of what I trade. But I use 4-range on a lot. Like D, I know yours varies a little bit depending on, and you do more testing on it. I just know, as being a, kind of a guy who watches, tick and range, you're watching price and not worrying about time. I'll just kind of always modify it a little bit depending on, there's times when markets, like when gold, it's like when gold is in its movement now, the range bars might change now versus a month and a half ago when it's flying all over the place. So I think, I think I'm always looking at it and seeing how it moves inside of how its volatility is at a time. So I think I'd love to just tell you this. I have a lot of people in Discord that will use, almost 30 range bar charts in NASDAQ. I just have found luck for me using 22. So I don't think there's an exact.
Nope. They will lose hope.
I think he was going to say there's probably not an exact number, because nothing is exact in futures trading, right? Do you
Yep.
use range bars much?
So sometimes, yes, it depends what I'm trying to achieve. Not too often. I will normally use range bars maybe more frequently if it's a range day, because it's like smooths out a lot of the price action, especially if you're in a chop. So when it actually starts running one side or the other, you can see it better. But generally, for me, I like time-based charts. So yeah, they have its use for sure. But yeah, it's a case-by-case basis for me. Do you use range bars, Vogue?
No.
You don't, yeah.
No, because coming from
Oops, back.
from a place of market profile, which is price over time, right? So time
Yeah.
has always been something that's been important to me. Some people don't view it as such. It's all about price action, but we're more about value and time.
Yep.
When you come from that place, I don't have anything against it. It's each his own. It's what speaks to you is, of course, what you want to be aware of and what you want to be using.
Yeah.
Jolie has a good question here. How do I transition from results-oriented thinking to process-oriented thinking? How do I stay disciplined when you follow your rules perfectly, but you still hit a 5-day losing streak? What a great question, Jolie. I think this is really good because results-oriented is thinking about P&L. Process-oriented is thinking about looking for the next good trade. What would you suggest for Jolie to kind of change that mindset and that wiring in her brain to go from thinking about P&L to thinking about just looking for the next good trade? What do you think?
Well, the first step would be to block out the anything P&L related. That includes looking at the price as it's moving with your position. I noticed that we recently got a little update where you can actually block out your where was it? Hide chart
Realize
plots.
P&L and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but it also hide chart plots. That's a new thing. So hide order lines, position lines. So what I tend to do is to just have a marker on my chart that is not really P&L based. I actually like to use hacked fib retracements for it. And I will basically just delete these inner lines. And I will only leave 0, 1, and then I modify this to be 2, and let's say 3. And then what you'll get is basically your entry, your stop, without any other markers. And I can probably do this even better because this is on the other side for the retracements. Here we go. So you just get an entry, you get a stop, 1R, 2R, the end. And you don't have that P&L jumping in front of your eyes. So to me, when I was still a developing trader, that was very important. It somehow gave me a feeling of how the trade is doing, but without attaching myself to the P&L. I don't know why it worked for me. Maybe because you don't have the numbers or ticks dancing in front of you. It doesn't bother me that much these days, but it still helps. The second part of this whole issue is that if you've had a 5-day losing streak, you need to have a look at your trade locations, times of day when you're trading, size of the stops, what sort of targets are you going for, because it means that something in the process is not working. And yes, it's good to have a plan, but do remember that a plan is just a means to an end to track how your progress is doing. So if the progress is not working, something needs to be tweaked. Now, without knowing more about how Jolie trades, I can't obviously go down the rabbit hole to see where the issues might be. But, I would start with reducing the number of trades per day to like 3 attempts. When you know that you only have 3 attempts, you're going to be a lot more careful where you're going to get involved. So instead of getting involved in the middle of the range, maybe try analyzing the market structure and finding some swing extremes. They naturally have a risk reward to the opposing side, but some kind of diagnostics of the chart structure has to come into place. So we cannot be going for, oh yeah, I think it's going to go this way, let me just go in. That's not a good plan nor a good process. The opportunistic trades can come once you have the process down pat, not before. So if you're trying to emulate, people who have been trading for, 15, 20, 30 years, that's not always the best. We are all here with decades of experience. And of course, we're going to see something that maybe a novice trader won't see. But it does give you information, right? So you have 5 days of a losing streak. So something's not working. Have a look at trade locations first. Have a look at whether your trades would have survived if you maybe widened your stops. How far into profit did your trades go? Did you hold it to the target? Did you exit early? Did you maybe hold it for a home run, which is not really a good choice in most days? And, I only hold my trades past 2R if there's a possibility for a swing trade. And that almost always comes from like a daily chart overview. Some kind of a distribution, and then I identify that we're actually rolling to the opposing side. And something's happened. We're jumping. So I would really look at, finer points of how you traded and whether something can be changed. Just don't try to change everything all at once. Try maybe widening the stops, lowering the size. Maybe try sticking to a particular risk reward. Try 1-to-1. Then if that works and you see that your trades go to 1.5, 2, then you might be able to widen that to, eventually 1.5R, maybe 2R. If you find that your trades are turning around before the take profit, that's also an issue. So that means that your 2R is too ambitious for the type of a day you're seeing. So, there's many, many things that we can pick apart when the plan is not really working. Hoop, what would you say?
Well, the biggest thing too, I think, from a guy who used to be get caught fading a trend, and maybe that was a little bit more of the reversion to the mean a little bit. But as a newer trader, like if you look at cattle here, I mean, this has been a year and a half just uptrend. Measuring the moves and the pullbacks as we've kind of gone along the way, and we made a new all-time high again today. I just think, especially in ag markets, picking your spots to stay with the trend will tend to lead to less. You might be right when we get a pullback off of an all-time high, but all I know is it's sure as a heck a lot easier for a day trader to go with the trend. And I'm never going to not say we're not. Yeah, I mean, or grains. Those markets are very, very directional, but it's also like, I've been struggling with gold a little bit lately because it had been very directional to the upside, right? And then it just kind of, the volume dropped off, the market flattened out, and it, I've had a lot of success over the past 6 months trading alongside of gold, but that's wearing off. And, I joked around a little bit with Dakota about this yesterday and said, gold can't hold a rally. Every time it rallies, it did it again today. So identifying the trend, but also like right now where we're in maybe a little bit of a limbo state, once again, this is the thing we've always said to you. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. And
Yep.
I always, when you and Hogue talk about, failed downside or failed upside auctions, if we're in the middle, I'm staying the hell out because that's the chop, right? So I
So
might
when you
not be
say
a
the
market
middle,
profile. Yeah,
so when you say the middle, is that intraday or do you take it from like a
intraday.
1 hour chart? Intraday. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Especially since we're day
Mm.
traders, right? I mean, the
Yeah.
longer time frame, like when you're looking for, 3 hour, 4 hour trades, right now our ranges have been fairly contracted. Like today's range at ES has been a little bit over 45 points. So
Mm.
I think that changes a little bit, but I just think depending on what market you trade, staying with that trend will lead you to, once again, it's like fighting a directional market. You tend to take paper cuts instead of, face ripping, breaks or rallies.
Yeah. Yeah. So should we then agree that it would be good to maybe define the days or an entry into the trending market, like for example VWAP, test of VWAP on a trending day? That will be a process, right? If we're in the middle of a clearly a range bound market, then VWAP might not be the best choice. So again, diagnosing a chart properly would be something to have a look. And right now, gold, I mean, it's been below VWAP for most of the day, right?
Yeah. And it came right up to it there, D, in that last
Yeah.
30-minute bar. It came right up to it and rolled right over. So,
Yeah.
And there's some markets where VWAP, is kind of, and we've talked about this a lot of times. Crude and VWAP haven't always had a great, a rejection off it, or like, I just think in metals it tends to be a little bit different, probably because they're a little more directional. And right now, crude's all over the map in a day. I mean, we're up 7% today. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's also very dependent on the market. So,
Yeah, for sure. I think commodities have a lot more penchant for mean reversions out of nowhere that are like fast and furious, which makes crude oil exceptionally difficult to trade for many people who are just used to, directional markets that just kind of keep going. But you and I know from back in the day, when crude oil is trending, even when it's trending, in 1 second, it can just turn around and then you're like down like 150 ticks and you're like, what happened? And I see that in chat a lot. When crude oil does its like massive turnarounds, some people are like, what happened? And sometimes nothing happened. It's just a technical move that crude oil likes to do at certain parts of the day. So obviously that's a very challenging market. So again, Jolie, what are you trading? Are you trading equities? Are you trading gold, without us knowing a little bit more about her style? It's a little bit tricky to provide anything more. But yeah, those are just some pointers that I think are pretty good.
Yeah. And I think, different markets act differently. Like, in market states of crude when it was range bound, it was pretty easy. And I think, because it's one of the questions that Matt asked. When a price is approaching an area of interest, what should you do to give me a go or no go of basically restarting the trade? So, I mean, what for you, D, gives you the sign to say, hey, it's time to pull the trigger, or it's time just to stay patient and stay away? I'm curious, what's your...
Yeah, to me, it's going to be price action of some sort. Like I use a combination of tape and actual time-based charts to see whether we're turning around. Like, for example, I did say on crude that I have an orientation point. Where are my charts? We are. So I know that we bled through the average session range high, which was somewhere around 106.65, let's say. So as long as it's above that, yes, it's a level of interest for a reversal, but we have to take into account the type of a day. So obviously it's just screaming upside. And until it reclaims that area with a pretty nice bear candle, I'm not going to be touching this. I really am not, because that can still just touch the former average session range high and carry on into another single direction day. But as soon as we close, for me in this case on this kind of a day, it would have to be a 30-minute time frame so that we don't get caught up in the noise. It would have to be a bearish candle without any buying wicks, or as small of a buying wick as possible. Closing below that average session range height. So to me, that would be a trigger signal. And then I would enter, and then I would watch the tape for a continuation of the volume coming in to the short side. If that doesn't happen and it starts to immediately ping back against me, I will usually just close out the trade and maybe try again in another 15, 30 minutes. But, to me, price action will be the trigger, ultimately. Price followed by volume, and continued move in a particular direction that I'm looking for. And in this case, it would be a mean reversion of some sort.
Well,
so
remember,
how do you enter usually?
Yeah, when we first started trading it, there was no micro. I mean, your trade
There's
location
no
and your
no.
risk would be pretty damn spot on.
Yeah.
You couldn't take, a couple micros and take $200 worth of heat. It was 2,000 or $1,000 worth of heat. So trade location was very important, and it still doesn't change. But yeah,
See, right now
JD's
we have a
pop in.
situation. Oh yeah, JD is here. Gonna pop in?
Yeah, he's gonna pop in with some stats.
Hey, I'm here. Yeah, what's up, guys? We've got some payouts and P&Ls to share from yesterday. Let's start with yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Here they are up at the top. Bowie. That didn't go, did it? There they are. OEC up at the top. We saw him yesterday on our live leaders board. $55,554 trading the NASDAQ gold and silver yesterday in a 100K live funded account. Bowie is 1 winning day away from 30 winning days in the live funded account, which unlocks, you called it, daily payouts. You get 30 winning days in the live funded account, and you have access to daily payouts. Next up, Dorota. 31,666 trading on a 150K live funded account in the NASDAQ and Micro NASDAQ. First winning day in the LFA for Dorota. Hopefully first of many, many more. Trent S, 28,642 trading gold and micro gold. Also first winning day in the live funded account. Big shout out to both Dorota and Trent for their first winning days in the live funded account. Big winning days at that. G-Way, 25,392 trading the NASDAQ and the S&P in a 50K live funded account. Turned around and requested a $9,000 payout yesterday. Big week for G-Way. And Waihan, $22,182 in profits yesterday, trading in a 100K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Gaining confidence in this live funded account. Now at 2 winning days after about 2 weeks. 2 days is a good streak. Keep it up, Waihan. All right. Payout numbers coming up next. Here they are. Up at the top, Craig F, $22,714. Bob Lee, $19,686. Marsan, $13,094. Anthony, $11,390. And Spencer A rounds out the top 5, $11,038. These are all live funded traders pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. That's what I've got for you on payouts and P&Ls today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, there's some news that just came across right there. OPEC likely to agree to output quota hike at Sunday meeting without UAE. Yeah, that was one of the things that kind of shook the market, crude market, was the UAE leaving OPEC, right, D?
Yeah, that was a big one.
A lot of this doesn't surprise me. A lot of some of these OPEC companies have wanted to increase their production, but they've been kind of had the reins handed to them. So it's not unusual now. And that would typically, like I was listening to something yesterday that was saying that basically UAE had about 3 million barrels a day that they were pumping out, and they wanted to pump out about 5 million, but OPEC had kind of pulled the reins in on them. That's a huge money source for a lot of these countries. So if they can put more oil in the market, but the problem that's going to do, which is not a problem, but what it's going to do is probably eventually drive prices down. But in the middle of a war right now, they might be short-lived. But what are you thinking about that with OPEC? I mean, OPEC was a big deal when you and I first started trading crude, and it seems like they've lost their luster a little bit in terms of what they can do.
Yeah, I think they were also responsible for pegging the price for all those years between like big weekly ranges. I mean, we stayed between 75 and $50 for years, absolute years. And really, this war was the only thing that shook crude oil out of that range. Whilst the war is happening, and if we don't have any resolution, we have bigger issues at hand. There's some potential problems with the supply. Even if the war ends tomorrow, we're still going to have many, many months, maybe even a year of disruptions. So, am I surprised to see crude oil carrying on upside? No, not really. It was a bit of a surprise that UAE is deciding to part ways with OPEC. But yeah, they used to be like all of those meetings that they used to have. We used to listen to what they were saying, and the price was very, very responsive. But that changed about 2-3 years ago. Suddenly we would have an OPEC meeting and crude oil would be just like, yeah, whatever. It's like, really?
Right.
So yeah, we'll see. Some very, very interesting times for crude coming up.
Just kind of a strange time to do it too, right, Dee? Right in the middle of, that was, I kind of heard the press conference a little bit yesterday, and the guy was like, this is why now? And maybe it's because of maybe a little weakened position of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz, maybe. But
for sure.
Once again, it's OPEC meetings used to be a really big deal when they used to take place over the weekend, and they would really move the market. But we've even said that moves out of there have not quite had the bang for their buck like they used to. So, that's the big thing. So
Absolutely.
I'm going to go look here at a question. How to overcome FOMO when your take profit gets hit and it continues to go higher. And then you end up chasing the market the rest of the day. I think the biggest thing, I guess I would go first on that, is one thing over the years is that I'm never going to pick the exact top and bottom of a move. If I do, great. All I know is if I decide to make the decision for me to exit the trade, I live with those decisions, right? If the market continues to go, so be it. But do I get caught chasing sometimes in the past? Yeah. But more often than not, I think you have to just accept whatever you do in executing your trades throughout the day. If the market goes without you, you just put it in your journal and you say, hey, maybe I was trading my P&L too much. Did it? We talk about 10% rule. If it gets 10% of what zone you're thinking of. So I think if you make a decision of executing and entering a trade, you just have to accept those decisions. What about for you, Dee?
Yeah, so I'm going to throw some stats for this trader. The big trending days where the market just keeps going and it doesn't look back, it doesn't occur as frequently as you think. On something like ES, during times of big, big trends, even then you would still get a vast number of days that are range bound. And then every sort of 20% of those days, they might end up in like a big trending move. Most of the days will be somewhat range bound or with a limited auction. So it kind of moves away from the open, but it doesn't exactly go into a screaming trend. The name of the game is not really to capture every single tick. So if you're going to focus on the negatives, that on the day when you manage to catch a pretty decent portion of the trend, and you're focusing on the fact that you didn't catch the rest of it or all of it, I would argue that it's the wrong thing to focus on. The thing to focus on is that you got a good trade, it got to your target, the end. Pat yourself on the back. You've done your job, you've done it really well, walk away. So it's just something that you have to change in your mind. You know, we humans, that we love to be very negative. And even though it was a positive day, we will always find ways to criticize ourselves. You know, I could basically sit here and go, well, last night I was long crude oil. Oh, I should have kept it for the entire day. I would have had a 10 grand day.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't in my plan. It wasn't my plan. And also crude oil statistically only does this about 8% of the time, especially to the long side. So you just don't have that many days that just carry on and on and on and on into a relentless uptrend. So to me, you know, to focus on the fact that I might have missed, you know, I captured 2% of it. Did I expect that it's going to go to 7%? No. Do I care? Also no. So, you know, but, you know, is something that I'm doing repeatable? Can I repeat the trade that I did overnight and, you know, during partly London? Can I repeat that? Yes. This move, it happens every once in a blue moon. So it shouldn't bother anyone that, you know, you missed out. You're not missing out. If you did a good trade, again, be happy with that and just say, good. Okay, you carried on. Awesome. Put it in your journal and walk away. That's how I deal with it. I do not chase. I don't ever these days. I used to be like, oh, I should have caught all of it, especially when I was transitioning from being a swing trader to intraday. Because when you're doing swings, you don't have the time constraint and you can hold it, you know, several days. But intraday trading is all about timing. So if it wasn't in your plan to hold the trade past your target originally, it wasn't meant to be. But you've still done excellently, right? You've still reached your target. You've done well. Focus on that. So hopefully that might change your mindset a little bit.
Yeah, you know, it's one of the things that, you know, traders are great at talking about all their bad, you know, basically all the trades they missed out on, but not a lot of the great ones they've taken along the way. We always seem to remember the ones that, you know, the fish that got away. You know, that's part of, you know, that's part of the win rate part of our business too, right, Dee? You know, our brain is set up to not lose, and yet some of the more successful, even day traders, have anywhere from 35 to 45% win rates. And we're just, once again, it goes back to the thing where I didn't capture all of the move, or I got out too early. You know, that's being human. If you want to figure out a strategy that you can do an API on that takes you out of the equation, we've always said, you know, let it work and do its thing. Coach Robert has always said that, right? So, to not, you know, to ignore, hey, I missed $2 out of a crude move. That's part of, you know, that's part of trading. You know,
absolutely. I mean, we talk about algorithms every so often, but as a human, you can meddle into an algorithm too. So it's not foolproof, because you might disagree with whatever the algo is doing, and you're like, yeah, you know, I'm just going to take it off early. It's like, why? Presumably, you created an algorithm based on a strategy, so you shouldn't be messing with it unless it starts to break down. And yet, as humans, I've seen it so many times where people are like, yeah, I've got this great strategy. But, you know, algo was like, I saw it, you know, selling off, and the algo wasn't closing a trade, so I closed it. And I was like, well, was that a part of the algorithm? Well, no, I was looking at 50% of Asia range. And I'm like, yeah, so why'd you close it? And then when the algorithm is still correct on most days, they'll be like, oh, damn it, I should have let it go. So there's many ways that us humans can mess things up, like royally, however you spin it. And that's what we fight every single day.
100%. We get in the way of, how we map out a trade and start the trade, and then, I don't like the way it's acting here, and you cut it. Well, that's just you avoided everything you spent, hypothesizing the trade in, and you just cut it because you didn't like it. So all I'm saying, if that's what you're going to do, you need to accept the result. That's it. You can, once again, as traders, and I say this, like if I watch, even in chat, like I watch Dakota, and I can see a trader cut a loss early. And, you'll see us for newer traders, we'll say, nice cut. I see Andre say it. Sometimes, you're better off taking paper cuts than, and once again, from a guy early holding losers too long, is like, oh, it'll come back, or I'll just add to it, or whatever. And that just, can make it worse. So sometimes taking a paper cut and cutting a trade early are some of the better trades. And I've seen a lot of traders doing it. When I watch, when we live stream and trade all the time. So just accept the decisions you make each trading day. And once again, like I said, deal like, hey, pat yourself on the back. You had the right direction and you didn't capitalize the whole move. So be it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. That one, just mark it in the books. Well, it looks like we're getting close up in here, so we might have, let's see if I got a quick one up in here.
Yeah.
One of these other ones for sure. All right. So how much, there's one here, and I'm going to kind of put a little bit of twist to it. It says, how are you finding delta? Is this a calculation? Is there a tool you use? So I guess I would say because, Hogue might be the Delta Don. I'm going to say Deanna might be the Delta Diva. So, you use it a lot, D. So in your trading, how do you use Delta? Yeah.
Yeah, so delta is basically just a net result of aggressive market participants that have entered the market with market orders, and it's the net result of that. So Hogue looks at it from like a general session-based delta. I actually like to look at it as we're approaching my level, whether delta is slowly pairing off, whether it's maybe pairing off quickly but then bouncing back, which would indicate that we're not breaking down that level just yet, and quite possibly looking at a continuation, and also by how much are they shaving the delta off. So to me, that's been extremely useful to kind of find better timings, which I used to struggle with because of the profile side of things. Because, I used to look at a 30-minute time frame, but tape and reading delta around my levels of interest, it's been really quite a revelation for me to try and time those trades a little bit better. So even if I, see a reversal, I will still wait for something to be happening with delta before I actually enter the position. All right, so we are getting close to the FOMC. So I see Jack in the green room. So we're gonna step aside so that we can have the watch party. And so let's see how we can do the whole going away party for our friend Jerome. And I'm a bit sad. I'm a bit sad to see him go. I think he was a cool dude. Out of all of the Fed chair people, I think he was the coolest. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Buckle up.
All right.
It's going to be an interesting hour.
Absolutely. So let's step aside. We've got JD and Jack waiting for you. That's all for now from us. So let's see what FOMC brings. We'll see you in a bit. Let's go.
Oh, today is the day. Welcome to the FOMC strategy session. We got JD in the middle, Jack to the right. We're wearing all black. I'm going to say farewell. Papa Powell, what is up, fellas? Let's go right ahead. JD, we got the rate announcement. It's going to hit us in about 6 minutes here or so. Welcome to Topstep TV, everyone. JD, thoughts coming in to the...
I think no change on rates is pretty much priced into the market, but we are here to say goodbye to our good friend Uncle Jerry. I asked ChatGPT to create a short, humorous eulogy for Mr. Powell, but maybe we'll read into that a little bit later. Forward guidance, that's going to be the name of the game, right? Normally I like to look at the centers also, but I was looking at some poly market or some prop bets. The odds on dissenters, 86% for a single dissenter. We can all figure Stephen Myron for that, right? 0 dissenters, 6%. 2 dissenters, 10%. 3 dissenters, 4%. 4 dissenters, 1%. So we can assume that there's just going to be a single dissenter. But we're all going to be looking towards the press conference afterwards to see what Powell has to say about forward guidance and whether or not he's going to stay on as a Fed governor or as on the governing board, right? 80% of previous Fed governors or Fed chairmen have, how do you say it, stepped down after their tenure is over.
Moved on to the great Fed
moved on
in the sky. Yes.
Moved on to the big Fed in the sky. Yes. Powell's last day is May 15th. Just about 2 weeks from Friday, right? So people are going to be curious whether or not he sticks around, what he's going to do afterwards. And then the transition. Transition is going to be a big thing too, because there is a little dissent between Powell policy and Warsh policy. We'll see what happens. What do you think, Jack?
All right. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We'll get through this whole Wiz Khalifa song at some point. I'm a little dewy-eyed right now because, man, it's been 8 years. What was I doing 8 years ago? Not watching the Powell press conference. Something I want to show real quick. Go to my charts here. We've all seen my favorite channel of all time here. These are 30-year bond yields going back to 1994. And we finally broke out of that channel, but there's a new interesting thing developing. And part of it is developing today. These are month candles, by the way, guys. It's kind of make or break or go time right here at 5%. That has been just an absolute wall, right? We went through it just a tiny bit back in October 23, but we have smashed bond vigilantes into the wall many times since then. And right now, we got the 30-year bond trading at a 4.973 yield. So, decisions to be made. I think the same thing. Obviously, it's going to be unchanged. There's like 100% probability of that placed in. Everyone will look towards forward guidance. As a reminder on the Fed Watch, we are pricing in no Fed cuts for the rest of 2026. And then by the end of 2027, they're only pricing in 25 to 50 basis points. So 1 to 2 small cuts. And look who came to pay his respects.
Bam.
Mr. Hoagland.
Wouldn't miss it for the world. What's up, Hoag? Look at him, just a happy guy wearing his black. There he is. What's up, Hoag?
I'm glad to be back. Glad to be with you guys. An interesting one.
All right. Well, we got about 3 minutes here till the rate decision does drop. Be announced. Also, we have headlines breaking left, right, and center. I do believe the last headline we saw is the United States is sending a 4th carrier to the region, as well as preparing the people for a prolonged blockade of the Strait. So, we got about 2 minutes here. Hope you'll be watching GC. Go ahead, Hope.
Yes, sir. Yep, I'll be watching gold. I got some interesting, I guess, kind of stats as to what happens when a new Fed chair takes office. We'll talk about those in a little bit. But let's see that they keep rates steady.
All right. Yes, indeed. All right. Let's take a look at these prices. Also, Jack, we're going to need that public service announcement that you always do so well before we hit the top of the hour here. Jack, why don't you just do it? Tell people. Cancel all, flatten all.
Oh, yes. I was getting nervous there because I didn't know what you wanted me to say. But yes, cancel all,
I could tell.
flatten all. You don't want to hold anything through here, even though it's going to be a decision that everyone sees coming. There's still a ton of, it's just a terribly liquid market. You can see right now, if you have the ES up, for instance, it's already really thin.
Yep. The ladder on the NASDAQ right now is a couple of ticks wide, almost 5-6 ticks wide, and we're still a minute out. So this is going to go a little herky-jerky.
Again,
not much. Not expecting much as far as rate changes go.
Nope. Again, the forward guidance is what we'll be looking for. We'll see that in the prepared remarks. That's first. We'll get the rate announcement here in about 30 seconds. Then it'll be accompanied by the remarks, prepared statement, if you will. And then 30 minutes after that, we will get Jerome Powell's final press conference as Fed chair. Who we got? All right, so Jack, you'll go ES, full screen, JD, and Q. Hogue, you got gold.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, buckle up. Topstep TV, let's do this thing. Click subscribe, click like. Look at me trying to
10 seconds.
here. 10 seconds indeed. JD also being
a patient.
There we go. Expected. 75 paw. Or
there
yes,
it is.
hold.
No change.
Unch.
Getting a little reaction in the markets here, and the dome is real thin right now in the NASDAQ. We're quite a few points wide in the dome. Everything just cleared out. Everybody hit cancel all, delete all.
Yes. Gold looks like the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
About 10, 20 ticks apart in the best bid and offer at times.
So far,
Out of these
just 10
prices,
points.
Look at the voting.
Movement in the ES.
JD.
8-4. What was the
4 dissenters? 4 dissenters.
4 dissenters? There was a 1% chance of 4 dissenters on that vote. A 1% chance. Let me read through the statement real quick. I'm going to come back with some talking points in just a second.
Sounds good. Just want to say,
statement has been released.
8 votes, 8-4 to hold benchmark rate unchanged. There we go. We're starting to see some of the names coming out.
Waller, Bowman, Myron, and who?
Who? Interesting. That's the good question. What's the initial reaction? Myron, yes. Favor of a cut. Again, 8-4. Voting 8-4. 4 dissenters. 4 dissenters. That was a long shot. Here we go. All right, JD, you got some of these statements, headlines coming out from the prepared statement. Go ahead. Keep an eye on these markets.
8-4, by the way, is very interesting because there's the question if Powell will stay on for 2 years or not. Presumably, he's in the majority on that. I don't know who joined the other side, but at 8-4, once you bring in Warsh, and if Powell were to step down and be replaced, it gets pretty close to 6-6.
All right, some of the.
All right, so we've got we had 4 dissenting votes. Dovish dissenter, Stephen Myron, hawkish neutral dissenters, Elizabeth Hammock, Neil Kashkari, and Lori Logan. A couple of key talking points.
Kashkari.
Yep, a couple of key talking points. Growth still solid, but not overheating. The Fed describes economic activity as expanding at a solid pace, signaling resilience despite global uncertainty. Forward guidance still remaining fully data dependent. The Fed emphasizes assessing incoming data, evolving outlook, and balance of risks. No preset path. That might change when Warsh takes over, right? We've been talking about that all morning so far. The labor market is cooling slightly. Job gains are described as low on average, suggesting hiring momentum is slowing without collapsing. And unemployment steady, no urgency to cut. The unemployment rate remains stable, reinforcing the Fed's patience on policy changes.
Really quick
high-level overview.
This vote isn't as decisive as I initially thought. I assumed that the people were looking for a rate cut, but in reality, there was only one dissenter, Myron, who wanted a rate cut. The three other dissenters, I didn't even know you could dissent on these grounds. It seems like a soft dissent. They voted the hold, but they voted against the easing bias in the statement, meaning they didn't want to kind of pave the way for cuts in the future. So it really is still 11-1, really, as far as that goes. So it doesn't seem like Warsh himself would change much.
You can
Seeing some reaction.
Yeah, go ahead.
Seeing a reaction from the NASDAQ now. We got some sellers stepping in. Volume's picking up a little bit. The ladder is thickening up. And more sellers stepping in. So far, not liking the news. I think we're beyond knee-jerk reaction. We're just seeing sellers stepping in now.
10-year back above 4.4. 4.407% yield there. Anything happened in gold there, Hogue?
No, really. Just kind of holding in the center of the day session range. Still holding downside structure. Find it interesting. They said inflation is elevated, in part reflecting the recent increase in global energy prices. But that's really the only comment they had that I can kind of read real quick here. As far as inflation is concerned, I thought there'd probably be a little bit more rhetoric around it, but Powell may be talking about that, or at least ask the question.
I'm sure that'll pop up in the Q&A for sure.
Oh, it's gonna be fascinating. Yeah. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah. And all that inflation, it's all linked back to geopolitical tensions also. I'm sure we'll hear more about that also, and what the real risk is to monetary policy.
Nobody mentions the T word anymore.
Did not
We're beyond that, I guess.
Mention that. Will he say the word recession? Last time he did
Just
say
Gins.
we're not.
Jess Kinskip mentioned tariffs earlier today. The
Yes,
T
she
word
did.
is still in play.
Yeah.
It's been out of
Lurking in
sight,
the
out of
back.
mind. Yep. It's been out of sight, out of mind, and we're going to get some refunds hitting the market. What does that mean for consumers, for us? Yet to be seen, but looks like we're going to get some tariff refunds in the near future.
Question. Ask Jack. You mentioned job gains have remained low on average. Unemployment rate has been little changed. Could that be in some ways dovish? Perhaps with job market cooling? We saw them supposedly preemptively cut back in September or October last year. Job market cooling, could that perhaps nudge them dovish at all?
I mean, it leaves the door open, but that was kind of surprising. I mean, the 4 dissents, as I think who posted in chat there too, that's the most dissenters they've had since 1992. What maybe the stocks, I mean, we're not having any big moves yet, right? Just 10 points off in the ES, bonds relatively unchanged, but the 3 dissenters that are a little bit more hawkish. Now, it would have been a much different, like if 3 of them had voted to raise rates by 0.25%, we would be seeing friggin' mayhem right now. But it is nonetheless, like, it is a statement to dissent on one of these things, and to do it on the hawkish side, I think just makes it kind of a hawkish vote.
We're seeing some more reaction from stocks right now. NQ is all over the place. We're dipping, we're ripping. The ladder's going nuts.
So I was asking myself, Selfie says, what happens when a new Fed chair takes office? What does the market do? And I do have some information. Typically, there is going to be a drop in the S&P 500. By how much, we don't know. Now, we go back to 1930. Eugene Meyer took over in August of 1930, and obviously we know what happened then. That was the Great Depression. But just going back to Paul Volcker, who took office in August of 1979, 6 months after he became the Fed chair, the S&P was down 4%. And poor Alan Greenspan started in August of 1987, 2 months before the crash. After 6 months, the S&P was down 33%. Bernanke, February 2006, after 6 months, the S&P was down 5%. Janet Yellen, the market wasn't down at all after 6 months. And when our good friend Powell took over February of 2018, after 6 months, the S&P was down 3%. So the average is after 6 months, the market would be down approximately 9%. Are we going to see that this time? I don't know. Jessica seems friendly towards the market. Our Joe was like, he's a big bull. So we'll see how this plays out. But I thought that was just interesting to find out what was the market after a change in the guard, if you will. But there you go.
Answers the question. Sounds like Yellen. Yellen's the GOAT. Yellen's the GOAT.
Yeah, right?
The last couple transitions were very much in continuity, too, from Bernanke to Yellen to Powell. They were very much aligned on sort of targeting inflation as their core framework, right? The rumors are that Walsh is going to be a little bit different. He's got different views. He's more skeptical on inflation, and he might be changing up the way that we actually look at forward guidance, right? So we could see a little bit of a market reaction to that also. Again, I'm looking forward to hearing.
What's
that?
You don't like the stats? Change the way you collect the stats.
Change the way you look at them, right?
Hey, Jack, what are we seeing in ES? Well, we've got some movement over there.
We just took out the lows. We're just like kind of gradually breaking down the lows of the overnight session. We're trading 71.40 right now. So total on the day, I'm just on the 5-minute chart. Let me zoom in. We've sold off about 20 points, so nothing huge yet. But this is the direction I would think. The thing that's bucking the trend a little bit is I would think that maybe we got selling off in the 10-year too. And we're at 4.41 right now. If something's bringing the stocks down because it's like slightly hawkish, I would think that the bonds would get support at some point. But then again, oil's at 107, so that's the other thing too. That might outweigh all this.
That whole thing, yes. What's going on at crude oil trading $107.02. We had highs at $107.68. What's going on gold? Trading $45.56. Yes, down about 20 points or so since the rate announcement. Now trading 71.42. NQ trading 27,180. 180. And like Jack saw, 10-year yield above 4.4%. 4.41%. We are waiting for the Jerome Powell press conference at the bottom of the hour. And this will be his final one. JD, anything else from the statement? Anything else from the statement that's popping out, jumping off the page at you?
From the statement, dual mandate balance is still front and center, according to Powell. The Fed explicitly states it is watching risks to both employment and inflation, signaling a more balanced reaction function. And subtle easing bias remains. Language suggests openness to future adjustments, which markets interpret as potential tilt towards cuts, though not imminent. No cuts guaranteed yet.
Oh.
All right, coming up for the presser, some of the words to look out for. Poly market, 77%. They say inflation 40 plus times. Sorry,
40?
77% for 40 plus times, 44% for 50 plus times. You think he'll say it 60 times, 16%. Coin flip on balance sheet. That seems, hey, nothing we say here is nothing is financial advice, especially not doing these prediction markets. But coin flip on balance sheet seems, I think I'll say it. 28% Iran. 18% no comment. 18% Kevin or Warsh.
Oh, first name.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any good ones here.
First name,
And then
last name, huh?
crypto or Bitcoin, 9%. I think that's something he purposefully does not mention.
Mm-mm.
I just see a little bit of a bounce back in the equities. President is meeting with the astronauts at the moment as well. Haven't seen much from there, but waiting. Good. Jerome Powell's final. What goodies do we have actually? While we wait for this, what do we got back there? I think we do have the.
Oh, can I? Yeah, let me introduce this first. For a while,
please.
you may have been a listener. Noticed that it's been a long time since we got a call from Jerome Powell. Well, what happened was he was frankly banned from our program for a long time, and
hedging.
We've since, yeah, maybe, yeah, he was on one of those farms, but before he was no longer allowed to come on, he had sent us one final voicemail. We didn't know it was final at the time, that we've just been sitting on from back in September when it was the second anniversary of Topstep. So we thought, because it's his last day, we would show this old clip. You think we can do that, Andre?
Sounds good to me. Boy, this has been sitting in the archives. Yes, we're ready. Here we go. What's up, Jerome?
Hello, Topstep TV. It's your favorite general contractor, Jerome Powell. I understand that today is the second anniversary of your telecast. Congratulations on going 2 full years without one of you losing an eye to a pair of safety scissors. You may have seen my Fed colleague Lisa Cook is getting investigated for mortgage fraud. But have no fear, Daddy Powell has only ever had one primary residence, and it's your mom's. Now, if you excuse me, I'm about to roll a blunt the size of Janet Yellen and watch the national debt clock. See you when I see you. Powell out.
Wow.
Wow. At the time,
The guy.
I now see how we had to ban him, but yeah.
He hits hard when he wants to, no doubt about it. He's a spicy dude.
How does he have our phone number? We have voicemail? Oh, that was incredible. Oh, Paul, that was fantastic.
Oh.
We got buyers stepping back into the NASDAQ here.
Sure do.
NASDAQ is holding up pretty well. No range extension since that happened. So, and it's sitting right at point of control. S&Ps did have range extension. Back inside of range, but NASDAQ's holding up pretty good.
Hogue, question. You got, what kind of levels you have? Just weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff lows, gold, ES, anything that might come in play.
All right. Well, give me a second to take a look. I mean, we're pretty far. We're pretty far from, pretty centrally located in the equities as far as weekly kickoff highs and lows are concerned. We did break the weekly kickoff low in the gold here earlier, day before yesterday. And if we do, I mean, there's really nothing close as far as longer term levels. We talked about 44.75 in gold. That is a measured move. Below that 44.20 that somebody else was talking about 44.20 in gold as well today. I did hear that. Crude, we broke out of the weekly kickoff high night before last, which was at 98.50, and I haven't had the chance to really look at any measured moves above here. There's a lot of space up here, though. A lot of space. As far as weekly kickoffs, we're pretty far from them. We've broken a couple of them and seen some continuation.
We got some
Take
headlines
a
here.
look at. Yeah, go ahead.
President in the wire here. Trump told Putin, "I'd rather you help end war in Ukraine." Spoke with Putin today. Talked about. I think he might announce a ceasefire. Putin might announce a little ceasefire soon. This is
sounds legit.
Spoke with Putin today. Talked about Ukraine, Iran again. Perhaps that could be part of the reaction that we're seeing this pop in equities. And president
oil is just a little bit below 107 right now, trading 106.88, still up 7% on the day.
NASDAQ still ripping. We're back to VWAP. I've got a VWAP on our 5-minute chart at 27,232 half, 232 hook. We're right there right now.
All right. Okay. Those that weren't here in fast markets, we're not done with our homage to Chairman Powell. A little montage from over the years we'd like to bring you. We're just we're emptying the clip here. Let's show them the goods we showed.
It's last day.
Yeah, it's his last day. We love this guy. Here we go.
Good afternoon. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor.
Well, well, well. Guess who's still f***ing here?
Focused solely on our mandate of price stability.
Anyway, we're not cutting rates today. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago.
There's been 45 presidents, but only one Daddy Powell.
Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more.
Mount Rushmore could come to life, and a 200-foot-tall stone George Washington could ask me to leave, and I'd tell him to f*** off.
Persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year.
See you at 1, my pretties. Powell out.
We're gonna miss him. We're gonna miss him. All out.
Yeah.
We got
What's going to happen to the money gun? Who's going to make the money gun go burr, right?
Burr.
I think he's got to put it on the desk with his badge. How I thought.
Yeah.
On the way out the door.
Yeah.
Give me your badge and your firearm.
Taking Slack credentials away on the way out. All right, poll is up. What color tie will Jerome Powell be rocking? Purple, blue, red, black. What if he wears black?
Has he ever not worn purple? He always wears purple, right?
Can we run that montage again? Let's go. No, I'm just kidding. Perhaps
I am. I'm hoping, for no particular reason, that Kevin Warsh has some. What do you say? Some noticeable mannerisms or things that he does, way that he talks.
Short life
for no particular reason.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find it, Jack.
Free to call us, Kevin Warsh. Please call us.
President, more from the president here. Trump was asked which war ends first. Replied maybe similar timetables. For those in the chat wondering, get those votes in. Get those votes in for what color tie Jerome Powell will be wearing for his final press conference as Fed chair. What are they going to ask him? Are they going to talk? Is he going to call him Kevin? If he calls him Kevin, that would be. I would not, just a first name basis. That would be wild. Also, okay, yes, we will. The announcement, the live press conference, we will be bringing that in to you live here on Topstep TV. 8 minutes, about 8 minutes, at the bottom of the hour. Those that are tuning in, welcome to Topstep TV. Who's tuning in for the very, 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 very first time to watch this wall-to-wall coverage of the Powell's press conference? Don't forget, after that, after the close, we have earnings, Super Bowl earnings. Jack, who do we have again? I'm going to put you to this one. Who do we got?
Okay, let's see if we can do it.
Earnings.
I always forget one. Because two of them have changed their names. All right. Meta, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon. Got them.
Nailed it.
Yo.
The other question is, do they get to choose when they release earnings? How does that work? Does anybody know? Are they on a deadline? Why are they all on the same day and on Fed Day? Trick question.
Fed's
I don't know the
good
answer.
question.
Yeah. Well, Fed's every 6 weeks. FOMC's every 6 weeks, I believe. So that's I could be wrong. I think it's every 6 weeks. Is it just a coincidence? You know, like when everything lines up?
Stars aligned for this one?
Stars aligned,
Maybe.
Mercury retrograde, yeah. Why do they release so after? Has not started. We're waiting. Awaiting. This will begin in the bottom of the hour.
We will have it in here live.
Oh.
Walking up to the podium.
They got Powell and the CEOs of all those companies saying, let's do it all on that day. Let's mess with them. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
There's got to be some type of collusion, right? What are the odds that just happen randomly?
Eddie Powell, bring that blunt.
I guess
he's always feisty when he calls us.
Maybe they just don't care that much.
Yeah. That's probably true.
And all lined up this time. Although it would be funny if they all at the same time band together and say, we are decreasing our CapEx spend and just tank this entire market worse than everything we've ever seen. It won't happen. Everyone's going to be beat and raised today.
All-time highs, crude prices. Yeah, so some of the things looking for, will he be asked? Asking about energy prices, transitory. I don't know if that will be the case. Hawkish, right? This has a hawkish tone to it, given some of the quote dissenters. How are they going to settle that prop? Were they really dissenters? Those other three?
Yeah, they count as dissenters. So that's why this borders, once again, cannot give financial advice, but like I see all the time,
Purple.
You guys who are on Twitter, I'm sure you see it too. You get 1,000 ads put at you for like, look at this algo bot I made that made this much money on Polymarket by just collecting the last 2 cents on a 99% bet. The law of large numbers will come for your ass at some point. 4 dissenters, and they only dissented because they agreed on rates. They were just like, I dissent to this.
Yeah, it's 4. Yeah,
whatever.
It's a dissent. Since 1992. Myron, though, let's not count out Myron. Myron's just sticking to the script. Cut. What's up, JD? We got 4 minutes. 4 minutes till the Q&A. What's up, JD?
You guys want to hear ChatGPT's eulogy to Jerome Powell on his last Fed meeting press conference?
Really?
It's actually pretty good.
Yes. I reserve the right to say no after like
is
the
it
first
funny?
couple stanzas. So.
Is it funny or is it funny or serious? We'll get us in trouble.
It's kitschy. It's kitschy. I'll start it off. Here we go. Today, we gathered to honor the final meeting of Jerome Powell, a man who bravely stared down inflation, market tantrums, and more right-height speculation than any human should legally endure. Jay didn't just move markets. He confused them. With a single sentence, he could send futures soaring, crashing, and then somehow doing both at the same time. Truly a magician of modern monetary policy. He taught us many things. First, that data dependent can mean absolutely anything or nothing at the same time. That a pause is never actually or really a pause. And that no matter what happens, someone on financial Twitter will say he got it wrong. Under his leadership, we survived historic inflation, aggressive tightening, and at least 47 different versions of the pivot trade. Through it all, Powell remained calm, measured, and just vague enough to keep everyone guessing. Rest in peace, forward guidance. And Jay, may your legacy live on in every confused bond trader and every over-leveraged futures position.
Peace out, pal. Well done.
Peace out. Was
That was
okay?
beautiful. That was beautiful.
It only did once. There was only like the one tell that was AI, and it did. I don't know why AI does this, but they love using the construction of it's not that this, it's this.
It's
Which,
this.
like I'm aware of that. They have to be aware of that. That's like the biggest tell. But otherwise, it was beautiful. Thank you for spending all that time.
6 seconds. 6 seconds creating it or prompting it, and 2 minutes reading it. That's the amount of time I put into that eulogy. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone go full screen, adjust those suckers. We see an empty podium right now. Mr. Powell will be taking to it in about 90 seconds. Also, traders adding bets on Fed rate hike in 2027. Now seeing a 45% chance of a rate hike in 2027 per CME Fed Watch data. So we're going to go start to finish with this thing, all right? Bear with us. Be nice to the guy. Be nice to the chat. Start to finish. Then we're going to do a recap. We'll have Power Hour after this later. This might go for 45 minutes to an hour. Bear with us. So we're going to listen to what the man himself says. This could be a wild one. Who knows? Who knows? It's going to be later. I got these dissenters. I got Myron still trying to cut this thing. Like, I'm out of here. I'm good. No time to be a consultant. No time to get a consultant and get paid. All right, we got host
Topstep TV.
Topstep TV, that's right.
God, could you imagine? That'd be amazing. It's just like fast markets. Jay Powell. Get a baseball hat for him and live account.
Bring the heat, Powell. Come on, bring the heat, man. On your way out, just bring the heat. All right, you're watching. We'll be having that come soon here. It's typically on time. Will you say short-lived or short-lived? Short-lived. That was
gotta be
I've never heard anybody say short-lived, but I guess it's right.
I've heard one person say it.
Only one person.
Just
looked it up. That's
Jay Powell.
We get it, Powell. You're smart. JD, would you adjust that screen if you get a chance? We got Powell lower right-hand corner. And I missed this guy. Warsh, when's the next Fed? Next FOMC meeting? It's in May. 6 weeks from now. June
17th.
June 17th. We'll get to Warsh. Okay. Coincidental timing. President hitting the wire saying, good time to lower rates right now.
It's just, right at the
I'm
door.
not kidding. It said that. Waiting for Powell. Waiting for Powell here.
Oh, my goodness.
Late? Wow. Powell? Late? 15 seconds.
Come on.
What are they going to do?
Seconds.
Fire him?
Good afternoon. I know, right?
They tried. This guy's as invincible as any employee right now.
He ain't going anywhere, man. Yeah. They did try.
Is there a prediction bet on whether or not he drops the mic and says Powell out after he's done?
No, I should have got the contract made.
Powell out.
Powell bingo. What do we got? Powell bingo.
There is no meeting. The whole thing was a hoax.
Oh, baby. Brings Warsh up with him. Interesting. A minute late, 90 seconds late.
Usually very oh, there he is.
Punctual.
All right, here we go.
What color is the tie?
It looks purple from here.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy has been expanding at a solid pace. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has been little changed in recent months. Inflation has moved up and is elevated, in part reflecting the recent increase in global energy prices. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. We see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand at a brisk pace. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. In the labor market, the unemployment rate was 4.3% in March and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. A good part of the slowing in the pace of the job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including job openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, generally show little change in recent months. Inflation has moved up recently and is elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 3.5% over the 12 months ending in March, boosted by the significant rise in global oil prices that has resulted from the conflict in the Middle East. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.2% over the 12 months ending in March. This relatively high rate largely reflects the effects of tariffs on prices in the goods sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have risen this year, likely because of the substantial rise in oil prices. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The economic outlook remains highly uncertain, and the conflict in the Middle East has added to this uncertainty. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation. Beyond that, the scope and duration of potential effects on the economy remain unclear, as does the future course of the conflict itself. We will continue to monitor the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. This is my last press conference as chair, and I will close with a few thoughts. First, I want to congratulate Kevin Warsh on his advancement out of the Senate Banking Committee this morning. This is an important step forward, and I wish him well as that process continues. The Federal Reserve exists for one fundamental purpose: to foster the economic conditions in which American families and businesses can thrive. Stable prices, a strong job market, and a financial system they can depend on. Every decision we make, whether about interest rates or regulatory and supervisory matters or other issues, is made in service of that purpose. Our decisions reflect the collective judgment of the Board of Governors and the Federal Open Market Committee, colleagues who demonstrate analytical rigor, principled judgment, and a genuine commitment to the public interest. Our collaborative and deliberative process has long reflected a shared commitment to finding common ground in service to our mission. This institution is resilient, capable, and staffed by professionals of extraordinary talent and exceptional dedication. It has been a privilege to serve alongside so many great public servants at the Board of Governors and around the Federal Reserve System. The Fed's work is only as effective as the public's understanding of it, and you, the press, are essential to keeping the public informed about what we do and why. The people we serve benefit from your careful reporting. I welcomed the announcement last Friday by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia that she had closed the criminal investigation. She also noted, however, that she would not hesitate to restart the investigation. Over the weekend, the Department of Justice provided assurances that they will not reopen the investigation unless there's a criminal referral from the Fed's Inspector General. And, absent such a referral, if they do appeal the recent court decision, they would not seek, as part of that appeal, to restart the investigation or send new subpoenas. I've said that I will not leave the board until this investigation is well and truly over with transparency and finality, and I stand by that. I'm encouraged by recent developments, and I'm watching the remaining steps in this process carefully. My decisions on these matters will continue to be guided entirely by what I believe is in the best interest of the institution and the people we serve. After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. There's only ever one chair of the Federal Reserve Board. When Kevin Warsh is confirmed and sworn in, he will be that chair. Once sworn in as board chair, his new colleagues will elect him to chair the FOMC as well. As I regularly point out from this podium, our success in delivering our goals matters for all Americans. I'm confident that the Fed will continue to do its work with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Wow. He ain't going
All
in.
right.
He ain't leaving. He ain't leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the kind words about the press. Often doesn't come from the podium in different places, but appreciate that. Can you talk about what is gone into your decision to remain on the board? What kind of criteria are you weighing, and how long might you stay? Thank you.
Sure. So, my concern is really about the series of legal attacks on the Fed, which threaten our ability to conduct monetary policy without considering political factors. And I want to note here, this has nothing whatever to do with verbal criticism by elected officials. I've never suggested that such verbal criticism is a problem, and neither has anyone else here. But these legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. It is so important for our economy, for the people that we serve, that they can depend over time on a central bank that operates that way, free of political influence. It's part of the absolute foundation of this amazing economy that we have. It's just one of the many reasons why the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. That piece of institutional architecture separates successful countries from unsuccessful countries. It is extremely important, not for the people who work at the Fed at any given time, but for the people that we serve, that the Fed remain able to conduct monetary policy in a way that doesn't get pulled into politics, trying to help or hurt any particular politician or political party. It's critical for the people that we serve. In terms of when I would leave, I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so. Was that all your questions, or was there?
Well, I just have a follow-up, which is, what would you say to the criticism that by remaining on the board, you're actually taking a political act and denying President Trump the majority of the board, which as president he would have if you left?
I don't see that at all. As I mentioned, I'm literally staying because of the actions that have been taken. I had long planned to be retiring, and the things that have happened in the last 3 months have I think left me no choice but to stay until I see them through at least that long. In addition, I don't see how this will interfere. My intention is not to interfere. I was a governor for almost 6 years, and the tradition is at the Fed that governors who understand how difficult the role of chair is, and as a soon-to-be former chair, I do understand how hard it is to get consensus with 19 strong-minded people. You work with the chair. You try to be heard, but also collaborate with the chair and try to support the chair when you can. When you can't, you can't. And I think that's the attitude that people generally take, and that's the attitude that I'll take.
Markets aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Chair Powell, if I could ask about the inflation outlook. In March, you described the standard practice of looking through energy shocks as conditional on inflation expectations staying anchored. Since that meeting, there has been very little progress reopening key energy trade corridors. Can you help us understand how the inflation outlook has changed in the intermeeting period, beginning with the prospects for tariff pass-through resolving on the timeline that you had outlined in March, before getting to the energy shock that is now on top?
So, I would look at it this way. For a long time, we've been working on the hypothesis, really, that tariffs would lead to a one-time price increase and that would go away over time. In other words, that there would be no further change, so measured inflation wouldn't reflect that higher level going up more and more. And it's time for that to happen. We really do expect that to be happening in the next 2 quarters. So we'll be watching very carefully to see that what we've thought all along would happen. That's the kind of critical part of the forecast. We need to really see that. With energy, it's so hard to say. I mentioned, in sort of the textbook, you would look through an oil shock because they tend to be short-lived and they tend to revert. And monetary policy works with long and variable lags, so you wouldn't necessarily react right away. I think that is all the more true given that we're several years above 2% inflation and that we're already looking through the tariff shock. So I think we're going to be very cautious about that. But the question about looking through energy really is not in front of us right now. It hasn't even peaked yet. And I think we'd want to see the backside of that and progress on tariffs before we even thought about reducing rates.
So if I could follow up, the statement today preserves language that has taken on some meaning as it was socialized when the committee was actively lowering rates. Why is that easing bias still ripe, given how different the inflation outlook is now versus a meeting or two ago? And what more would have to happen for it to get evicted?
So that was, as you will recall, we had a discussion about that at the last meeting, and we talked about it in the press conference after the March meeting. We had the same today. We had quite a vigorous discussion about that very issue and the guidance, and is it still appropriate and that kind of thing. And I would say that the number of people on the committee who either could support that language changing to a more neutral stance so that a hike is as likely as a cut, that number has increased over the intermeeting period, and it's easy to see why. I mean, it's a good question, right? You see, inflation has moved up over the interim a bit. Core inflation's 3.2 now, moving, albeit just a little bit, in the wrong direction. And we know that there will be, that there's headline inflation coming out of the Gulf, and we don't know how much that will be. We're going to need to see. So it makes all the sense in the world that people would look at that and we'd have a vigorous discussion about that. You saw that 3 people dissented over the language. I think all of those people agreed with the rate decision. So the majority of the committee did not want to do that, and I didn't think we needed to do it at this meeting. It really was just a question of why do we need to do that now? We have so much to learn. There's so much uncertainty about the path ahead. There doesn't need to be any rush to make that decision now, because what happens in the next 30, 60 days, even by the next meeting, could really change the picture around that language. So, it's a much closer thing on the committee than it was in March, and that makes all the sense in the world, it seems to me.
10-year yield up to 4.43, so we're at the high.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just going back to this issue of the easing bias, we've now got oil approaching $120 a barrel when it comes to the benchmark Brent crude. If it stays around those levels 6 weeks from now, what would be your best guess as to whether the easing bias will still be in the statement? Thank you.
I wouldn't want to guess. Well, first of all, we're going to have new leadership in all likelihood by then, and new leadership's going to have a very important role to play in that. So I won't be standing here at this podium to answer your question. So I don't know. As I mentioned, that's all I can really say is that we had a great discussion about that today. It's gotten to be a better question in the interim period. We had the discussion. A majority are still on the page of not feeling the need to move to that level, and that's where I am. I get it, though. At a certain point, you would move, and that conceivably could come as soon as the next meeting.
Thank you. Just to follow on, the new leadership also seemed rather lukewarm on press conferences and on the dot plots. What would your advice to him be on these communication tools? So
I'm not going to give him any advice through you today here, but I think communications generally is. I think every incoming chair takes a look at communications, and it's a very healthy thing. I mean, communications it's very complex, and you can always be looking at new things. And if that happens, it feels like it's going to happen. That's a completely appropriate thing.
Hi, Chair Powell, Neil Jerome with Axios. Can you tell us if you've been in touch with incoming Chairman Warsh? To what extent is this a normal transition process versus all the things swirling around, something unusual, and what can we expect when he takes that podium in a few weeks?
I haven't seen him since seeing him at a dinner in January where I congratulated him and had a nice chat with him. Haven't seen him. I don't know what a normal process is. The last process was with Janet Yellen, with whom I had worked for 6 years, and so it was, we were sitting down the hall from each other, so it was a very different thing. I think this is and will be a very normal, standard kind of a transition process. So that's what I expect. I have every reason to think it will be.
Quick follow-up: is the Supreme Court ruling on Governor Cook a factor in when you may leave as a governor?
I wasn't thinking of it as such, but no, not really. I mean, I'm thinking more of the other things I mentioned.
Hi, thanks for taking our question. I wanted to ask a question about your tenure, and Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. During your tenure as chair, you often spoke about how disadvantaged Americans benefited from extended periods of low unemployment. In the new framework the Fed adopted in 2020, some economists say elevated the Fed's employment mandate. Are you worried that the pandemic inflation spike that followed will make future Fed chairs more reluctant to pursue a hot jobs market? And should they be?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, what we experienced in the teens, the mid-teens, was really low levels of unemployment for a long period of time and no reaction from inflation. And we all very much took notice of that. We also noticed that the biggest wage gains were going to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum. And we had many reports of, it felt like a fairly stable equilibrium, and a lot of benefits were flowing to people at the bottom end of the income spectrum, including companies were, setting up in people who were confined and like training them before they got out. And it was a very healthy sort of set of societal dynamics. So of course, I think anybody would love to get back to that. I don't think that anything that happened to create the global pandemic inflation was in any way related to overweighting the employment market. I mean, it was a global shock that happened essentially very similarly all over the world. It had to do with closing, reopening, stimulus, and all that. And I mean, you could look at a graph of 10 big economies on the page and not know which was the U.S. and which was Germany, France, and things like that. So I don't think that insight was in any way responsible for the high inflation that we experienced. So, I mean, I think it's always been a balance. You've got to be strong of our dual mandates, and we for example, now we don't feel that the labor market is at all a source of inflation, so we don't need to be worrying about that. It's been a long time since we have had to worry about that. Well, actually, during the pandemic recovery, the labor market was super overheated and tight, and that's when we had to worry about it, but not now.
And just on the other issue, do you need more assurance from the Justice Department before stepping down? Is that what you're waiting for, or what else?
I'm waiting, for the investigation to be well and truly over with finality and transparency, and I'm waiting for that, and I will leave when I think it's appropriate to do so.
Michael McKee.
All right, bouncing a little bit in equities right now.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'd like to
yeah.
ask you if you could explain a little more or characterize a little more the discussion about the two-sided view and interest rates, because there were some members of the Open Market Committee who've been suggesting that we may need to raise interest rates even absent the war because inflation was not coming down fast enough. Is there any sense that interest rates might have to go up, or was this just a setup to sort of warn people that you're worried about the war impacts?
So the three dissenters and others who could have supported that, and others who were voters and non-voters who preferred it, they all supported the rate decision, right? So people are not saying we need to hike now. It's more a question of, don't we kind of feel that we should be neutral? And what are markets doing? People argue that this is consistent with markets are doing. And again, it's a very fair question, but these changes, there is it's a form of forward guidance, and you don't want to make them in a way that will be sustained and continue to make sense, and not something you need to take back fairly quickly. So I think we just a group of us, including me, didn't feel like we needed to be in a hurry on that markets are not confused about our reaction function. We don't have a problem to solve on that. But the other side of the argument is a good argument too, as I mentioned. I mean, it's a perfectly good argument to be having, good discussion to be having. So, and it came out the way it came out.
Well, you've got 3 dissents in favor of two-sided warning. You've got yourself staying on the board. You've got the criticism that does come from elected officials, and you've got a lot of critics who have faulted the Fed for being too slow 2021 with inflation. Are you worried about Fed credibility under all of this? Is that one reason that you want to stay on?
Is that Homer Simpson?
Not driving my thinking now. I mean, monetary policy is going to get made by 19 people. There's a lot of stability there. I mean, if you think about it, every new Fed chair has the same situation, which is you've got 18 colleagues on the FOMC, 11 of them vote during any year, and your job is to create consensus. It's to talk to them, understand them, be inside their thinking, and be able to pull them together and get consensus and move. And that's what every Fed chair has to do. And I think Kevin Warsh is actually quite well. He has the capabilities, skills to be very good at that, I would think. So I think I'm not so worried about that process. I think that'll work itself out.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Howard Schneider with Reuters. You mentioned that staying on as a governor, you intend to keep a low profile. I'm just wondering if you could give us a little more detail on what that looks like and how you can. Touche. Walk down the steps. What that looks like, and particularly around the policy discussion, how you're able to have your intervention and not be a shadow chair and not have a kind of an outsized influence over the process.
Yeah, that's just something I would never do. The shadow chair thing. No, I don't know what the exact specifics of it will be, but I'm going back to being a governor. I respect the role of chair. I was a chair. I was a governor for 6 years, and I know what that's like. I know, and I had a pretty front row seat particularly with Chair Yellen, to whom I was close when I worked with Chairman Bernanke for 2 years, but. I was brand new at that time, so I got a sense of what it was, and I had real sympathy for how hard it is to get that group to consensus. And I always felt like I don't want to add to that unnecessarily, and that means try to support the chairs where the direction the chair wants to go in, if you can. If you can't, you can't. And I think that's the way it's always worked there, because the chair only has one vote, plus the ability to develop consensus. And if people won't be. They won't, if they're not flexible at all, then how do you ever do that? And so that's why the authority the chair has really is to develop relationships with people and work with them, and then put something forward that has consensus. And I propose to be a very constructive participant in that process, really out of respect for the office of the chair.
And in your view as a soon-to-be governor, how do you see the risks of oil prices bleeding into core inflation in coming weeks? Because it seems like the commentary that was coming from particularly some of the Reserve Bank presidents, they were elevated concerns about the bleed into core. And, here we are with 3 dissents now. What do you see as the prospect of a core inflation?
Those prospects are real. Remember, though, and they're real, and the real thing is we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to need to see. And the good news is we think our policy stance is in a very good place for us to wait and see. We're right kind of at the high end of neutral or perhaps mildly restrictive. The labor market shows more and more signs of stability, whereas inflation is kind of misbehaving. And so maybe a little bit of restriction or the high end of neutral is just the right place to be. So we can wait here and see how things work out before we act.
71.
And we'll see how much how much does come through into core. You see it already in airfares, of course, but you may see it in many other places. we just don't know yet, and it's so unknowable because how long will the strait be closed? You can develop any number of scenarios that you want, but we really won't know till we know. So fortunately, we're in a good place to wait and let things develop.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Back to basically
You
where we
started
were
holding
announcement
post-meeting press
yes.
conferences for every meeting as opposed to the ones with just with SEPs. Can you talk about why you see that as a net positive?
NASDAQ making a little bit of a move.
So we always said when we were doing quarterly press conferences, we always said we can move at any meeting, but we only ever moved at the quarterly SEP meetings where we had the press conference. So if you think about it, during the pandemic, we were moving like a lot at every meeting and sometimes between meetings. And doing that without a press conference, I think, would have been quite challenging. It's become the industry norm. It's the standard. I don't know whether that has to remain that way. I don't know. I mean, it's just something people have become used to. And I do think it's quite helpful to, I try to deliver a message on behalf of the committee rather than 18 other people going out and delivering their message, and it's going to be all over the place because we do, thankfully, have widely disparate views.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the communications review from last year. Could you describe the debate last year, what changes were considered, what you wanted, and what prevented action, any action on those changes?
So I'm not going to go into the real small specifics, but what we found very quickly was that making changes, making really large changes, for example, to the dot plot or the SEP, it didn't have. We couldn't come up with anything that had really broad support on the committee. And so we just moved on. We didn't really do as much on that as we might have. And I was never the world's biggest fan of the dot plot, but you can't beat something with nothing. And we've looked at a bunch of things, and it's something. Like I said, I think every new chair is going to look at our suite of communications, and think about what would be changes. We are the only major central bank that doesn't publish a forecast, and that's because we have a 19-person committee, and you try to do that at the board. That's hard. At the committee, that's hard. It's hard if you do it at the staff. So it works. I think our communications are fine, but looking at doing it in a different and better way is the most natural thing in the world.
All right, we are watching Jerome Powell's last press conference as a Fed chair. When this does conclude, we will have Dolby, Mohammed, myself to trade it up. Maybe at the bottom of the hour, we got 1,000 on the upside. Most candid we've seen Powell in a minute, fellas. We'll get back to this, and we'll get these guys' takes on what we're hearing here. Also, they're breaking in with commentary and market updates throughout. But let's get back to Powell. Mohammed, Dolby coming up after this.
Relatively well, despite this major energy shock. The unemployment rate has ticked lower. Inflation was moving sideways even before the war and is now moving higher. So where is the committee at on that debate?
Where we're at is we think our policy rate is in a good place. If we need to hike, we will certainly signal that, and we will certainly do it. And if we need to cut, then if it's appropriate to cut, then we'll signal the opposite. I think because we feel like we're in a good place to move in either direction. Nobody's calling for a hike right now, so it really is going to depend on how things evolve, and that's really where it is. As I mentioned, much closer question this cycle on changing the guidance, but ultimately we didn't.
And as it relates to the war, at what point do you think the risk to growth will be larger than the risk to inflation as this conflict drags on?
You just have to find that out empirically. Given our the fact that we're a big exporter of energy, and that our economy is far less energy intensive, oil intensive than it was during the 70s, the effects on the United States are really substantially less than those of Western Europe or Asia, who are feeling much greater effects from these things. The effects we're feeling in the current situation currently, and in sort of what's priced in, which is a relatively quick outcome. If this goes on for much longer and prices go much higher, then we'll feel that much more. And of course, I'm talking about aggregate inflation numbers. We're very well aware that people are experiencing higher gas prices all over the country now, and that hurts. Those hikes may continue to happen, and other things are going to start to reflect airline fares I mentioned, and other products and services that are dependent upon petroleum and derivatives of petroleum. People are going to start to feel that.
Edward.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So I guess I'll just ask you directly on this. The markets don't see a rate cut at all this year, is what they're predicting. Do you think that we are at the neutral rate? Why or why not?
You know, the neutral rate is we cannot know it with certainty. I think pretty close to the neutral rate. Yeah, I always had it, between 3% and 4%. We're a little north of 3.5%. So that's well in the range of what I would consider a reasonable, but at the higher end of the range of what I would consider reasonable neutral rate. I think the labor market is still probably cooling off just a little bit, and I don't think there's much of a case for any case really for policy looking meaningfully restrictive, maybe mildly restrictive or neutral, I would say.
And I want to follow up on some of the other questions about your future a little bit. The first time we've seen 4 dissents now since October of 1992, are you handing off a divided Fed?
The thing to remember is we have always had vigorous debates, and they're excellent debates. I have to say they've been really good, and we're in an unusually difficult situation. So we've really had 4 supply shocks. You can say more than 4, but at a minimum, we had the pandemic, we had the invasion of Ukraine, we had tariffs, and now we have Iran and the oil, the oil spike. So every supply shock has the capability of driving inflation up and unemployment up. And what do? It's the central bank has a really hard time knowing what to do. So the right thing to do is to try to balance the achievement of those 2 goals, and that's what our framework calls for us to do. But these are really tough, difficult judgments. You've got to have a forecast for each variable. You've got to think how long it's going to take to get back to target. You got to think how restrictive or not is policy. So it's only natural that you have a range of views on the committee. People are going to see it different ways. They're going to have different risk tolerances and that kind of thing. I mean, if everybody agreed, that would be surprising. And I think it's partly a function of the extraordinarily challenging set of supply shocks that we've been dealing with now for 5-6 years.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Selena Wayne with ABC News. Are you confident that Kevin Warsh will stand up to political pressure from President Trump?
Ooh. So he testified very strongly to that effect in his hearing, and I'll take him at his word.
And when it comes to gas, right now it's over $4 a gallon. Inflation just hit a 2-year high. Should Americans expect to be paying higher gas prices for the rest of this year? And in your view, does that take a rate cut off of the table? And secondly, by staying on as Fed governor, what message do you think you're sending to the president?
I don't know what gas prices are going to do for the rest of the year. And it will depend on how long the strait remains closed and how quickly it can be reopened and that kind of thing. But remember, when gas prices go up, that's disposable income coming out of people's pockets. So they're going to spend less on other things. So there will be a hit to GDP. So it's a question whether spending goes down to offset the inflationary effects. So it's not the answer isn't obvious ex ante whether you should move your rate over because of that. We'll have to see how it evolves.
Poll is up. Get your votes
I'll
in.
stand on what I said earlier.
Ooh, spicy.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. During your tenure, Fed independence has come under pressure in a lot of different ways. And I was just wondering, practically speaking, where do you see Fed independence as coming from? Is it the law? Is it political support from Congress? Is it the actions of the Fed? What sustains Fed independence?
Well, it's to a significant extent, it is the law. And, we've had to go to court to successfully so far to defend it. But the law does create a setting in which the Fed can and is directed to make monetary policy without consideration of political factors. And so part of it is the law. But it goes beyond that, though. There's a set of customs. There's a boundary line between the Fed and the administration, between the Fed and the Treasury Department. And we need to continue to respect those boundaries about what the Fed is responsible for and what the Treasury is responsible for and what the rest of the administration is responsible for. So some of it is legal. In fact, it's all legal at the end of the day, but it's more than just monetary policy. We don't want to use our tools we haven't wanted to use our tools to achieve goals that are really clearly outside our mandate. Every administration looks at our tools and thinks that would be good to repurpose those to serve other purposes, but that's dragging us into politics and into fiscal policy. So we've resisted that.
Well, and maybe another way of asking it too is, do you think that Fed independence is as strong now as when you became chair? And if so, why?
Look, I think it's at risk. I mean, I think these legal assaults, if you will, as I mentioned, the institution is being battered over these things. We're having to resort to, the courts to enforce our legal, it's not so much independence. It's really the ability to make monetary policy without political considerations. That's what we're talking about. And we've had to do that, and we've been successful so far, but that's not over. None of that is concluded yet. And it's really important. It's not about people who work at the Fed or the institution. It's about the benefits of a central bank that makes decisions based on analysis and our best thinking, rather than trying to help or hurt politicians. It's that there's a bright line between central banks who do one and do the other, and successful countries have uniformly, successful advanced economy countries have a really strong set of protections around their central bank just for that reason. So that's what it's all about. I think I am confident, as I said in my remarks, that the Fed will continue to make its decision based on analysis, rigorous analysis, and not on political considerations. But we've had to fight for it, and I'd like to think that we can get out of that era and go back to respecting, what the law says and what custom has been, which is to, let the Fed do our thing. It's an institution full of human beings who work super hard to get things right for the benefit of the public. We're all human. Don't expect for perfection, but do expect us to make, decisions without political considerations and the very best analysis we can bring.
Katerina Saraiva, Bloomberg News. How would you characterize what you've heard from your colleagues on your decision to stay? Do you have their support? And then have you heard concern from your colleagues about continued legal attacks from the executive branch? Is this something that others have, talked to you about?
So I think that I don't want to report on what my colleagues think. They can speak for themselves. But there are widespread concerns that these things may continue. That's all I'll say. And and that would be a problem. And so.
And then I just also wanted to ask about Governor Waller's speech on the reserve banks. Do you have any thoughts on centralizing some of those functions in the way he described? And then are you concerned that something like that could potentially be a slippery slope to consolidate reserve bank functions even more in such a way where the central bank ultimately loses some of that important regional information?
So we try to be good stewards of the public's money and efficient, and Chris Waller is particularly passionate about that. Of course, so are the presidents, and it's a question of how do you accomplish it. We of course, and Chris said this in his speech, we want 12 strong, independent central banks with their own staffs and their own monetary policy views and all that. But there are things that are done in all 12 which could well be done at one much more efficiently and with cost savings. And so there's a back and forth going on that, but everybody's on the same page. The other thing he touched on was the idea of removing Reserve Bank presidents from office over different views on monetary policy, and I would just agree with him so strongly that would be the beginning of the end of the Fed's ability to make monetary policy independently. If every administration could come in and do that, you're just another cabinet agency at that point. So that's not something that I would support. Chris said the same thing.
Christine. Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I want to ask about legacy. When the history books are written, how do you think your stewardship at the Fed will be remembered for the past 8 years?
I'm going to just say that that's for someone else to say. I'll give you a mulligan on that.
All right, I'm going to ask you about misbehaving inflation then. You talked about those 4 big shocks, supply shocks over the past 5 years, and inflation still misbehaving. What's your message to American families who feel like inflation has not been under control for them really since the COVID reopening?
We're committed to bring inflation back down to 2% and sustainably. That's our goal, and we'll stick at it until that happens. We keep getting these events keep happening, which keep driving up costs, and the best thing we can do is to use our tools to guide inflation back down to 2%. I think trying to get there really quickly could be very costly in terms of job loss and things like that, but we try to get there over time in a way that does the least damage possible, and our commitment to that is never ending and unshakable.
How would you describe the economy outside of the misbehaving inflation? I mean, it's still awfully resilient given all of the blows.
I don't know that you can be awfully resilient. So it's actually quite resilient, I would say, because it's a positive thing. If I can have that amendment, yeah, the growth is really solid across our economy. Some of that is that consumer spending is hanging in pretty well. The most recent data are good. And some of it is just the apparently insatiable demand for data centers all over the United States. So a lot of business investment going into building data centers, and every reason to think that continues. So you've got an economy that's growing at 2% or better. PDFP, which is private domestic final purchases, which is really a better signal of a momentum in the economy, is actually higher than that. So that's a positive thing. If you look at the unemployment rate, it's 4.3%. So that's a low rate. That's pretty close to mainstream estimates of the natural rate. We've been there for a long time. So it doesn't feel like a good labor market to some who don't have jobs, because quits are really low, hires are really low, and there's effectively no new net job creation. So that's in a sense, the labor market is in balance, but it's an unusual and uncomfortable kind of a balance where people who don't have jobs will have a hard time breaking in unless somebody quits their job. So that's pretty good. Inflation is the thing we need to work on, and it's partly tariffs, which we think that inflation should subside over the course of this year, because it's kind of a one-time increase. It shouldn't be repeated, and that should start happening pretty soon. The energy inflation that we're getting should go through fairly quickly. And we'll just have to see how that works out. In the meantime, we think our policy stance is in a good place for us to hold and wait developments.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. At the risk of beating the dead horse here, clearly 3 members objected to keeping that easing bias in the statement. And you said that the majority still didn't need to move to new language at this point. So does the majority of the committee still have a bias towards cuts at this point, or has the bias on the committee shifted away from cuts towards holding or hikes if that was needed?
So I think that the center is moving toward a more neutral place, and that's sort of what markets are saying too. I just think there's a lot of signaling going on when you change guidance like that, and so we just, I guess a majority of us didn't feel like we needed to send a signal on that right now, but maybe it'll come to that, and the reason is because we're kind of waiting to see what happens with events in the Middle East and what are the implications of those events for the U.S. economy. So there's a group who feels like we don't need to be in a hurry to do that. We get it, and of course we will move to a hiking bias if we want to hike, and we'll move to a neutral bias before that. But there was a difference over whether to do it at this meeting, at a meeting at which all but one of us agreed that the rate decision was correct, which was not to move.
And you just said moments ago that you believe Fed independence is at risk. Is it safe to say that you want to stay on as a governor to serve as a check and balance on that?
I want to stay until I will stay until I feel it's appropriate for me to leave. And yes, that is really what is driving this. I'm not looking to be, a high profile dissident or anything like that. I'm more looking at the other aspects of this and wanting to see that things have calmed down and we're returning to a traditional model of working with the people that you have and bringing them to consensus and respecting that consensus. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Matt Egan.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. You've made many tough decisions in your time at the Fed, and as your time as chair comes to a close and you think about your tenure and perhaps your legacy, are there any decisions that stand out as ones that you're particularly proud of? And are there any that, with the benefit of hindsight, you would take a mulligan on?
Yeah, it's hard. I wouldn't want to single out individual things at this point. I'll just say, we, all of us together, have consistently tried to do what we think is best for the American people based on our tools and our objectives that Congress has given us. It's been very challenging because we've been in a situation of supply shocks really for 6 years. And that's just a very different situation than for a very long time. What the Fed and other central banks were doing all the time was demand management. And, and there was always the inflation mandate, but inflation was low for 25 years. So this is a very different world and a much more challenging one where you have to balance the two objectives. And by the way, central banks that have an inflation mandate have to do exactly the same thing because they're balancing economic activity. So that's been challenging. And we've tried to do our very best through these really challenging times. And I'm really proud of the work that I've done, that my colleagues and I have done during these years.
Now, to follow up on some of the discussion around Fed independence, can you explain to the public why this notion of Fed independence, which might sound kind of wonky to some, is so critical? I mean, what are the consequences if either the Supreme Court rules against Lisa Cook or the Fed in the future decides to make decisions more around the political calendar instead of the economic data?
So every major advanced economy in the world has made the same decision the United States has made, and that is that they want to take the making of monetary policy, the setting of interest rates to support the economy, to achieve maximum employment and price stability. They want to take that out of the direct control of elected politicians. And the reason is elected politicians are always running for election, and they'll always want low rates, and that will lead to inflation over time. So after literally centuries of experience with that, the whole world moved to the different model, and it's worked great. I mean, this is the era in which inflation was under control for 40 years. Then we had the pandemic, inflation everywhere in the world, and now we have inflation that had gone pretty much all the way back to target, really close to all the way back to target, and now is being buffeted by the energy shock, and the U.S. buffeted by the tariff shock as well. So, but what I would say to the general public is that's the backstory, is that don't think about it, an institution being independent. Think about it this way, that you want people to make monetary policy and set interest rates to benefit the general public and to try to achieve economic goals, which are maximum employment and price stability, and focus only on that and ignore political considerations completely. Ignore them. This isn't bipartisan. This is nonpartisan. So we want to just work directly for the American people doing these things. We don't think, I want to do this because the president says it's a good idea, or because there's an election coming up and I want to speed up or slow down the economy. I mean, think about that. If that's what we were doing, we'd have no credibility. Markets would lose faith in us and our ability to control inflation. and have any respect would be gone. And let me say, whatever people say, the markets believe in that we will produce 2% inflation. If you look at longer run expectations, markets believe that there's no sense in which our credibility in the markets has weakened. It's just not the case. It's people do get it, that this is our commitment and that we will achieve it, and it's priced in. If you disagree with that, then you can go ahead and bet against the markets, but the markets are pricing in Fed credibility.
Okay, we'll go to Richard for the last question.
Last question.
All right. Thank you, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo with CBS News. We talked a lot about gasoline prices and even you mentioned airline ticket prices, both of which are up dramatically because of the war in Iran. And so I wonder, are you seeing that weigh down consumer spending in other parts of the economy? And if so, how worried are you that that will be a drag on growth?
You don't see it in spending yet. You really don't. I mean, as one of your colleagues said, the economy has been resilient. It really has. Not just this time, but it's been remarkably resilient for some years now. The U.S. economy has just powered through shock after shock, and consumers are still spending, and that's what the banks will tell you, credit card companies will tell you, the retail sales numbers that we got most recently. People are still spending, and how long can that go on in a world where if gas prices were to go up a bunch more, that's taking otherwise spendable money out of people's pockets. But right now, we don't actually see much slowdown yet, and certainly none from this. But you think logically you will, because people have a certain amount of money to spend. If they're spending 25% more on gas or something like that, then that's going to come out of other spending. But we don't see it yet.
One last thing. You mentioned those economies in Southeast Asia that are particularly dependent on petroleum. They make a lot of the stuff that American consumers buy. So was there any discussion today about whether or not those costs getting passed along to consumers is a real concern, and whether or not that might push up inflation?
So all of those things are in the models that we use to calculate inflation. So they're just parts. You can ask about anything like that, and they have a place. The staff has a place where they're looking at that and pricing in what will happen with higher prices and that kind of thing. So it's there. The effects are not that big yet. We're a huge economy. The import sector is only 10% of the economy, so we're not like a European country where 50% of the external of GDP is in the external sector. We're also, as I mentioned, we're an oil exporter, so we're not feeling the same kind of pain, and we're not likely to feel the same kind of pain that economies in Western Europe and certainly in Asia are feeling. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. I won't see you next time.
That's it. That wasn't that funny. All right.
Did you just close it with, I won't see you next time?
I won't see you next time. All right. That has come to a conclusion. I got bored on that one, not going to lie. Let's get these guys' takes. I'm going to start with Hogue. Hogue, go ahead. Thoughts, takeaway from that. He's not leaving, but he's leaving. He's thoughts, Hogue.
Well, yeah, he's not leaving, but he's also not going to be a helicopter parent. He sounds like he has some pretty good confidence in Warsh. So he's not going to shadow chair. He's going to let him do his thing. But I think he's going to be there to help protect him from politics.
There you go. Thanks. Good stuff. JD, what was your takeaways from that riveting?
Consumers are still spending money, right? So sit back, relax, see what happens. That's the wait and see policy that he's been dealing with, or the stance that he's taken for the last couple of years. He tripled down on PCE as the Fed's, how do you say it? Their primary inflation gauge. He's sticking with his consistency over time outlook, broad-based price pressures, and not overreacting to sort of short-term noise. What does that say about the uncertainty about the fallout of the Iran conflict on the economy and monetary policy? And still wait and see. We're still hovering above 2% inflation. We have for the last 5 years. I believe he said we're at 3.2% year over year on core. So again, tripling down on wait and see. That's what I took from it.
JD, man, oh man, you really consumed that well. And Jack, thoughts? You saw the poll, 57% in the chat saying he did great. How do you think he did? He was feisty at first.
Yeah, I mean, the big news is obviously that he's sticking around in a
supporting role. That was an unknown that was answered. I almost wish we had got to see the market's reaction when we didn't have. This is what I'll leave people with. Don't hold things through the bell unless you know that's what you want, because in about 35 minutes or so, we have huge earnings coming out, and it seems the market wanted to find equilibrium, and it did. We're trading about 1 point higher in the ES than where we opened at 8:30. Not huge movement as far as a Fed meeting. All in all, pretty, I'll use one of them $5 words, copacetic. On to the earnings.
Well done,
I love a good SAT word to close out a segment.
Oh, you guys crushed it. You guys crushed it. Job well done. All right, you guys get out of here. Absolutely destroyed that. We got these earnings after the bell. Who we got? It is now Power Hour, post Powell, Power Hour. Who we got in the middle? Mr. Mohammed. We got Dolby Time to the right. Mohammed, get into this. Markets continue to push higher here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think market will miss Joe Brown.
Yeah. Are you going to
market will miss the chairman? He's stable, and market needs stability. Without stable chair, I think the market will be so unpredictable, so not volatile. It is always be volatile, but it will be uncertain without stable chairman. He said that market always priced in Fed stability.
We'll leave it right there. All right. Dolby time. Come on, hit me with some ranges. Power hour.
Right.
We got 30 minutes till 32 minutes till 31 minutes till the closing bells. You see there on the countdown clock, lower right hand corner. Hit me with some ranges right here, right now. Power hour. Let's go. Click subscribe. This is a good one.
That is right. Well, congratulations to Powell. He made it for the full thing. Gets to sail off into the sunset. So congrats to him. But as a range trader, we just care about horizontal lines, Dre. Jay Powell can do whatever he wants. So as far as the range goes, we're looking at 27,130 up to 27,317, like right here, right now. I am kind of licking my chops for a range trade, to be honest. I know we have like all of the tech earnings in the world coming up in about 30 minutes, so it's absolutely nerve-wracking to even consider a short, and, you know, with some heavy hitters coming up. What is interesting right now, though, Dre, is Crude has been on a sneaky bid, a very, very sneaky bid. We are only about 17, well, at this rate, maybe 10. It is moving. We got a wiggle. We're about 12 cents away from all-time highs in Crude. We're trading 107.61. So I don't know if that's Powell related. I think we're actually going to hit all-time highs as I'm speaking right now. We are about pennies away.
Yes, we are.
Short here in NASDAQ.
I know. Crude oil trading $107.69. These are all-time highs for this contract. Let's take a look. What's going on in gold? Gold trading 45.58. ES trading 71.61. Dolby time. New highs.
We're short. New highs. Something's going on. We're short NASDAQ 312s.
Woo! Crude on the march higher.
Yeah.
Mohammed.
If I'm not already in a long, which is almost will be hit the stop at point of entry, I was already long from 71.57 at this nice signal. I took 3 out of 5 micros as a profit around 66, and trailing my stop. If I'm not already long, I will be looking for a short setup, because we are rejecting the 30-minute opening range high in ES. Very beautiful rejection up there. So this is why I'm trailing my stop to point of entry.
What do you got a position?
I'm not
long?
I was long. I'm still long.
Dolby time. Do we get in the?
We did.
NQ?
Yeah, we're short. We're short 27,312 and 3/4. Crude's pushing highs here. If we go range to range, we're looking for about 27,180. So we're looking at almost 130 point trade if we can get it, but that is range to range. If we're watching earlier in the day with Coach Jay and Antonio, we did have a long that got stopped out at 160. Ooh, there's something going on, Dre. I think we're getting
I'll tell you what's going on.
Crude's
I'm gonna do the
108.
above. I'll do the above below. You guys stay locked in on your trades. Above below. For those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard in the Power Hour, the final hour of the New York trading session. We like to play a game called Above Below. How it's played, I would ask one of these fellas, but they're in trades. What they think the price and the close will be in a certain market. Typically, it would be the NQ, but today I'm going to do crude oil. Crude oil. I'm going to set the price at $110. $110 even. Will crude close at 3 o'clock, I should say, or about a half hour. Will crude oil CL be above or below the price of $110 even? It is currently trading $108.25. Crude,
Thank you,
110
Mo.
above below. Yes.
We're dialing it in.
Sure.
I mean, the risk reward on, a 4-hour range trade is pretty freaking good. So the trick here is going to be just to stay pat and just hold this to see if we can actually get range to range and not overmanage this position. But I haven't been on with you in a little bit, but something I've really been harping on as a range trader is making sure that we're looking at the largest range possible and making sure we get aligned with that. Because if you look at smaller time frames, sometimes you'll just end up trading the middle of a large time frame range. So this is pretty much a perfect range
Headline.
trade.
Here we go. You're on revenge for. We got headline. Revenge for the leader remains in place. We are seeing.
Whoa.
In crude. Get the poll results in. Get those poll in. Above below. Above below. $110 even in crude oil, as we currently trade $108.49. 16 minutes to ROC.
I'm flat, by the way.
Hey, Mo.
I was flat. Okay.
What's
I'm flat at 57 or 58. I'm trading the combine after Powell start talking.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to risk my 50K XFA, which already I made 1,000, almost 1,100.
Whoa.
And
Let's
this
go,
one,
Mo.
yeah, the combine is 1,400. Four trades only.
All
Michael.
longs?
No. It was short. Pre-market, and then long pre-market, and then short after the market open, and the final one was long. So 2-2.
Nice job, Mo.
More winners.
Good job, Mo. Right, a little bit of a pull. Might be some short covering here. What's Hogue? Let me hit me with a Delta Hogue when you get a chance. Let's see what this one comes in. This is the
it's negative.
Watching crude here.
MOC will be sell side.
Think so, Mohammed?
Sell side, really?
Mohammed.
Yep. It will be sell side.
Just like that, the Powell speech is in the rearview mirror. Well, we got these earnings again. We got Meta, Amazon, Alphabet, which is Google, and Microsoft after the bell here at the buzzer. Paul and Jay will be breaking that all down on Topstep TV.
I'm going to be interested in the Meta earnings for sure. For sure. What is their CapEx spend going to be? Are they still going to be blowing a bunch of cash on AI? We will see.
Market will be chaos. It will be chaos today. I
What?
mean,
What?
those news, those numbers will be moving the market like crazy, because it's not only one, it's 4 big companies announcing. So there is no way they will be all the same. And the behavior of the market will be just crazy.
Well, that's the thing, right? How much downside is there in these equities, knowing that, can we shrug off? Can the equities shrug off oil prices here for the next 23 minutes, knowing that we can look forward to earnings beat and then the guidance? But
I would love to join you, Dolby.
Thank you, Hogue.
On a short? Well, we might get a retest
Short,
here.
but
we're going to be sitting tight.
The
on
problem
this one.
here that in my time frame, sellers haven't taken control yet. Yeah, they take one leg down, but you can see this is the smoothing line is inside the moving average channel.
Yep.
Which means we might only have a range here. So
Well, we're not going to touch it, Mo. We're not going to touch it. This is going to be
nice. Your
like
stop is
Antonio
just
said,
perfect.
this is a skin on fire sort of trade. We just got to
Skin
stay
on fire.
Skin on fire, yes. It's just we're going to have to be uncomfortable. It's a 4-hour range trade.
All right.
So this might bounce back to entry. We might even get stopped out, but the risk reward is there. I mean, we're only risking about $60, but the potential is a lot more than that. It's probably 280. Short from 312 3/4, and I still want to sell more at 317s.
Oh man, I'm with you, man.
I think if you got stopped out, that's a signal for a long as well. It's a breakout of that range.
A wheel trade, Dre.
Yeah, well,
yep.
I've lost. I've been getting destroyed with the wheel play lately too. It works. I'm just
looking at this in hindsight. This is just by the deep dip. You know, it was very deep dip today. Still bullish. Market still bullish. Don't forget that.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. Delta update for you. Minus 5,100 in the ES, plus 3,600 in the NQ. Pull the poll down. Poll. Will crude close above or below $110 even? It was all saying 54% are saying below. So far, so good as we trade $107.85.
Good. JMBA, the wheel trade is a type of strategy where, for example, do you see, here, I'll remove this ad, but do you see this stop right here at 27,342? So the wheel trade would be changing that 1 to a 2, and now we would get long at our stop. And then so you're basically going from like a range trade to a breakout trade. So you would cancel out your short, and then you'd be long 1. That is the wheel.
With the same profit. With the same expected profit. So if you are looking for 10 points of a profit, now the wheel trade will be 10 points of profit.
Say this the market's got to be right for it. I wouldn't say this is the market for it. Maybe like a month ago or 2 months ago. You get taken out by a headline, and it's just going to keep going, keep going, and keep going. This is
just lost the control. Just
who did
the
sellers
temporary control. Yeah, because they took it. However, they didn't confirm it in my chart here. If you move to my chart, you can see here the market is making higher highs from the low, higher highs. Okay, and still it's doing higher highs. And we can see the moving average, the market make that leg, taking the price below the moving average. What I was waiting for, a hold for sellers here, but they haven't yet. So until I see the price with the strong red candle below 7160, that means sellers failed to take control. If they successfully take control, I will short this with a stop just above this wick.
I hope so, Mo. We did just get range under range too on the NASDAQ. So we had the range at the top of the range that we shorted on the 1 minute, and then we broke down through that. And we came up and retested those like 27,000, basically 300s, and failed at 300. So now we have range under range. Can we break now below 27,267? And that would get us to continuation to the downside. If we want, we could move our stop down since we did accept some risk on the pullback. That would put us in the green.
Okay.
What's this?
Yeah, still selling a little bit.
What's this? What's this?
Yeah. I'm looking to limit sell at 71.60 or 61. Let's say 61.
71.60. All right.
I need this to close strong first.
Chat. Chad's fired up. We 100% going back up before close. Nice Dolby. Nice short there. New drinking game. Every time you hear a range, you drink. Well, we're hearing a lot of it because we are in range. We are indeed.
We are range
except for
bound.
crude oil.
No, crude is up and away here. So
Yep.
we're looking for 267s to break. Mo, what level would you need to have NQ break for you to get into a short, approximately?
NQ?
Yeah.
1 second. Let me check NQ over here.
What the hell happened to crude?
Oh,
Crude just kind of
NQ is. I'm filled in the short.
You are.
Stop
Okay.
71.
Would you get 60s?
71, 60, 68. My stop 71, 68. I'll take 1-to-1 in this one.
What price you short, Mo? I want to get short with you, but
61.
Oh.
71, 61. Let me check NQ.
Over 300s, we start getting a little bit.
NQ, I will.
So far,
I need this to. I need this to stay below 27. 257.
257. All right.
Yeah.
20 points lower.
Or 60. 260. Because the sellers still they haven't taken control yet. They haven't. But I can see this nice hidden shoulders. If we break 27, 260, that would take the price to 27, 210. 210.
Yeah, that's a nice head. That's a very clean head and shoulder pattern there, Mo.
Yeah,
very clean.
1000 tick chart. Yeah, we need to break the neckline. 27, 265.
Yep.
265 head and shoulders pattern. There you go. 1000 tick chart. And well,
we're back on the bid.
Back to my
a little bit. It was off to the races right when this started.
NQ stronger than in S&P.
Well, for now, let's see.
Yeah,
I don't know. This doesn't feel as resilient as. Maybe people have some doubts going into
Today
earnings.
ES worked as a leader for NQ. If you follow what happened today, you will find out ES was a leader for NQ.
ES led the NQ. Yeah.
All right, new 15-minute.
Only to the upside. Only to the upside.
5 minutes to MOC. We're for sure holding into MOC.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
5
late
minutes
start.
MOC. Market on
J-Pow.
close. Imbalance.
Power half hour.
Power half hour. That's right.
Simply the dollar amount of shares to be bought on the close in the ES, NQ, and the YM delta. Still holding steady here. Minus 5100 ES. Was it 3100? Yeah, minus 3100 plus 3500, I should say, plus 3500 and Q. Oh, the poll came back.
I will minimize my stop to 71.65.
Okay.
Just because of that hidden shoulders. Because if you break the right shoulder, that will invalidate the head and shoulder. And I don't want to see sellers fail.
Yeah, I don't like this higher low we got going on the 1 minute here.
Higher low?
On the 1 minute, yeah.
On the 5 minutes making lower highs.
Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute, so maybe a little Doritos going on right now.
We got you on the 5 minute there, partner. You always find it. You could always find some crude back above 108.
Okay.
Does that mean anything?
Crude is resilient.
mechanisms. Crude is resilient. People are carving it up. I'm told in my ear that some of our live funded traders are absolutely going bonkers. Lucas H up 61,000.
Hello.
Anonymous is up like 18 or something during fast markets. Now it's up 42. Alexandria up 21,000. Roy N up $15,000. Job well done. Well done.
That's big stuff. That is big stuff. 3 minutes to 2.5 to MOC. We're gonna hold strong here.
We are not done by any means.
No, it's gonna be an exciting close.
These earnings. Then we have a little Discord shindig later on this evening to lead us up into, what is it called? Slow markets. A lot of airtime for us, though. How are they not getting sick?
What else do we got to say, Dre? What else do you got to say?
Mohammed. Short.
Yep.
Dolby time. Short.
It's hanging in there. It's a little bit resilient above
Make
these
it until
265.
MOC. Can we make it until MOC? Because I believe it is sell side.
I feel good about MOC. MOC.
I'm saying sell side. Or will be.
Chat, sell side or buy side? What does
Sell
chat
side,
think?
sell side. S or B. S or B is a boy. S or B. Sell side or buy side.
Google, Meta, Amazon. All earnings.
I'm just wearing the hard hat because Jerome Powell wore a hard hat, stand next to the president. It was just the weirdest, awkward picture ever. They are not construction. Oh, we got SB.
1 minute.
1 minute. SOB. There you go. SOB. Hey.
It'd be dirty work if it ran the entire 4-hour range. It'd be a dirtbag move, as Antonio said. Dirtbag move.
All right.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
So much for $110 crude.
I mean, yeah, this will stop me out and go down.
What?
So
Listen to this. All right, here we go. 20 seconds. Oh man, hold on now. 10 seconds. Then we got the earnings of all earnings. These numbers can and will change. All right, just we'll see what the initial reaction is. Apple earnings tomorrow. But here we go. 2 seconds and light sell side. 500 mil sell side. And Q 500 mil sell side. ES. These numbers can and will change over the next 9 minutes. Again, sell side.
It's okay.
That's all it did on the sell side. Sheesh.
No, but
Now,
what do we do? Just let structure play, I guess. Just play.
Chat called it. Said they called it.
Right. 65s, Mo. Can these 65s break? You nervous?
Come on, Mo. Mo money. Oh, we lost some. What? Internet's just up to no good. Internet's up to no good.
On?
He was going to say, Mohammed was saying, no, I'm not nervous. Wooden buyers.
Someone get
Wooden buyers. TMO in the chat. It says Power Hour is a joke now. You talking about like the markets? Or are we talking about like Dolby and myself?
The show or
both?
Yeah, well, which one? The show or the
both?
Actual trading?
No.
We're gonna move our stop down to 299 and 3/4, just above the 5-minute range. This is up to the market to break down.
Let's say hold. Can we get to 1,000 likes, please? Otherwise, they're feeding us ramen. We're gonna get ramen for dinner. That's all they're gonna feed us if we don't get to 1,000. Please click like, click subscribe, click like if Power Hour is indeed a joke. Sell side. Oh, there it is. Ding, ding, ding. Yes. Come on, market. Better than reversal challenge. Okay.
Ooh, better than reversal.
No, it is. Well, you guys don't like reversal challenge? What's up, Mo?
Reversal challenge is fun.
I hear you, Mo.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Money. More money, more problems is what happened, Mo. We got to sell this thing off.
Buyers keep on coming in.
What's this 10-year doing?
Keep on supporting this 265. What is the 10-year doing, Dre?
Okay.
All right. Market's a little slow. Power hour. You want to turn this power hour not into a joke? I'll bring in Dr. Volatility. Watch this thing. Dr. Volatility, get
Fix
in
this
here.
problem.
Hit him with the hashtag power. What's up?
Mute.
You are muted. You're like super muted. Tech Gremlins strike again. Man, they are just like batting 1,000 today. Still muted. Oh, what about now?
Now, Dolby, I'm
Yes,
going to
now. There we go.
talk what you think I'm saying. All right.
Yep, we're good.
What's up, guys? It's been a day. Hey, you know what else is happening today? Discord watch party. You heard Andre talk about it earlier, but don't miss it. Later tonight at 6:30 p.m., be in the Topstep Discord for a FOMC recap watch party. That's right. You can join Andre, Hogue, JD, and Dolby Time as they recap everything that went down in the FOMC meeting and answering your questions live in the Discord. So make sure you are there tonight at 6:30 and don't miss the action. Now, let's do a quick power hour before we get back to the charts just to close things out because you guys submitted some good stuff today. Coming up from Gringo El Diablo, channeling my inner Coach Hoop during FOMC. Love the top hat. Love the support. Everybody else, where were your top hats today? But thank you for submitting this. Moving on. I usually do my best to pronounce the names of these accounts. You beat me on this one, but my friend, third payout from Topstep, hope to make it to the live account this time. And you know what? We hope that for you too. Keep doing what you're doing. You gotten 3 payouts so far. Keep the discipline going. Keep locking out when you're up. And then maybe, just maybe, you'll get to the big leagues in that live funded account. Next up from our friend Nicole. Locked in early, protected the bag, and called it a day. 161 secured with discipline over greed. Sometimes the best trade is knowing when to stop. I couldn't have said it better. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. But in your case, Nicole, the best trade got you $161. So lovely trading. Congrats to you. Up next from Omar, lock in payouts. I see so many traders going for max payouts and end up losing a guaranteed payout over greed. Lock in your payout, trade another account, and rinse and repeat until you get to 10K net a month. That's how Omar does it. Does it work for you? Try it in your trading and find out. Trade smarter, not harder, and maybe one day you too could be collecting the payouts from your accounts, and then maybe one day getting that live funded account email. And last but certainly not least, let's end with some transparency from Sailor. Brutal stretch, but we're surviving. Dropped risk a little bit, trying to build back up slowly. $700 across all accounts. We see a lot of green on the screen during Power Hour and all over social media, but that only tells half the story. Sailor, you are being transparent and you are showing your trading calendar, which does include red, but the fact is you are down but not out. Keep your head held high, keep jabbing away, and you might just see the light of day in this account. Anyway, that's all I got for Power Hour. I know we're running out of time, so let's get back to the charts. These final 5 minutes.
Well, Dr. Vol, could have done better. That whole lot going. Still sell side. Still sell side. What we got here?
Flats. We are flats.
Yeah, man. We took profits though, yeah.
Yes, we did. We got about $30, $25-$30 out of that one. So about cut our loss in half. But more importantly, the execution was perfect.
Yes, it was. Again, come hang out with us. Discord. Later, 3 hours or so, 3.5 hours. Hang out with us. Light us up. Light us up. You got massive earnings. Massive earnings after this. Massive. Jay and Paul. Everyone, yeah. It's going to be a new stream, but make sure you just head on over there. We'll all be tuning in, watching those massive earnings again. Meta, Amazon, Alphabet, also Google, Microsoft. I think Chipotle's in there as well. 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes till the closing bell. What a day. What a day.
A lot of ranges today.
Yeah. We thought Powell was done. Powell will not be chair. However, he will be governing board. I'm not leaving.
Yeah. He's motivated.
So much.
Do we just get long into close, Dre?
Yeah. Sure.
Good selling?
I'm down.
It's kind of like a pseudo wheel trade. All right, we'll get long.
Sure,
298 if we can get filled.
You got 298s?
No, not yet. Not yet. We're trying.
Oh, I was just saying, dude, I'm jealous. We ain't getting 298s. 298s.
Yeah, I don't know if we're getting a pullback.
306 trades. 307s. It's, still sell side.
Come back. Yeah, who cares? Market doesn't care. I don't know if we're going to get 298s here. There it goes. There it goes. Glad we moved our stop down.
Session, yes, indeed. Session highs. Well, you still
should have wheeled that one, Dre. Should have wheeled it. That would have been a good wheel, actually.
Yeah, I don't recommend that one in this type of. It's basically admitting if you're wrong, you're really, really wrong. Like you're really, really wrong, and the market's just gonna run over you. Train like a truck. Mo, you still hanging strong? Do we lose Mo? Doing the mannequin challenge. We may have lost Mo.
He's there.
Look at that. It's my guy. What was that? Someone just hit. What was that?
Think so?
Yeah. Mo's muted. That's what it is. Mohammed, I've never heard you unmute before. You called me a goldfish. You called me a goldfish, Mo. I'm a goldfish.
That's the problem with easy technology. Touch, not mute. Another touch.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot.
Right, we're pulling this order.
Well, I'm still short. But I'm thinking to bail out from this trade. The head and shoulders is invalidated.
Ooh, there's a little wiggle there.
Sellers, yes, stay strong, Mo.
Now,
stay strong, Mo.
My stop.
Turn around.
Crude back on the bid, man. Wow. Dre, you're right. Not a good market to wheel. This would not have been a great trade.
No, that's why you see us when we get chopped up in reversal challenge. Like people think it's like the reversal. It's not for reverse. It's not for reversal challenge type market. It's for one-way trade. Headline just completely blindsides you.
This is long, man. This is long.
Long or wrong?
Yeah, this is long signal now.
Sell side. Well, how about this? Yes, my 1 billion sell side. 1 billion sell side.
Wow,
what's going on? Put a cap. I know.
What is going on?
All right, we're gonna be quick. We're gonna be quick with this outro.
I'm flat.
All right, good job, Mo. Yeah, it's just here we go, up and away. We got 20 seconds till the closing bell. Looks like we're going to continue to buy this thing up. But before that closing bell does hit, I got to thank all the folks in the background. We got Alexis, Maya, we got Emily. Shout out to the viral post on Instagram. Go check that out. We got Jeremy, Jackass, Gabe, Tim, Andrew, and James. You guys have no idea how crazy today was and what they're doing behind in the background. There's your bell. There's your bell. Those are the real geniuses behind this madness. With that being said, shout out to all the bellers. We're cooking it all day. We got massive earnings coming out. The May have already come out. So
that was a wheel trade.
There's your wheel trade. Mohammed, Dolby time. Fantastic stuff. Dr. Volatility, James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Shout out to the folks in the back. Let's go.
All right, you guys got it, and you can hear me this time. I can see it. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging with us bell to bell. Thanks for watching Jerome Powell's last FOMC meeting with us. I know you all cried. Don't worry. Grab some tissues on the way out. It's okay. It's okay to feel. And hey, on your way out the door, be sure to give us a like and throw us a W in the chat for Dolby, Muhammad, and Andre, because what a power hour. It may have only been 30 minutes, but we still stuck with it. We traded it up together. And now we're going off air, but don't worry. The trading talk doesn't have to stop here because up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. If you want to keep the talk going on all things market related, well, stick around because Coach Jay is going to be joined by Coach Paul, and they're going to break down everything that went down in the markets today. They're going to take a look at FOMC and all the moves that happened before and after and relate it how it means to your trading for that 5 p.m. reopen. Then later tonight at 6:30, don't forget, 6:30, we're doing our Discord watch party. Come join some of the Topstep TV crew, hang out in Discord, and do a recap. We're going to be answering questions, having a good time, and just being buds. That's at 6:30 in our Discord channel, so please join the Topstep Discord if you haven't already. Then at 7 p.m., you're already online, so be chronically online more and catch Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That's right, Coach Dakota hosts his very own show right here on Topstep TV each night at 7 p.m. Central Time, and you can catch him tonight. So come check out Slow Markets. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. 5:30 a.m. Central Time sees Deanna return with Metal Markets, and that's all before we're back with a brand new episode of Topstep TV tomorrow at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Whew, guys, it's been a big day. It's been a big week so far. There's still 2 days left, and anything can happen. As you guys can tell, headlines are flying left and right. I mean, we still got earnings coming up after the bell, so let's definitely get you guys on over to At the Buzzer. There's still more to this market before we hit 310. Anyways, you know what I'm about to say. I've been James Harden. You've been the chat, and this is Topstep TV. Love you guys. Let's go. See you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.